Okay, sorry everybody. If you'll go ahead and kill your cell phones or put them on silent, we are ready to get started. The December 19th, 2018 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 or closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. You may also watch the meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Okay, we'll keep going. Fire TV on the Go Vegas app, City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. Bless you. Also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If the alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits to the back of the chambers, going out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online, the clerk's office at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by our wonderful Reverend Bonnie Polly, Christ Episcopal Church, and then remain standing for the pledge before we continue on with the ceremonials. Good morning.
Good morning. Let us pray. Creator and Redeemer, as we approach in prayer during this holiday season, let us pray first for our community and the world, that we might be a people of peace. We pray for our family and friends, and for the loving care that surrounds us on every side. Above all, we pray for the city council members gathered here today as they address the business of our city. Give them courage, wisdom, and foresight to exercise their duties. Defend them day by day with your heavenly grace. Strengthen them in their trials and temptations. Give them courage to face the perils which beset them, and grant them a sense of your abiding presence wherever they may be. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will now proceed with our ceremonials. Morning, everybody. We are very excited this morning. Unfortunately, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, our Mayor Pro Tem, is not well today. So if you're watching, we wish you speedy recovery. We'll miss you. And so now we're collecting the rest of our council people. Are you on batteries there? Yes. With your lights? Yes. Batteries included. Very specific. Who are we missing? All right, on we go. We'll wait till he comes and catches up with us. For our first ceremonial item today, I want to invite our Director of Operations and Maintenance, Jerry Walker, to join us at the podium. Yay, Jerry. Good morning. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart. They build our community to make life better. And I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Robert Turner. Robert, please join us. He was just not sure he's the only Robert Turner. He's our Robert Turner. We are so grateful. Robert is a custodian, has been with the city for more than 23 years. One evening.
Right here.
Oh, happy. It's so great. Were you wondering if you were the Robert Turner? Robert's been with us, as I said, more than 23 years. One evening, Robert was working in our television studio, KCLV Channel 2, when he noticed a water leak coming from an air conditioning unit. The leak was in a room that housed key television broadcasting equipment. Robert immediately alerted the appropriate people so the leak could be addressed before it caused any damage to thousands of dollars of critical equipment. His quick thinking saved city taxpayers from the possibility of having to pay a great deal to replace a lot of delicate equipment. Also a meltdown by David Riggleman. In our public information office. Robert, we thank you for your dedication and work ethic. You're a great example of all of our employees, and I'm proud to name you our December 2018 Employee of the Month. And we have for you, thank you, Councilman Anthony, if you would give that, what does it say?
I don't have my glasses on.
Forget it. He's too old. It is a beautiful picture of our beautiful City Hall Employee of the Month, Robert Turner, December 2018. We're so proud of you, but I know Jerry wants to say a few words before we hear from you.
Robert's been a very good employee for us. He's dedicated, very proficient, and he has a wonderful attitude that makes this a better place to work for all of us. We're thrilled to see him get this award. I think he's coming up on the end of his career, and so this is very fortuitous timing. We're just very, very happy for him.
Congratulations, Robert. Do you have family here today with you?
My daughter and my granddaughter.
Daughter and granddaughter, and their names are?
Robin Turner, Tiara Mosley.
Tiara and Robin? How about coming down here? Do you want to say anything at all about your stay here with us? Aren't you lucky? I bet you are.
I'd just like to say thank you for the award and thank the people of Channel 2. I really, really appreciate it, and you all been the best. And also I'd like to thank Steve Ford and Jimmy McKenzie and Maurice Edwards, because they've been bagging me up all the way, because I get a little whoop-whoop every now and then. But other than that, thank you. Thank the city council. Thank you very much.
I know that. Wonderful. Well, we're very proud. Your sign will be, of course, at the corner of right in front of City Hall there on Main Street, and for the month. And we're just so grateful to you. And I will see you in my dreams, along with David Riggleman, just jumping up and down. Help us, help us. But anything to say about your grandfather?
I didn't know I had to say anything, but he's so great. You know, he's always so positive, and thank you for giving him this award.
Beautiful.
Just very proud of him. He is very hardworking and gives his 100% in all that he does. So very, very proud of my dad today.
And Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy New Year. We're so proud. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, yes. Council, can we come closer? Please. And Jerry. There? Okay. Congratulations. Happy holidays to you. Thank you. Okay, for our next item, again, Jerry Walker, not so fast. Life moves very quickly, we know, and we can all be caught up in our daily lives. It's important that we remember those who are in crisis and struggling to overcome obstacles in their lives. And as we celebrate these holidays, we should remember to be thankful for our blessings. I bring this up because there are so many who are still suffering from the tragic events of 1 October 2017. One of these people is Rose Marie Melanson. Rose Marie is married to city graffiti technician Steve. Their families had their lives turned upside down by the events of October 1. Rose Marie attended the Route 91 festival with her daughters Stephanie and Paige. Both Rose Marie and Paige suffered injuries in that horrific attack. Paige recovered quickly, but Rose Marie's road has been much longer and much harder. She was taken to Sunrise Hospital, where she underwent emergency service, and since that night has had an additional 11 major surgeries. Throughout the ordeal, Steve stayed continuously by her side to care for her physically and emotionally. The ability to use catastrophic leave provided by the City of Las Vegas Employee Association was of the greatest help to the family in the first months of the ordeal. And the family has expressed great gratitude and appreciation for that program and the support of our wonderful CEA. What a trial this family has undergone, but today is a joyous occasion because Rose Marie, Steve, and their family are here with us. And I would like to ask all of you, please, to join us at the podium. This family is a prime example of what Las Vegas resiliency and Vegas strong spirit is for our great city. And it's with love and in our hearts that we proclaim, thank you very much. December 19th, 2018 is Rose Marie Melanson Day here in the city of Las Vegas. So please come on down, family. You have no idea this miracle. We are just so proud and thrilled. Oh my God. And your wonderful mother, who's been by your side the whole time as well, who don't let me misquote your age. So good to see you. This is a wonderful. Yes, and how old are you?
How old are you, Mom?
89.
89. Is this a beautiful family? And our girls?
Stephanie.
Paige.
And Dr. Johnson. Yes, ma'am. How nice. Well, we'll get a chance to talk with you. Please come up here. Rosemary, what happened to Jerry? Can you come forward? First of all, Jerry, let's hear from you, and then I'd love to hear from the family. This is such a remarkable group of people.
It was an amazing struggle. I kept in touch with Steve, went by occasionally. It was heartbreaking to watch Rosemary's struggles. And all I can say is, seeing her now, I don't recognize her. I had to ask Steve to confirm that this was Rosemary. You look so much better. And I'm so very happy to see you here and doing so much better.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. We're going to end right with you, but I got to get a hold of Steve first. So just a few words from you, and then we want to hear from your daughters, and we want to, the most exciting pieces to hear from Rosemary. Oh, my God, I can't believe today is here, and you look so fabulous.
Well, I just want to thank you for taking the time to come and visit her. That was just very special to us as a family. And to Rosemary, she's just remarkable. We call her the miracle lady because she wasn't supposed to live. And she'll tell you about it, but she actually had an out-of-body experience and went to heaven. And but she was told it wasn't her time and came back. And the fight, the resiliency that she's had, and the strength that she had the whole time that she was in recovery and fighting for her life and being in the hospital for over a year, it's remarkable. It blows me away that she never gave up. I never gave up. I never missed a day being with her at the hospital, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, getting ready for work, come to work, and then go back home, check on Grandma, and then go back to the hospital, stay overnight, and be there every weekend until she finally came home. So I just love her. We just celebrated our 32nd anniversary. And we're going to have another 32 years to go.
But I want to ask you something. While I was visiting Rosemary, a couple of times I was with you, I had the audacity to ask Steve how they met. So in brief, no, you need to hear this great romance. Briefly, though, please.
This is a family joke, I guess. It's not a joke, but it's... We met at a wedding, and the girl that got married, I actually dated her, and obviously that didn't work, so the next best thing was she asked me to DJ her wedding, which I couldn't because I was already working, but anyways, Rosemary happened to be there. She's on the phone, so after she got off the phone, I'm looking at her, I'm like, she looks pretty nice, so I thought I would go up and talk to her. So I went up to her and I says, geez, haven't I met you somewhere before? And she thought I was the biggest idiot in Las Vegas at the time. So we ended up talking. We talked for about 3 hours, and then I asked her out on our first date. And after a week that we dated every day, and actually she was recovering from back surgery, visiting her sister. So after a week of dating, I asked her, I says, gee, you wouldn't want to get married, would you? And she says, okay. So after a week, I asked her to get married, and 6 months later we got married, and we have 4 beautiful children, and very proud to have a great family. 32 years and counting.
Isn't that awesome? 1 week, when it's right, it's right. So, Rosemary.
Gosh, there's so many people that I'm just so grateful for. There's
Tell how lucky you were and that you had a person experience.
Yes, I was very fortunate. I was one of the first to be shot. When I got shot, I immediately pulled out my phone and I texted my husband, and I told him what happened and that I loved him. And then I immediately fell to the ground. But after I fell to the ground, I could feel my spirit leave my body, and I could see plain as day my body laying on the ground. I went to heaven. And in heaven, I saw my dad, my 2 brothers, and my uncle. And it was so beautiful, and it was so peaceful. You didn't want to come back. But I was told it wasn't my time, that I had to go back. So I came around. I only came around for maybe 20 seconds, and that's when another one of my guardian angels, Don Matthews, stayed with me. And they put me on a gate, and they took me out. And I'm just so fortunate to be here, and so many people. Dr. Johnson has been my doctor all the way through, and without him, I wouldn't be here today, for sure.
It's magnificent. We're so thrilled. Doctor, come on.
Well, it's truly an honor to be here today, and let me tell you, Rosemary and her family, they truly represent Las Vegas to a T in terms of the amount of strength, the amount of unity that they have, and they're such a wonderful family. And Rosemary truly is a miracle. I mean, yes, I did a lot of work on her, but there's no way she could have made it without her strength and resiliency, as Steve said, especially with the support of her family. It's truly been wonderful to be a part of it. So I'm so happy she's here today, and she's at home, and she gets to be home with her family for Christmas. It's truly amazing.
Paige, Steph.
So I think I can speak on behalf for Stephanie and I. I mean, we were standing there with our mom when we got shot, and I got shot in the arm, in the elbow, but this was before people actually knew what was going on. And so I had gotten shot. Somebody said, look at your elbow, and then I saw all the blood rushing down my arm, and I thought, well, that's strange. How did that get there? And then all of a sudden, people started pushing everyone down. And I mean, everybody has their own version of that night. Whether you're from Las Vegas or whether you're from around the world, you know somebody that was affected by this tragedy. And I think just the unspeakable evil that was, portrayed that night is never going to, outweigh the amount of love and support that came in the following days. I was born and raised in Vegas. Vegas is my home. I had the honor of being Miss Las Vegas in 2016. Like, Las Vegas means so much to our family, and the fact that we've been able to be lifted up by the city and just gathered in a big group hug on multiple occasions, whether it was the inner circle of people we know or strangers that felt inclined to reach out to us, because that's what Vegas is. It's, a small town community in a big city. So I just would like to thank you, Mayor, for having us today. And as you guys can imagine, being able to stand here with my mom when a year ago she was still on life support, is just incredible. There's no words to put into the amount of gratefulness I have in my heart.
No, okay. So we're just so thrilled, and we have a couple little flowers for you to take home, representing the beauty of who you are and your beautiful family, I know, and Doctor, for all that you did to keep this wonderful woman with us. And you are lucky. Another 32 years for sure. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I know it's going to be blessed. And your mom's so special that she was there every day. So here it is, Rosemary Mellinson Day in Las Vegas. So thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you. Happy another birth. Thank you. Oh, picture. Oh, yeah. Should some of us go on the other side? Maybe. Jerry started. Oh, okay. I think. Did you speak? I did. All right. All right. Here we go. There we are. Everybody close. Good. We know strength when we see it. What a great family. You're back at work.
I'm back at work.
Well, we love
I had
that.
surgery on Friday.
It is the best. Wow. So, at this point, Councilwoman, as I mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem is not well, and so she has asked Councilman Soroka please to recognize a local group for us, if you would, with your fabulous Christmas tie.
And the socks, too, Mayor. Santa socks, Santa tie.
Oh, my gosh, too much. Too much.
But, Mayor, what a wonderful ceremonial you just provided us. And out of tragedy, we find blessing. And out of that events like you just had, is how we honor those 58 that are no longer with us. And it really shows the strength of our city. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. And this is our last council meeting before the new year. And so this is the season of miracles, which we just witnessed. But happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year to everyone here in the audience and in the city of Las Vegas, and on behalf of the mayor and all of the city council. But today, we get to honor another member of our community, and he represents and has founded an organization called Bridge Counseling. And this is a great member and a great organization in our city that was founded in 1971. It is the oldest nonprofit providing individual and family counseling in southern Nevada, which we need deeply and greatly. They work with individuals, families, courts, and various community service programs to help individuals remain independent and families to stay together. And if I could ask the president and CEO, David Roebuck, to come on down while I talk further about his great organization. David, please say hello to everybody while we get to brag on you a little bit. Nearly 3 years ago, BCA worked with the state of Nevada to help it become one of 8 states in the nation to qualify in offering certified community behavioral health clinics. Through this multi-year process, BCA became the first urban certified community behavioral health clinic. The first. Wow. BCA's medical director is a psychiatrist, treating patients on site with appointments scheduled within 3 weeks, while the community average is 3 to 4 months. Nearly 300 patients were seen in the past year. Your 24/7 mobile crisis team and 20 fully licensed mental health professionals, which we need greatly in our community, have been able to de-escalate, divert, and treat over 150 consumers who would otherwise have been sent to an emergency room where they would not have gotten the treatment that they truly needed. BCA has expanded its programs to offer targeted case management, basic skills training, anger management, domestic violence and sexual abuse treatment, and peer-to-peer support services. We have invested significantly, or you have invested significantly, in trauma and other evidence-based practices, and currently serve some 1,000 unduplicated clients at any given time. Wow. You work with 4 universities to provide master's level practicum site training in 3 distinct disciplines. In 2 years, BCA has grown to include 46 culturally and linguistically diverse clinicians, with a goal of reaching 100 clinicians by the end of 2019. You have a big year ahead. So again, Bridge's president and CEO, Mr. David Roebuck. He is a lifelong resident of Southern Nevada, excluding 4 years, we have to consider these 4 years, when he served as a Peace Corps volunteer. What a great member of our community. And he was a development banker in post-Soviet Russia. What a challenging environment that must have been. Mr. Roebuck has been a single father for 20 years, having adopted and raised 4 special needs sons. Mr. Roebuck, will you please say a few words about your amazing organization and your amazing successes? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Roebuck.
Thank you. Nice job. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I want to thank first the mayor. It was nice to be able to meet her in her office, but more importantly than that, I apologize, but Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, who's not present today, had come out and visited us and kept going, wow, why don't we know about you? We don't do a good job of patting ourselves on the back in the public, but I grew up in Las Vegas, and I've been here since, well, the population was 40,000, so that's, I won't tell you what year that was, but it's a few years ago. And I knew that mental health was really what we needed to treat. Substance abuse treatment is what we continue to do as well, but that's more of a subcategory of mental health. So by focusing on mental health, we have grown the agency with some really qualified people. In fact, I can tell you, your city employee, his daughter, Robin, that came up here, is one of our clinicians. She has a master's degree and is an MFT intern and a certified alcohol and drug counselor intern as well. So as are most of our clinicians. And so we're delighted. We have over 20 agency agreements with other agencies in the community. So others that are providing housing and case management and things like that, we're providing all the behavioral health services for those agencies. We don't talk about it. That's for them to get their glory and donations, quite frankly, because we are all nonprofits. But we're delighted to be in the Las Vegas Medical District. We have a nice facility there for about 19,000 square feet. But last week we closed on a second building, not moving, but a second location in Clark County at Flamingo and McLeod. We have 50,000 square feet to fill. We're going to do something to change Nevada's position as number 51 in the nation and bring it up well into the 30s, in my opinion. That's my goal. So I think that with your support, and I appreciate the whole council supporting this and arriving at this today, and I'd just really like to invite up my staff that are here. Some of the leaders were able to come here today, and our board chairman, Rob Schlegel, is here as well. And without the team, we can't do anything. I will tell you, we were delighted to support people after the 1 October shooting, and to actually hear somebody who was there, it was quite touching because as a CEO, I don't get involved with the clients very directly, but it's wonderful to hear a story of somebody that was actually there. We continue to treat those folks as well as the first responders that were involved in that as well.
Thank you for all your work, and you have an amazing team. And on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian and all of the entire City Council, we would like to recognize today with a certificate of recognition your organization, Bridge Counseling Associates. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So if we can pull everybody right where you are, get close
Would you like
if
to say
we
anything
can.
there?
We're just, I mean, the need is so tremendous here, and it's growing, and it's sustainable, and it is very important that you reach out to the entire Southern Nevada community. My hope one day is that you'll have a facility also fully staffed so well with these wonderful people in North Las Vegas. As well as, okay, it just, I mean, the need's so great. And we're making inroads, but it's one person at a time and one very qualified, educated, caring human being at a time. So we congratulate you and are appreciative of everything that you do. So happy holidays to all of you. You're a treasure to us. So thank you. All right, if everybody can come close. Great, thank you. Happy holidays. No, we're so proud. But you do need to be in every single community.
We are, you know, telehealth, we are serving other communities.
Well, you have some people that didn't come, so give them a good luck, man.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Okay. So we will walk slowly to our seats, but we'll continue right on as soon as we change over our technical whatever we have to change. Okay, I think we are for 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we will go to agenda number 8. Is that where we are, please? Okay, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited.
Hello.
All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. So good morning, we will set the time for a minute.
Again, good morning. My name is Paul Casey, Paul Casey Entertainment. I'm here because this is the end of the year and it's time to give thanks and be grateful for the help, the support of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas. This past year, I was so happy to see Councilman Fiore and Councilman Creer participate in the Las Vegas Car Stars at events in 14 countries. We have cars that actually are shipped from France and England, driven across the country to support children with special needs. We did this year in the fall, we had the John Lennon Day, and that was a historic moment because we worked with the United States Postal Service, and Mayor, you were so gracious to be there in the heat, getting a nice tan for that time. It was a very hot day in September. Finally, I know that in the past I've had Councilman Anthony there to meet some of my celebrities. Next year we have a lot on the board for that. But this Halloween year, we had almost 7,000 people on Fremont Street for about 4 or 5 hours.
Wow.
It was crazy successful. It was a lot of fun. So I am very grateful to the City Council. Councilman Coffin has been a big supporter of us in Ward 3. And Mayor, I am delighted to hear that you're running for re-election. So my family's behind you as well as the community. And we look forward to seeing you again and again making history in Las Vegas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. God bless.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to
Thank you very
everybody
much.
in your family. You've been such a supporter of this community in so many ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
You. Anyone else wishing to make comment at this time?
Good morning, council members. My name is Dan Bollard, spelled D-A-N-B-O-L-L-A-R-D. I'm here today as a member of the Southern Nevada Complete Streets Coalition, and we've been working over the past year to improve the safety and connectivity of our communities. As you all know, 2017 was the deadliest year on record for pedestrians in Southern Nevada. While we cannot prevent every accident, we can improve our policies or lack thereof, and the way we design our streets and neighborhoods impact not only our safety but our health. We appreciate the work of the city, especially the work of the Public Works Department, and the work they're doing relative to complete streets. For example, today a number of the agenda items for approval have complete streets elements that will create a safer experience for all users of our roadways, including walkers, bikers, automobiles, transit riders, and the disabled. Those are found in agenda items 37 through 40 today. We are also excited to see the amendments to the development codes in item 62 of the agenda relative to form-based code. These efforts lead to better designed streets and neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Bollard. Will you be staying around to make comment on those items?
Sure, I can, yes.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
we appreciate it. I know I'm looking over at Mr. Cervantes, who is in charge of operations and development, has been working on this for a long time.
Okay.
And along with Mr. Mike Jansen, who is head of Public Works, in the furthest seat from you as possible in the entire room.
All right.
Kidding.
Thank you for your
So,
time.
thank you. Anyone else wishing to make comment during public comment? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 9. Business items for possible action. Any items from the morning session that council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
I don't have any items.
Is there anyone who... No. Goodness, it's the Christmas spirit. Okay, we'll move on now to agenda item 10. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the November 21st, 2018 regular city council meeting. Councilman, may I have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve the minutes. Please vote and please post. Did you have something? Okay. All right, we are now on to agenda items 11 through 42. On the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. We're going to trail item number 41 to be heard after item 53 as they are related. And note the record should reflect my abstention on items 23 and 24 because they pertain to medical marijuana-related businesses, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward? Question, Councilman Coffin,
Thanks,
please.
Your Honor. Is anyone here on 21 and 23, the marijuana items? No, not 20.
23 and 24.
23 and
marijuana.
24. Is anybody here? 23 and 24?
Yes, we have a lady down
Okay,
here.
no, I just don't need them to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, Councilman Anthony, to make a motion on this, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Except for, except for item 41. Okay. And there's a motion, please vote, and please post. And those motions carry. So now we are on to 43. Okay, this is agenda item 43. This is administrative. We are very fortunate today to have with us a report given by Dr. Jesus Jara, Clark County School District Superintendent, regarding a status update on various matters within the Clark County School District in reference to all wards. And so I will turn first to the lovely lady to your left, my right.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris-Hiller, Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation. You've heard me say before that strong cities are built on the foundation of high-quality education, family stability, and neighborhood empowerment that supports every child. The Las Vegas City Council and City Manager's Office is committed to education as evidenced by the citywide comprehensive strategic plan, which placed a high priority on supporting the continuum of education from pre-K to workforce development. I've had the pleasure over the past few months to meet with CCSD Superintendent Dr. Jara and members of his cabinet. The city continues to be a thought partner or collaborator with the district, providing supplemental programming to students and families with an emphasis on pre-K and kindergarten readiness, reducing chronic absenteeism, expanding before and after school programming citywide, increasing students' access to STEM programming, operating our full-service community schools, Reinvent Schools Las Vegas, at high-poverty, underperforming schools, and providing workforce experience to our youth. We are excited this morning to have Dr. Jara to provide an update. We'll also hear from Lorna James Cervantes, Associate Superintendent, and Jeff Heibarger, Associate Superintendent, and a few of the principals. I'd also like to recognize in the audience that we have with us Trustee Kevin Childs and Lola Brooks.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you, trustees.
Ready, thank you, Dr. Hibler. And, well, good morning, Mayor. Hello, Mayor. I was on your show.
Hello,
good morning, Mayor and Council. For the
most importantly, your name, please.
Yes, Dr. Jesus Jara, Superintendent, CCSD. Thank you. I just wanted to really express my gratitude for the opportunity to address you this morning, but also the welcome that I've received since my arrival 6 months ago up into this great community. It's been humbling, and it's been an honor to be here. As you know, we serve a very diverse population of students in a great community, and really I've had an opportunity to meet with over 150 schools and visit in departments and 150 community meetings across the valley, and it's been really an honor to serve. But let me get started on a couple things that are really important for me and for us to be successful as a community. When you really look at the center there, that's our core business, and this is why we have jobs in our school system, is student success. And everybody in this organization in Clark County will be focused on student success. And for us to do that, you need our teachers, principals, and entire staff to wrap our arms around our children. We serve 320,000 students in 360 schools that come to us from 158 different countries, speaking 78 different languages, 68%.
Wait, excuse me, I can't write that fast. How many schools?
We have 360 schools in Clark County.
How many different languages?
158 different languages, and speak 158 different countries, 78 different languages in our community.
Okay, thank you.
68% of our children are experiencing some sort of level of poverty, and 15,000 of our students that I have the honor of being their superintendent are homeless.
How many?
15,000. So to me, when I look at as the leader of the school system, we need to have a sound fiscal management operations for us to move money into making sure that we're efficient in our operations to drive money into our classrooms, and a coherence governance team, myself with my 7 board members, to work together on behalf of our kids. And this is, the center cornerstone is really our parents and our entire community. We only employ 42,000 employees, we're the second largest employer in the state. However, there's 320,000. You do the math, there's more kids than adults. So that's why it's critical for me and for us to be successful in this partnership that we have with the city and all municipalities across the Clark County, so they can help us achieve success really around student success, which is what we do in our core business. I always like to really look at, and I've come in very strong to say that we are going to be the choice for families. I think choice is that we have choices, and it's important for us to really get a clear understanding that we want, and I want all parents to know that we will be the choice for all our families. And I put this image up because I think it's critical to understand that we need to be a little bit more agile in changing of what the needs of the community and our parents. When you look at when we were growing up, we had 2 choices of milk, right? We had whole milk and skim milk. And the industry has changed. And now there's whole milk, there's skim milk, 1%, there's almond milk, coconut milk, pecan milk, and there's different things. And the industry changed to meet the needs of the customers. But what I'd like to say is that everybody's treated, and the FDA treats everybody the same. And that's where I say is we're all treated the same. We will all compete, and we will be the choice for all our families. I'll tell you a little bit of some of the things, 125 community meetings. I've had a lot of coffee in my 6 months, met with in coffee shops, schools, homes, and different places, and met with over 4,600 people. And this was really important for me because, I'm new to the area, and in the different places that I've been at, we've had success, but it's not something that you just pick up. It's not a cookie cutter. Every community has their own fabric and with their own wants and needs. And it was important for me to listen to the community to see where we were going as a system and get the buy-in. So it was really important for me to understand what we wanted in an educational system. So what I've learned is that, we need to have an educational system that is for all children. We now have pockets of excellence, but not in all 360 schools. We have great principals, great teachers doing a lot of great work, but what we need to build is a system of excellence where no matter where you come from, no matter where you live, no matter the zip code that you live, you are entitled to a high quality education and a rigorous education every single day. And right now we don't have that, and it's something that I am working diligently to change. We need to improve our teaching and learning working conditions for our teachers and for our staff and for our students. Our class sizes are a little bit too large. We don't have enough instructional materials for our employees to be able to deliver. So it's something that we need to improve in our practice. Build the public trust, loud and clear. There's a lack of trust in CCSD. I've heard that loud and clear. To me, it is critical for us and for this community to trust me, my board, and the team that we will deliver a high-quality education. So it's something that you can hold me accountable, and this is why it's important for this partnership, because we have to do this together as a team. And again, safety and security of our students. If children are not safe or don't feel safe, they're not going to learn. So we need to make sure that when children walk into our campuses, into our schools, that they feel safe to learn. Central office. Since my arrival in June, one of the things that I've reorganized the district a little bit, and I've immediately froze any hiring positions in the administrative ranks unless it had an impact to classroom instruction. So we haven't hired. So some of these efficiencies from June 19th to today, we've saved about $3.5 million. And again, money that we can revert and put back into different opportunities to support our schools. Very proud of the fact that we have to just be more efficient to be able to run our operations to support our schools. Where are we going to be in 5 years? So next, when we come back, we will be releasing our strategic plan. We have been working on it. The board has set targets for me where they're going to hold me accountable, which will then I'll hold my team accountable to deliver for our students, really around student achievement. One of the things that we are going to do is that every division in operations, in finance, everybody's going to be really held accountable to meeting the strategic goals that the board has set for me. I believe that in 5 years in this community, with this support of everyone, all our municipalities, we will be in a place where we will not have any 1- or 2-star schools, where we can see our graduation rate in the 90%. Graduation rate has increased. However, we have seen gaps in our subgroups. That needs to be addressed. In partnerships, we're getting ready to work on a partnership with NSHE to really eliminate the remediation in this community in our higher ed institutions, get more into the workforce. So I believe that in 5 years, our graduation could be at 90% with college and career-ready diplomas. We have to have lofty goals for our children, because our children should be able to dream. When they walk out of our high schools, they should have the opportunities to go right into the workforce or into college. What we're looking at in this legislative session, I tell you, some folks have asked me, as we look at the finances and we look at our sound fiscal operations, one of the things that my top priority is really addressing the funding formula. The funding formula needs to be fixed, because what the state legislature has done, multiple sessions, added dollars, but we're still not getting the resources that we should be receiving for our students. I say to my colleagues across the state, I was hired by Clark County School Board to represent and to advocate for the children that I serve, and that is my top priority, is to address the funding formula. Obviously, professional development for teachers and principals, and the safe and learning and working environment. And I like to close with the critical piece to me is that we need to be in a place where our community understands that children, they don't come to us in little packages. Everybody is different, and that's okay. You know, we have 1 year to get students to home plate. Some kids come to us and they're in third base and they just have to sprint to home. Other kids come to us and they're in first place. Some kids are in the dugout getting ready to come out and play. That means some kids cost us more money. Some schools cost more money. So we need to then, that's why I think the weighted funding formula is critical for us to be successful, because we have to invest differently and move our dollars that we get to be able to serve the populations that we have. Again, thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited to be here. I get up every single morning. I love my job. I work in a great place, and we're going to do great things together for this community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Jar. It's an exciting time for the entire community, and I can assure you there isn't one of us on this council here that isn't supportive of what you plan and will help whatever we can do. And sadly, we know so much of it has to do with the funding.
Yep.
Because as I've said so many times, the inequity in funding around the state is one. And number two, you can barely hire a full-time babysitter for the amount of money you have to educate a child. And the sacrificial lamb is the child and our teachers who are
Yeah.
not funded appropriately. So we thank you. We thank you for everything that you're doing. And from your mouth to God's ears, let it work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and then Councilman Soroka.
Good to meet you before the city council meeting and chat with you a little bit. My background's in law enforcement, so I spend a little bit more time paying attention to public safety issues. And there was an article in the paper this morning about the President Trump issuing a report on public safety and school safety, and they made some recommendations, and just a couple of bullet points out of the article. He wants to make sure that state and local communities are addressing public safety in their communities, not getting federal mandates. So that's a good thing. We're the ones who should be deciding that. And according to the report, it says we should give serious consideration to more armed staff in our schools. And there was another one in here about we need to get a little tougher on kids that are disrupting the classroom. So I don't know if you read the report, but I just hope you take that report and read it and look at the recommendations. I'm not here to debate those with you, but I just want to make sure I know it was in your slide, but that's got to be at the front. The schools aren't safe. The rest of it doesn't matter. So I just want your comments on that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilman. I skimmed through the report. I read it first thing this morning. I'll tell you one of the things that we have been doing as a school system with the city, and I know that Dr. Hibla sits on the work with us on the school justice partnership, and I know if we go back to, the zero tolerance, that has been very clear that doesn't work. The research is clear, so I think we need to find a way to hold students accountable, but then also provide the support to keep them in school. Because one of the other things that are very clear is that the pipeline from school to prison is very clear, and that's some of the things that we need to address, is how do we then address the mental health needs of the students that are committing some of these offenses, holding them accountable, because I agree we need to keep our children safe. But then also, where do we educate them and how do we support them so we change the behavior? Because I think one of the things that the misconception is that with the social justice partnership and some of these other things that we are providing interventions for students, is that we are not holding them accountable and not treating them. The key is change the behavior of the child to keep them educated, because if not, we will be spending resources in prisons and different things. So I think it's an entire comprehensive, I haven't read the report, but it's a comprehensive approach. I think we have been, and this started before I got here, is we have been in the forefront as a school system with all the partners to really address the needs of the students to provide intervention. So we'll get into reading the report, but then also taking what's needed for our kids and for our community, because I agree with you. I don't like not only the federal government, but also the legislature telling me how to do our job here.
Thank you. And Councilman Soroka, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Superintendent, thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing my trustee, Lola Brooks, with you. It's great to see her here and continue that relationship. And we know you could have taken a lot easier jobs around the country, and we applaud your courage and your character to come here and shoulder this challenge, and we're happy to have you here. And your priorities sound great. We need to address our fiscal needs, establish trust and safety of our children, as the councilman just said. And my background is in the military, so I support many efforts along those lines. And your priority of the funding, the formula, that's the most common concern that I hear in the community when knocking on doors in the community is, hey, how do we address the issue? It's the funding formula. So thank you for taking on a very big challenge, and we know that will be a battle. So please continue that. And I like your baseball analogy, having played baseball through college. And I'll say some of my best games were down here on UNLV's field, and I was not playing for UNLV at the time. So thank you for that. It was really good. But I wanted to share that the City of Las Vegas greatly supports your efforts. We have an entire organization. Dr. Hibbler is amazing in reaching out and supplementing what you're doing, and we appreciate your partnership in that. And we really do applaud Dr. Hibbler's success. We say we have to buy a new trophy case for her for all her national and local awards. Yes. So you have a great partner in the City of Las Vegas. One thing I would ask is, and I'm involved in some of these things, as our city's growing, we're starting to look inward for more development and more entitlements of homes and residences inside. And when we make those decisions, we would like your inputs. We would like the school CCSD to be partners with us in helping us make those decisions. So when we say, hey, we want to improve X number of units, well, what's the impact to the school, and what are we going to do to fix that? And we really need you. It's powerful when your people come and stand right where you are. It's different when you send a report, we hear it, but when you stand here, we really encourage your help there so we can make the best decisions for the community. I agree. Thank you. And I also wanted to share that it is clear we all agree that our school success affects our business, our ability to attract and retain business here. And I know we have businesses that I talk to that won't come here because of their perception of our schools. So what you do is core to our community. And let me share, you have ambassadors in this community that you may not even be thinking about. Because I've been one of them since 1987, and you didn't know it. Our military. Our military are global ambassadors, good and bad, for our school district. And when I came here for my first red flag flying F-15s in 1987, that was the first time I heard how poor our school district was. And since then, I was assigned all around the country and all around the world, and I interacted with communities and shared that Las Vegas, unwittingly, I was sharing that we had a challenging school system. And now people in Germany, people in London, people in the Middle East know we have a challenged system here because of our military global ambassadors. So I share with you, don't ignore our military veterans, our Guard and Reservists, and our military families as you're reaching out. They come through here 3-4 times, and some of them fall in love with Las Vegas like myself and are here to help and want to stay and make this a great community. So please consider our military families. And I want to applaud what you did with Colonel Flowers' son, Alfred Flowers, and allowed him to play varsity sports. And he made the team. He's a senior, and he wants to go on to one of our military academies or an Ivy League school, and that varsity participation mattered. But thank you for being here. And I think I talked as long as you did. But thank you so much.
Well stated. Councilman Creer.
Gracias, Mayor. Bienvenidos. Gracias por venir aquí esta mañana.
Gracias. Igualmente.
I want to bring a couple things just to your attention for our ward. You know, Ward 5 is a very unique ward, and I'm sure you're very familiar with it. I know you've spent some time in some of our schools in Ward 5, and thank you for that. You know, one of the biggest trepidations I had when they decided to somewhat, break up the school system was that there'd be a system of have and have-nots. Those that had continued to be lacking resources, those that continue to be lacking funding, quality teachers, textbooks to be able to take home, those that receive majority of free lunches for students. And in our community, we have a number of that. 200% more SNAP recipients than average are located in our ward, 15% unemployment in our ward, right in the historic West Side. Those are challenges that carry over into the Clark County School District. Yeah. And we have, as you know, 13 reinvent schools that the city has adopted that we provide support for. 8 of those schools are located within Ward 5. And we're challenged. And so we look forward to continuing to work with you to enhancing resources, to enhancing the ability to get our kids the ability to read at grade level, to be able to math and to get those scores up, and to provide quality teachers, and ensuring that infrastructure of the schools are properly in place so that kids can have a safe and wonderful environment to learn. And so you know this, but you're here, and I wanted to, reiterate it and bring it to your attention. Something that we did in our office, and Dr. Morris Hibbler worked with us, is that we brought our principals in from Ward 5 for dinner here. And it was great. It was really, really good. And one of the things that came out of it was just the fact that many of our principals didn't know each other, and they hadn't spoken to each other. And this is from elementary all the way to high school. And so it was good to have them in a room just to have the combustion. The former president of University of Alvarino, his name is Dr. Milt Glick. He used to have a saying about the campus, and he said he wanted to create a sticky campus, it's called. And sticky meant that he wanted to have a lot of activities going on campus because it allowed kids to stay on campus, and it allowed professors to stay on campus, and good things happen. Combustion happens when people are in a room together talking about best practices and how we can address issues more so not in a silo, but as together. And we look forward to hosting that dinner again and to hosting more events for our principals on our ward. But it was fantastic, and it was great. Yeah. But thank you to you as well as your team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Fiore and then Councilman Coffin. Boy, you have ignited this.
Thank you, and welcome to our great state of Nevada. You have a job ahead of you that's going to be quite challenging, and especially with funding. I served in the legislature for 2 terms, and in 2013 we did an audit of our school system, and there was $262 million unaccounted for. And then in 2015 we put the commerce tax in to give our schools more money. So we keep throwing money at the school, and we're not ranking any higher. So I have high hopes in you to be accountable for the dollars that we give you and to raise our number.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have many, many sessions of the legislature behind me, too. And the question of the formula always comes up, and if I could suggest something to you, it's a complex formula. There's 60 steps or thereabouts to calculating it. In the Nevada plan for education, and the reason is because it's protective of smaller counties and many other factors, and it is unassailable in the courts. So when we approach change in that plan, we have to be cognizant of that. I've seen school districts in states have to cough up billions, like Ohio, because they let unequal distributions take over. So that's number one. You've got to know the plan before you go up and tell them how to run it or how to change it. This is your first session. So I really think that between now and the first week in February, you've got to be up there and learning and meeting with the legislative staff more than anybody. Not the members, yes, the members, but the staff knows this process very well, the fiscal staff. And those are the people who can fill you in on the background. They can tell you, for example, that the state really doesn't spend the money, that in fact it comes from local government and local taxes here, and they simply allocate it, and it's not enough because it's unstable. It's based on sales and other cyclical things. Even the commerce tax is cyclical. So property tax used to be the deal 40 years ago, and now it's not. So cyclical problems mean you can't overspend because you're afraid to do that. So you underspend even when there's good money. So it's it's tough, and I think you need to have some time to absorb it and get them to know you. The most successful superintendents that I knew were those who did take the time to go behind the scenes and not just bug the legislators over something that many of them don't even understand. And you go to the staff of the LCB, the fiscal staff for the Senate and Assembly Money Committees. So take my word for it. It's something you really need to do. And do a lot of it between now and the first week. And then you'll be able to understand more about it. And maybe they'll have some suggestions, and maybe you can be welcomed as well. I have a couple of other questions, if I could, Mayor. Just this. Well, first of all, Kevin Child, soon to be a former trustee, was here, so we ought to at least recognize that Kevin Child was here.
We did.
There he is in the back of the room. Thanks for your service, Trustee Child. Special ed dollars, there's a good example of unfunded mandates, federal unfunded mandates, 94-142, that's almost 40 years old. It was promised, money was promised from the federal government to follow up, but special ed has now become the tail wagging the dog in our budget. So we have to maintain that, and it should be maintained. But it does take away from what you would say regular instruction formula, as well as, well, all the budgets, like the law enforcement budget and all of those things. And so we really need to involve our members of our congressional delegation to wake them and make sure they understand that this, while it was honorable in the 70s, it's very hard to maintain. I mean, it's really, really hard to maintain. You already know the percentage of your budget for challenged children. And you're doing a good job on that with the extent, to the extent of the money you have. I have a child that was also both in the regular education and special ed, and I found that you did a good job. And certainly they had to, because I was a kind of an eyeball on it. The other things, so again, I warned you about the weighted formula. Be careful how you throw the weight around, because it may not cut for us. Third language, you showed us English and Spanish, and out of the 78 languages spoken, do you know what the third language, the third most prolific language would be?
Good English.
There's various forms of English.
Yeah.
That's true. Is it Tagalog, or is it?
I don't have that.
Okay. Well, I just, I'm sorry, did you get help?
Lorna James Cervantes. Tagalog, or the Filipino language, is our second highest spoken language in Las Vegas,
After
or in the Clark
Spanish?
County School District, after Spanish. The third, I am not 100% sure of.
Okay. In certain parts of the city, we might be having to migrate toward three, not as the instructional language, but as the notice to parents language. I think that's the key. Every September, for the 8 years I've served on this council and my terms are ending, I really appreciated, I took almost 50% of my discretionary budget to the schools every September and gave them pallets full of supplies, the stuff that you couldn't possibly spend, because Ward 3 on the east side of town is a poor district. And so I appreciate the fact that you're here and you don't have the money for the supplies that the kids need, but hopefully this will be supplies that the teachers don't have to spend. And I hope my successor in Ward 3 will continue helping the 13 elementary schools in Ward 3. I'm sure I've said so much. I don't know if you have any comment on anything I said, but I will.
No, and if I may, just on the weighted funding formula, or the formula, the State Department has been working for the last year on the DSA and the Nevada plan, and that's part of what the work is that they have been doing with actually Senator Mo Dennis on the weighted funding formula, and staff and LCB. So, you know, that was a report and a consultant that's been hired to do that, and they recognize that it needs to be updated because, as you know, are well aware, it was, and you know, brought on and enacted in 1967. Clark County looked a little bit different than it does today, and I think that was part of the key focus in starting to looking at the formula to make some changes.
If I could say something, Dr. Hara, this is a good example of where you need to have a personal hand on things. The State Board of Education is invisible. The staff of the State Board of Education does a good job, data gathering and so on. I can only tell you what I've said before, and I repeat it again. The legislative staff are the ones who drive the decision-making, and the appearance of local education officials is critical, but it's only critical to the legislators from that district. They have much more sway, you will, than the people who are working for the state and the State Board. It is invisible. It's a good, well, they're working hard, but they're not visible like your trustees are.
Good
so you need you and the trustees.
Thank you.
All I can say and wrap up is we could do this all day long, and we're here for you and with you. Anything that we can do, you know you can count on us, knowing that Dr. Morris Hibbler has really been working so closely with us on this in our preschool efforts to get children ready to enter the district. The one element that is so significant, there isn't a child that puts his hand up and says, I want to be born. And so we really need to do a lot more with parents who don't know how to parent and aren't there and don't communicate with the schools that their child has issues as an alarm right away when there are problems, but that is down the road after everything else you're doing. And to echo Councilman Soroka's comment there, for the past 35 years, as we have been slipping lower and lower, when you bring in and try to bring in new business into this community, the first thing I want to know is the school system. So we're here with you. We're delighted you're here. And Trustee Childs, thank you for your service to the community. In the back there, I see you in front of, I can't see which president you're standing in front of. I'm not sure if he was a popular one or not. But anyway, we thank you so much for your service, and full speed ahead. We're with you all the time, anytime. Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, council members, I'm Lorna James Cervantes, School Associate Superintendent in Performance Zone 5, and today we were actually scheduled also to do our quarterly report to you from the school district in addition to the superintendent's comments. And if you will indulge us for a few minutes, we'd just like to share a little bit of the data for the schools.
I thought you were just two beautiful faces standing there with Dr. Jara.
Well, we appreciate that, and we're always here to support Dr. Jara and the work, and as a member of the district staff with him. But we also wanted to make sure that you're aware of the work happening within the schools in the city of Las Vegas. So you all have a copy of this presentation that we have, and I'm just going to highlight quickly for you some of the data, and then we have a principal here from Mabel Holgard Elementary School who's going to speak specifically to some things happening in her school. So first of all, we want you to know that on this slide you'll see the district demographics, and the district data is represented by the light blue color, and then the schools in the city of Las Vegas are represented by the orange bars on all of these slides. So you'll see that throughout the city of Las Vegas, our school demographics very closely mirror the demographics of the district as a whole. Now, I know if you went into individual wards, that would be a little bit different, but city as a whole, we very closely mirror. For 3rd through 5th grade, students are rated on the SBAC, which is a criterion reference test every year. And so we can see here that the City of Las Vegas schools on average are very similar in our scores to the district scores as a whole. We know we still have work to do in this area. Until 100% of students are proficient, we will not stop working. Also, the next slide shows you the percentage of students that are growing at an adequate rate to catch up with their peers. So these would be students who may not be on grade level yet, but are making enough growth year to year to catch up with their peers within 3 to 5 years if they continue to improve at the rate that they are. And this is a very positive number because it shows that at least 50% of the students who were behind are working at a fast enough pace to catch their peers within the next 3 to 5 years. The next slide shows you the proficiency for our students in the middle school level. We know that across the district and really across the state, there's a real concern with the level of mathematics in the middle school being much lower than it should be. And again, we are continuing to put our efforts and our work directly into this area to improve those scores. Next, we can see the adequate growth percentile in the middle school for students. Again, this is on that SBAC proficiency. And in English language arts, we're nearing the 50% mark of students growing at a fast enough pace, but our students are not growing as fast in math. We will continue to place our focus there at the middle school level. Next is a high school growth within the city of Las Vegas. This is on the ACT test. I want to make sure that I point out the fact that Nevada is one of these states that tests every single student on the ACT. So when you see comparisons with other states across the United States saying, well, they're scoring so much higher than Nevada, remember, they usually give the ACT to the top 10% of students or the top 20% of students in their state. We give it to all students in the state of Nevada. So that's important to remember. And our graduation rate in the city of Las Vegas is at or above the district average. And as you heard last week, the district as a whole hit a graduation rate of 85%, our highest ever. And we are so excited about that. And it should be applauded because we have really grown that graduation rate over the last several years. Now, we know that there are a lot of English as a second language students in the school district. Actually, students who are in that category make up about 1/3 of the population of the school district as a whole. Every year, students who speak English as another language take what's called the WIDA assessment. And this is an assessment of how well they're acquiring English. It would be given from kinder through 12th grade, depending on whether or not students have acquired enough English to move out of services for English as a second language. So you can see here that students are really moving at a quick pace at acquiring English in our schools, and we want to continue to make sure that they grow. And some of you may say, why so many in high school? Remember, we have students who might move in even in high school that don't speak English as a language, and then we give them 4 years to master both the language and the content that they need to graduate. Global Community High School is one perfect example of that. It's a school I supervise. Every student there comes in new to the country in high school, and then we are still working to graduate them on the same exact measures that we graduate every other student in the state of Nevada. Chronic absenteeism is a big concern across the state and across our district as a whole. And this is an area of focus at all of our schools this year. And I have to say that this is one of the huge efforts that we have been working on at our Reinvent schools. I supervise 4 of the Reinvent schools in the district and in the city of Las Vegas, and this is one of our big areas that we're working on. Lastly, we just wanted to show you the star ratings and where schools fall so you can take a look at the schools across the district that are falling into 5-star range, which is Mabel Hogard, who's going to be coming up very shortly, one of our schools. 4-star, notice Rancho High School on the 4-star list. 3-star, many schools have moved up from 1 or 2-star into the 3-star category this year. We've got a large number in the 2-star category, and we are working to move those up to the 3-star, and our 1-star schools. And this is where we are putting very specific focuses, working very directly with these school principals to support them in bringing up their rates. And notice Global Community High School that's here on the 1-star list, really, that's the all-newcomer high school. It probably shouldn't even receive this type of a star rating because it's such a different school than our comprehensive high schools. So at this time, I'd like to ask Stacy Scott Cherry, principal at Mabel Hogard Elementary School, and she has brought with her one of her staff members, one of our teachers, to come up and just say a few quick words about what's happening at Mabel Hogard, one of our 5-star elementary schools.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for allowing us to be here. I'm Stacy Scott Cherry, the proud principal of Mabel Hogard Elementary School, and I asked our life science teacher, Ms. Kimberly Law, to join me because I can't talk about some of our successes without her here because she created many of those successes before I came. We have a wonderful, absolutely phenomenal school at Mabel Hogard Elementary School, and Councilman Creer, I'm sure you can attest to that as well because you're right in our backyard and you've been on our campus as well. Thank you.
And I'm an alumnus.
So you walked the walk, exactly.
I literally walked the walk because I used to walk to school.
Okay, you walked the walk, so you know that I'm speaking the truth. Thank you so much for your support and your visibility, and your dinner was fabulous. Thank you for that opportunity as well to be able to share, and thank you for listening to us as well. One of the things, I only have 2 minutes, one of the things that I wanted to showcase at our school was our phenomenal animal lab. If you've never been to Mabel Hogard School, you have to come and you have to visit the animal lab. We provide our students with some hands-on, authentic experiences by being able to interact with the animals and being able to be directly responsible for their care. So the animals serve as part of our theme at a magnet school. There's a theme, and our theme is math and science. So to hit that science aspect of that theme, we provide our students with these authentic experiences to be able to understand the science behind what is going on in the classroom. So in addition to the textbooks that we have, we also provide them with just very authentic hands-on experiences through our field trips, through our garden, and also through our animals. And so I'm going to allow Kim to just speak really quickly about what the animals are that we have on our campus.
Okay, about 8 years ago, we started acquiring exotic animals. We have chinchillas, sugar gliders. We do get rabbits and things that are donated to the school. We have about 15 different variety of lizards and snakes. Snakes, we have about 10 different kinds. And then 5 years ago, we ran out of room inside, so we started putting in farm animals. We have pigs, goats, chickens, ducks, tortoises that live outside. Our students, our 4th and 5th grade students, do all of our animal care. They feed, they water, they make sure the health is good of our animals. They also can take them home on weekends and breaks, and we provide food and bedding and things like that because some of our students can't afford to do those things to have a pet. Our 1st through 3rd students learn about the animals. They come into a separate classroom and are learning about the 55 or so different species of animals that we have on campus. And that kind of sums up the program. We raise most of our vegetables in our school for our animals using aquaponics and hydroponics. Our students each create a mini aquaponic system to take home. I'm not sure what else, Ms. Scott. That's basically what I do with the students. They come to me once a week. We have a club that meets before school every day, so they can come in anytime in the morning before school. And at lunchtime, we do a lot of gardening and, again, some animal care at lunchtime.
And I would just like to conclude by saying there is a direct return on investment with this program on our campus. We are a 5-star school, we are a Shining Star school, and we are part of the Superintendent's Honor Roll for this year, all things that we're very proud of. And specifically in the area of science, our school does outperform the district in the area of science on the science CRTs consistently year after year after year. And we do attribute that to the authentic experiences in science that our school offers their students on a daily basis. So thank you very much. We're very
Wonderful.
proud.
That's so exciting. What happens when the pigs' little shoats become big pigs?
We have one that's 200 pounds, but we have an outside area for it. And then we also have she's about 10-week-old baby pig right now. And when she grows up, she'll keep him company. But the pig lives there's 3 goats on campus also, and the big pig lives with the goats.
Wonderful.
We can talk about it, but you just have to come to our campus to experience it. We could talk about it, but you have to see it.
Congratulations to you. Wonderful achievement.
Mayor, hold on one second.
Yes, please.
Principal Scott Cherry, real quick. If you don't mind, through you, Mayor, I just want to congratulate you on all the successes that you've had at our school. I drive by there every single day, twice a day, 3-4 times a day. Literally, the back of the school is my street that I come down, and I see the animals. I've seen them grow. I've seen the progression. And it's pretty fitting, actually, for that's there. It sounds as though, the school is right in the middle of town, Martin Luther King and Washington, right there. But it is located in a rural neighborhood preservation area, an RMP. You might not even know this, but you've seen people that have had horses around there, but it's zoned for horses and livestock, and we have chickens, and we wake up to roosters. I know roosters are illegal, Mr. Summerfield and Mary McElhone in the city, but we aren't going to rat out our neighbors. But we do wake up to roosters crowing in the morning, and it just really fits into our community. So thank you for building the school into really a model of schools in our area. So, and it's very coveted for kids who try to get into the school to go there. And so we need to replicate your model through other schools throughout our ward. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We are proud of our school.
And thank you, Mayor and Council. That concludes our report, so we appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you for
so
coming
much.
down. Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't say anything about this, but I think it's appropriate because it's the last meeting of the year. I first want to say thank you very much, Mayor, for the having the privilege of serving with you and the rest of the council. This is an education-oriented council, very much so, based upon the leadership of Mayor Goodman. I think everybody in this county knows what's going on here, that we are more and more moving into this, not to usurp the authority of the district, but to try to supplement and complement what you do, which I think may lead us into the situation where we start to talk about changing district lines, in fact, changing it altogether, going back to city lines, you know, and or something like that someday, because the city of Las Vegas is proving that within our municipal boundaries, we can do a lot of things to help improve these schools. I suppose I'd like to see how we do in the city compared to the ones outside the city, because not today, but it's just an idea that I've been privileged to serve under really a mayor that has a leadership and the heart for the kids. That comes from a long background. But as I say goodbye, I can tell you I'm really happy. Things are in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so nice. Appreciate it. It is. It's our future for all of us. And so as we work together, that's what it is. It's pulling together all the time, every day, and not tolerate less than the best. So we're with you. Dr. Hibbler, I know you've just done a great job, and you really do involve yourself so much with this council, communicating and letting everybody know what's going on and how we're meeting our marks that we've set. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
Yes, you too. Thank you so much. Yeah, very wonderful report. Okay, now we're on to agenda item 44. Okay. Report by a member of the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance, DVA, and discussion for possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the City of Las Vegas City and the DVA allocating $50,000 from the general fund for the advancement and promotion of downtown Las Vegas, which is wards 1, 3, and 5, which are Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian and council persons Coffin and Creer. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me this morning are Jonathan Ullman and Mike Bonozzi, representing the Downtown Vegas Alliance. And I thank them for being here. And to continue the theme of partnership from the last item, we've really enjoyed a wonderful partnership with the Downtown Vegas Alliance. The Alliance was founded in 2008. Is a member-driven organization devoted to creating an attractive, vibrant, diverse, and sustainable downtown Las Vegas. The Downtown Vegas Alliance provides a leadership voice for downtown and includes businesses both large and small. We've enjoyed a partnership agreement where we've provided some funding support for the organization since 2015. That agreement expired last month, and we're looking to renew that agreement for a one-year period with three one-year renewal options in the amount of $50,000 annually. We've previously used general fund money allocated to my department, but I'm glad to say we're not using general fund money anymore. We're using funds from the redevelopment agency, so there's no impact to our general fund budget or other services provided by the city. So we do recommend approval, and with that, I'd like to turn it over, I believe, first to Jonathan, Chair of the Downtown Vegas Alliance.
Thank you, Bill. Jonathan Ullman, Chair of the Downtown Vegas Alliance. Mayor, members of City Council, it is a great pleasure to be standing in front of you again, giving another year-end report on the work of the Alliance. It's important for me also to just clarify, many of you are used to seeing me with my association with the Mob Museum. That's not why I stand in front of you today. Today I am proudly wearing my hat of chair of the Downtown Vegas Alliance, and I'm joined by Mike Bonozzi, who is our executive director. We also have a few other members of our board that I want to acknowledge. Behind me is Kelly Ross and also Bill Paredes. And then Melissa Warren and Lisa Robinson, who you all know with Fess Foley Warren, who handle so much of the wonderful press that our organization is able to garner for our events and really many of the joint efforts we do with the city. As Bill mentioned, our organization has been in place since 2008, and we aspire to be the voice of downtown Las Vegas. You can see our vision and our mission statement presented on the slide. I'm not going to read it to you, but it's important to stress that this is an organization that unifies public, private, and nonprofit entities. So we seek to bring voice to the downtown community, to our diverse stakeholders, and really to partner with the city in our continued growth. And I'm also very proud to say, and this is in large part not just the efforts of our board and the wonderful service providers that we work with, but the efforts of Mike over the course of the past year. We have grown this organization. We are now up to 78 members. That's the largest number of members that we've ever had since our inception. And it is, as you can see just from this sample on this slide, organizations that are large, organizations that are on the smaller side, but all very important, prominent voices in our downtown community, representing each of the districts, so to speak. So it is a wonderful group that continues to grow, and it is a group of members that continually invest in our future. These are committed folks, folks that are eager to help advance our common cause. One of the ways that we are continually advancing our mission is by bringing people together, bringing stakeholders together. We do this in a variety of ways through member mixers. We had one earlier this year at the Nevada Taste site, wonderful new establishment that is in the Arts District, where 70 members came out. And again, it's a wonderful opportunity for our members to meet and talk and discuss items of importance. We always include city staff in these sessions as well. And that particular event was quite instructive, I would also add, because Brad Jerbick presented to the group on Project Enchilada, which, again, this is a way in which we are able to preview important developments that affect our stakeholders and start to get the conversations going about how the downtown community, business community in particular, can support those efforts. We also hold special engagement meetings. So the first on this list, of course, is homelessness, because that is far and away the #1 issue that our membership is concerned about, homelessness and public safety. And we appreciate the opportunities to work with the city, city leaders like Kathy Thomas Gibson, who we met with just last week, and other city staff to talk about ways in which we can help find a regional solution to these problems that impact us so heavily. We are also very concerned about arts and culture. We have wonderful arts and culture establishments and organizations throughout the downtown community, and we want to find ways in which we are able to promote those. And we continue to work with EUD on ways that we can help expand our reach and the attractiveness of the downtown community to other businesses. The last item on that list, transportation, is another top priority for our members. How do we move people in and around the downtown area better? Two of the kind of the premier events that our organization puts on each year, we call these Successes and Insights. I know that some of you, Mayor, you are always attending these. These are phenomenal events, events that we work on in partnership with the city. And just as the name indicates, when we have issues that are important to the downtown community, we want to look outside our community for reference points. Who can we learn from? Who can come here and help us understand the way in which other, perhaps similar, perhaps slightly dissimilar cities have addressed challenges that we are confronted with? How can we have those insights shared? How can we put them in contact with our subject matter experts, the people that we have on the ground working on these topics, and get some ideas going? And these are events that we put on for the downtown community. They are free of charge. If you were at the last one that was in the old City Hall, City Council chambers, that now Zappos headquarters, you would have seen several hundred people in the audience. These are our engaged downtown community. So the two events that we held, the first was on homelessness, and the featured speaker was Kenny Wilson with Haven for Hope from San Antonio, where they've had a great deal of success with addressing homelessness. And the more recent event focused on mobility, and our two featured speakers were Dr. Joshua Shank, who is with Los Angeles Metro, and also Deb Swimmer of Lyft. Great, great events. So in the coming year, we are very much interested in continuing to engage on issues that are important to the downtown community. So again, right at the top of the list, homelessness and public safety. You can see the top photo there. Mike represented our organization and joined Councilman Creer's trip out to Phoenix to see on the ground some of the ways in which they're addressing this issue. So again, homeless and public safety at the top. Economic and residential development. So that is an area where we are very interested in working with EUD. How do we make this a community that's attractive for investors, real estate developers, companies that are looking to headquarter their people? And then we are very much, again, supportive of efforts such as Project Enchilada and continuing ways in which we can enhance mobility throughout the downtown area. So as Bill mentioned, we are before you today in part to give you our annual update, but also because we are hoping to have the City Council approve the MOU that is in front of you. And this is an important agreement for us. It solidifies the partnership between the city and the Downtown Vegas Alliance. It is a way that we will continue to assure ourselves of bringing forward our 70-plus members and senior staff who we meet with regular luncheons that are, this isn't just dining, this is discussing important topics, continuing our interactions with the mayor. With the guidance of EUD, we will continue to manage the downtown.vegas website, which is increasingly being used as a way of us promoting events, promoting organizations, and being an informational resource for companies and organizations that are trying to learn more about downtown. And then, of course, we also will be continuing the Successes and Insights events, which in collaboration with the city, we will be bringing in additional experts to help inform us and guide us and inspire us about issues that are important to our continued growth. So we hope you will approve the MOU and continue the partnership. And on behalf of the Downtown Vegas Alliance, I just want to thank you all for your ongoing support, what you do.
Great report, Mr. Ullman. We're really proud. And would you care to make any additional comments? I don't think he left anything open, but knowing you, you'll find something.
Thank you, Mayor. I am actually
And
just
your
here.
name,
My name is Michael Venozzi. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Alliance. Been happy to serve that role for the past 11 months. And I am here to help my board and my chair out, answer any questions, and help the council out by answering any questions. I would just say that this is a very, very energetic organization. This is a very committed group of people, of downtown stakeholders, and we've got a lot of momentum here in the Downtown Vegas Alliance. And we will continue to grow. We will continue to work with you, work with the city manager, all of the staff of the city, who's been great partners to work with. So thank you so much for having us today.
Articulately done. Thank you very much. I see Councilman Coffin would like to make comment.
Thank you, Mayor. And I probably, Councilman Creer, too, since we represent downtown, and also, of course, Councilwoman Tarkanian, who's ill today, but, otherwise she'd be here. Jonathan, I'm glad that you brought up in your presentation, in an orderly fashion, homelessness and public safety. But I have to tell you, after 7.5 years here, I am convinced that homelessness is a public safety issue, and I'm urging my colleagues to try to integrate it into our budget as if homelessness was part of public safety, not standalone, because the neighborhoods are full of problems, squatters, invasions, burglaries, all kinds of larceny, and particularly the invasion of parks as well as homes. So believe me, you have it on the business front, we have it on the residential front, and I think they should be one and the same, and I hope that you'll support that, because that means it's more than in social services. So that is a key, but social services is a key to getting it done. It's just we've got to treat it with public safety. And so that's the kind of a budget grabber that I hope we can have. In other words, it should be as important as patrolling the streets for miscreants of all kinds. And so thank you very much, Mayor, on that issue.
Thank you. And before I turn it over to Councilman Creer, also not only the safety issue, it is a health issue. It has become rampantly a health issue. And so I'm not talking only mental health. I'm talking across the board health. So Councilman Creer, please.
Thank you. First, let me say I concur with Councilman Coffin regarding the public safety and homelessness are parallel paths, and because if you can't have one success without the other. But also thank you, Jonathan, for being here. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule of running the Mod Museum and other things to chair this program. I think it's very, very well needed, and I think it's very well deserved. And thank you, Michael, for stepping up and becoming the ED of this organization, but also on your commitment to homelessness and traveling with us to Phoenix. As you know, there's no better way to go out and see what's going on and to get out there and see it. And we learn a lot on our journeys that we're able to kind of come back and bring it here. So thank you as well. I have a question for Mr. Arndt. With the dollars that we do support the organization, the $50,000, is that earmarked towards certain aspects, or is it just goes towards the general operating fund?
Councilman, again, for the record, Bill Arndt. To answer the question, essentially both. So we have in our contract the services that they'll provide. I think they followed pretty closely Jonathan's presentation as far as what they're providing with the speaker series, with advocating for downtown, and then some specific things supporting our office with economic development. So there's specific things. It's really an advocacy organization, so it's not necessarily quantitative but more qualitative, but that is outlined in the agreement.
Well, I'm looking at it. I didn't see specifically it says that it would be earmarked or it is encumbered for certain aspects. No, I'm not saying that the organization is geared to do the things that you presented, and that's fine, which in essence supports our downtown corridor, which is exactly what we want to do as a downtown, close proximity downtown resident, for a person that had his first office in the 4th and Gas for many years, and just all around. I always say, this is my hood, this is my barrio. So I'm all for it. I just didn't know if it was encumbered to go towards the speaker series or go towards the luncheons or go towards for outreach or travel or what have you. And
So,
it does not specifically say that within the agreement.
Councilor, you're correct. It goes to general operations, but then the organization has committed to providing basically a scope of service, almost like a professional consultant. So we make sure that they do that throughout the year, and we pay the contract on a quarterly basis, and they've done it in the past. We have no reason to believe they won't continue to do it in the future.
I don't have any belief that they will not, and it behooves all of us to continue the mission of what the Downtown Alliance is doing. So onward and upward.
Thank you.
And I really like to thank your board, your total board, everybody that's been involved with this since 2008, and really had seen the issues, but we're so proud. And I'm going to ask Councilman Coffin to make a motion, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will move for approval with this one thing, and that is we hope we can have your support and the members' support, all of them, 78, 108, whatever, at the legislative session starting in 6 weeks, so that we can hopefully raise the money to help address the homeless situation, and then that will be a great start on our budget to fix that. And with that, I do not move to approve item 44.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 44. Please vote and please post. That carries. So glad to have you guys there with us. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, look at us. It's 3 minutes ahead. And so we are on a time certain at 11 o'clock. Is my clock the same? 4 minutes? So do we stand up and take deep breaths for 4 minutes, or can we move on? Let's see, what's our next? 46, we could take 46? We have 4 minutes, let's not waste a minute. Okay, let's go to 46, discussion for possible action to accept the City of Las Vegas Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, CAFR, for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2018. All wards, and Ms. Appleyard, please. You have exactly 3.5 minutes.
We can do it. Good morning, Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance. You have before you our comprehensive annual financial report. We are required by NRS to have this have an audit performed by an independent accounting firm. That firm was Piercy, Bowler, Taylor & Kern, and I have with me the audit partner, Tom Donahue, who wants to make some comments about the audit. I just want to thank Mr. Donahue and his staff for their continued assistance and collaboration as we do this important financial year-end effort.
And thank you, Ms. Appleyard. I disclose that Piercy Bowler has been our accountant, my husband's and mine, for everything we do for 40 years. So with that disclosed, that has nothing to do with your report. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. For the record, Tom Donahue with Piercy, Bowler, Taylor & Kern. As Ms. Appleyard said, I'm the engagement partner on the City of Las Vegas's financial statement audit. I'm pleased to report that the audit is complete. We've issued our unmodified opinion on the city's comprehensive annual financial statements dated December 11th, 2018. That report is unmodified, meaning that we believe, based on the results of the audit, that the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. I'd like to echo what Ms. Appleyard said in terms of the collaboration with staff. We've got a very good working relationship with staff and get full cooperation during the audit. No significant issues were encountered or experienced during the audit. In your materials, you'll have our required communications letter, which contains all the gory details that auditors are required to disclose to governance bodies such as yourself. I won't bore you with going through that letter. I know we have maybe a minute left, but I'd be happy to answer any questions from council in regards to the audit.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Any questions? You have 1 minute if you have one. I would entertain a motion to approve them, please.
Move to approve the CAFR.
Thank you very much. There's a motion coming. There it is. Please vote and please post. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thanks, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Right on time. How's that? Is this a great council? Time certain 11 a.m. Hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a complaint for disciplinary action against Wheel of Gold, Inc., DBA Pandora's Lounge, and Cheng Xiao To, a.k.a. Dora 2, and Frederick Schlingtu, whose place of business is located 608 North Rainbow Boulevard, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada 89107, as holders of tavern license L 16-00188, restricted gaming license number G 01-01152, and coin-operated amusement machines license number G63-00691 for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, but in her absence, we will be deferring, and it will be handled by Councilman Soroka. And so, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is John Curtis. I'm Deputy City Attorney for the City of Las Vegas. We bring this complaint for disciplinary action before the Council this morning against Wheel of Gold, Inc. and Dora Toe, who, as the Mayor has stated, operate under a tavern license and a restricted gaming license in the City of Las Vegas. They've held these licenses since 1987 at 608 North Rainbow. Our complaint alleges 2 incidents of sale of alcoholic beverages to an underage minor, one on September 16, 2017, the other on March 10, 2018. And based upon these violations, we are seeking disciplinary action against the licensee, the business, and the individual. With that, I'll turn it over to Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director, who will outline with more specificity the actual violations that bring us before the Council this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. So Pandora's Lounge has been licensed since 1987 and operated under the name of Chinese Village. The restaurant portion closed in May of 2014 and has just been operating as a tavern with restricted gaming. And on September 16, 2017, Metro conducted an undercover underage liquor operation at Pandora's Lounge due to concerns. During this operation, an underage female was served a beer. The bartender never asked for her identification. The owner of the tavern, Dora Toe, was educated and cited $500 on September 21, 2017 for this incident. And then on March 10, 2018, another undercover operation took place with an undercover male, and again, this underage individual was served a beer. The bartender did not ask him for his identification, and the bartender also allowed the underage male to leave the establishment with the beer bottle in his hand. Over the last 3 years, this establishment has had some compliance issues that mostly stem from poor management. The business license officers have been out to this location over those 3 years at least 17 times and have found numerous violations: staff not having proper work cards, live entertainment not being approved, special events permits not being obtained, business licensing fees being paid or being paid late. The employee lists have not been up to date on at least 5 different occasions when they've been checked. And the last 2 occasions the employee lists were not up to date was October 30th, 2018, and also yesterday, December 18th. Our license officers just learned yesterday that the only key employee on staff no longer works there. Our understanding is that the owners do not live close by to this location. These chronic compliance issues indicate poor management and are a contributing cause to the underage individuals that are being served alcohol. The licensee so far has been fined $830, of which $230 is still outstanding. Additionally, they owe $115 to the city for the closed restaurant license. The Business License Division has brought this matter before City Council as it feels that an additional $500 fine is not enough for the second underage sale. As this is a disciplinary complaint, City Council can take action as they choose, which could include no action, a fine to cover the cost of the enforcement actions, placing conditions on the license, or even revocation of these licenses. I'm not sure if the Toes have arrived yet, but
they are represented by counsel.
They are represented by counsel, Mr. John Lee. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
would like to, if you would introduce yourself, sir, and then speak to this issue.
please. Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Mayor, fellow councilman, my name is John Lee. I'm bar number 1340. I've been retained by Pandora Lounge to be here. I had talked to Mrs. Tu in my office yesterday, and she was well aware of this hearing. She does live in Pahrump. I'm not sure if the travel issues got her to not show up, but I had a short discussion with Mr. Curtis, and
we agreed to, since it's set as a time certain, we should just move forward. On behalf of the applicants, of the licensees, they're well aware of these violations and they understand them and they're willing to take the fines associated to those. Unfortunately, since they have been in business since 1987, they are currently in their retirement years and they have kind of let a lot of the operations go by employee managers. So each time these things occur, they step back in, they try to get it resolved, they get it back in the situation where they're compliant with all the rules and regulations, and they hope to continue. And obviously, they're in the position where they want to maintain their licensee in the event of actually selling and moving on through their retirement. So we have no objection to a violation. Certainly, whatever the violations of fines, they should pay. It's rightful that a licensee, although ignorance of the law is no excuse, they are clearly ignorant in some areas. As they move forward and the regulations have changed from the way they were doing business and all the changes having to do with tavern and restaurant license, they find themselves muddling through it, and unfortunately they get behind the 8 ball. But again, they're here to defer to your discretion and hope that you'll understand their situation, that they would love to just continue, move forward, pay their associated fines, and eventually sell their licensees the way they can.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Question, should there be a revocation on this? It would be to the next owner, and if the property were sold, the license obviously would have to start all over again, a process. It's the individual, not the property, that has the license, correct?
Madam Mayor, so the land use would remain for the tavern and along with the restricted gaming. What's at stake here with the revocation is that the tavern license is a $75,000 asset. So if the license was revoked, they would lose that $75,000 asset.
And as it goes for sale and is sold, the property, what happens to that asset? It's off the board?
Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct. So they could sell the business, meaning all the infrastructure that's inside, the tables, the chairs, the kitchen equipment, and so on and so forth, but they wouldn't have that liquor license to be able to sell. So a new establishment would have to have their own liquor license.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? No? Councilman Soroka, on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentations. I have been in communication through Mayor Pro Tem's staff on this issue, and this is really about protecting our community. This is a very serious issue where there's repeated offenses of serving liquor to minors, and having 17 offenses in the last 3 years is a very significant impact, and it is clear that the owners here have removed themselves or pulled away from their responsibilities of being a business owner with this type of license. Further, with the key personnel not being in place, that is a significant lack of sense of responsibility by the owner, and these are repeated violations of our codes to protect our community. And the fact that there are outstanding fines, they've been fined previously and they failed to pay the fines. We're talking about an owner that is not being a responsible member of our community. Further, we had a time-certain event here today. It's 11 a.m. We made it so that the owner could be here at 11 a.m., and they're not here. They demonstrate, again, the lack of desire and willingness to cooperate with this community. And I think the Mayor Pro Tem, and as a member of this council, I'll speak for myself, I find that inappropriate. I find that irresponsible. So it is, and as you said, they're in their retirement years. This is a $75,000 value to them that they have refused to follow up and be responsible for. So we have the option to revoke the license. We have the option to fine up to $10,000, which would be where this would likely go. But they haven't even paid their previous fines. This is so. And being the parent of a teenager and have had previous teenagers grow up, to have underage children be able to go into an establishment where the parents are counting on the community to support their parenting, and to have this go on is not appropriate. So while I was kicking around the desire here of where we'd like this to go. I can tell you the Mayor Pro Tem staff would like this license revoked. And after hearing the testimony today, full disclosure, had no preconceived notion on this item until hearing how it was going to play out. I think the appropriate move here is to protect our communities to revoke their license. So, Mayor, I would like to move to revoke their license.
Mayor, I just...
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Anthony, please.
I have a question. So, if we revoke the license, then they don't have that $75,000 license any longer, correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
But you could suspend it.
So what does that, what does that mean, we could suspend it?
You can suspend it, and then Mary can speak to this even better than I can, but if you suspended the license, imposed a fine, suspended the license, it would give them an opportunity to sell the license to somebody and retain the land use that they have, and basically get rid of the business while they still have something to sell besides the nuts and bolts and the furniture.
And how long would they have to, it just stays in suspension forever until they sell it? Is that how that works?
6 months, right? We could do that. 6 months. We could go up to 6 months.
So you could go to 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand the revocation. It sounds like, how are these elderly individuals?
Yeah, if I may respond also to Mayor Pro Tem's comments. Granted, everything he said is technically factually correct. There have been 17 violations, but we're really only here for 2 violations for selling liquor to an underage minor. The 17 include a lot of different infractions of which she's cured throughout all the years and all those times. Revocation is really a harsh effect, and understand the council can do what they choose to do, but understand they are in their earlys. I believe they're in their late 60s, if not early 70s. They do live in, well, there she is right now, so she is here. She did do the responsible thing by hiring counsel to have counsel respond specifically to your complaint. She's here to answer any questions if you like about this thing. Certainly, we are looking towards some type of relief from the issue of revocation, because revocation really is the death knell for this. It's kind of hard to, it's kind of a harsh result for a person that's worked all their lives in a certain extent, and we understand if you don't believe that she's a proper guardian of the licensees, that she should have the opportunity to sell those licenses.
Okay, Mr. Lee, I want to thank you, and I understand you have come in, you had trouble getting in, but in order to move this forward, Councilman Soroka has also asked to amend his motion, which I think might give some space here. So if you would, Councilman.
And those were good questions by Councilman Anthony. Thank you for those. I'd like to talk to our city staff here momentarily. There are 3 licenses in question, correct? Can you walk me through those?
Correct. So, Mayor Goodman, to you, through you to Councilman Soroka. So there are 3 licenses. This is a tavern license. That's a $75,000 asset license. There's also a restricted gaming license. Now, the gaming license is something that they actually hold the license for those slot machines. Sometimes it's with the slot route operator. They actually hold that license. Then there's also a coin-operated amusement machine license. Without the tavern license, they cannot have the restricted gaming there because you have to have liquor with gaming. So one of the options also is to suspend the license. We can bring them back before you in 6 months. At that point in time, just suspending it, we would have to take further action whether they were to sell the business or whether we would bring them forward for permanent closure. And we would revoke the license at that time.
Would there also, is there appropriate to consider a fine if you do suspend it as well?
Yes, I would recommend that we also do a fine, if nothing else, to cover the cost of the compliance issues.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, if you'll allow, I'm happy to amend my motion.
Please.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to amend my motion to a 6-month suspension. And point of discussion, the consideration in communication with the staff of Mayor Pro Tem was that a $10,000 fine be considered.
Madam
Right.
Mayor?
I would like there, for the $10,000 fine, we would like that to be, let's see, for Wheel of Gold, DBA Pandora's Lounge, and to the owners, Dora Tu and Frederick Tu individually, and as owners of Wheel of Gold Company, which makes them not just liable to the company, but individually for that fine as well.
And could I ask also, Councilman, time frame for the payment?
And do you have a recommendation?
I would do a recommendation, since we're spending the license for 6 months, that by the time we bring them back before you in 6 months, that fine is paid. And at that time, City Council can make the decision as to take further action and revoke the license permanently, or whether they've sold the business and they have moved on.
And Councilman, I'd like to ask Councilman Creer has a comment.
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So they haven't paid their fines in the past? That's accurate?
Councilman Carrera, we actually checked this morning, so some of the fines have been paid, and some of the fines for their inspection fees have actually not been paid. They actually owe $230, which is still outstanding. When they closed out the restaurant license, part of that went to collections because they hadn't paid that either. So there's $115 sitting in our collection agency that they need to get that taken care of as well.
So that should be included in the conditions for this as well?
That should be included as well, yes.
Right.
That they need to pay all outstanding fines and anything in collections.
And two, can the fines be placed as a lien on the license so that when it does get sold, then it carries, the new owners would have to satisfy the lien that is on the property or on the license?
Yeah. Councilman Carrera, that's an excellent question.
Thank you.
The way it works for business licensing, unlike code enforcement and room tax, we cannot place liens based upon how our laws work. So when our fines go unpaid, they usually end up in the collection agency.
So how do we ensure that we get paid? Let's say they sell this license, they take the money, and they refuse to pay us. They don't own the facility anymore, right? So, and then we're going to send them to collections? What do they care? They haven't paid them before, they're in collections now. Well, you know, next thing you know, they're going to owe $10,000, and they sold this license for whatever they sell it for.
Councilman Carrera, we should probably add another condition on there that before they sell the liquor license, that they pay us the $10,000, because that would be something that we would bring them back before City Council. If their fines are not paid, we could revoke that license.
So in essence, though, the license...
If they sell the license.
So similar to license...
An opportunity to sell the business in the next 6 months, but they need to pay the $10,000 and all outstanding fines.
And the transfer of the license would have to come in front of council anyways to approve the transfer of the license, correct?
Absolutely.
And so
It
we would
will-
not have to, we could not approve the transfer of the license if that fine is not paid as well.
Absolutely. That's exactly what will happen. That transfer of license will need to be before you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for...
Councilman Coffin
I'm
also?
not trying to load up your motion like a Christmas tree, but I do want to say this much. I need to know, is the person standing next to you, counsel, is she the owner? Is that Ms. Toe?
It is.
Well, is she a key employee? Is she a key employee?
Would you have her come to the microphone and announce
I'm
her
sorry.
name, please? Your name, please.
Yes, my name is Cheng To. I own this business for 32 years at the same location, and I have been in business for 44 years. The first 12 years is only the restaurant, and then the next 32 years, the bar, the lounge, and the restaurant together. And after 2008, I have to slash a few employees because of the economy crash. So things are kind of get a little bit out of hand. And so that's why I have, I used to have secretary that pay my bill, do everything. But now I'm the only one who does everything. And I even have to cook in the kitchen. And I try my best, I pay $20,000 license fee, like gaming, city, everything, for how many years? For 32 years. That's $20,000 per month. And I think that I contribute to the development, maybe a little tiny bit of Las Vegas. And I like Las Vegas to be prosper. I like a lot of tourists to come here. So I understand the principle or the code from the licensed business department. They want to keep a good name for Las Vegas. They don't want to serve minor and all that. And I myself is very against underage drinking. I don't drink. I don't gamble. My son don't even come to my bar, and he's 31 years old. You know, I do not like that. But what I'm trying to say, if I can have a chance, I work actually for the city and for my landlord. I don't work for myself. They make more money than I do.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, please.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mrs. Toe. Mary, has she only owned the bar for 2 years?
No, since 1987.
1987.
32
years. I see. I thought I got that impression. So that therefore, the fines that are unpaid have been known to you, and I don't know how many violations we did not catch you on. So I am going to support the councilman's motion. Thank you.
Okay, anything else you would like to add, or restate your motion if you wouldn't mind?
I'm
so
probably
we
going to
know
need a little help, Mayor. Councilman Soroka, may I try to state what I think the motion might be, and that might assist
I would
you?
respect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, suspend the license for 6 months, bring them back within 6 months to the city council. At that time, they have 6 months to sell the license. They must pay all fines assessed by the city council, are being assessed by the council before they can sell the license. $10,000 fine to be assessed against both the business individually and the business owner, Ms. Toe. So $10,000 fine, suspension for 6 months. The matter will be placed back on city council agenda 6 months hence for us to review the license, and all fines must be paid within that 6 month period of time before they can sell.
And ad nauseum, one more question, please. Are they permitted to continue to operate the restaurant part at all?
I don't think they...
Mayor Goodman, they no longer have a restaurant license.
Thank you. Okay, so,
Mayor, I move as stated by City Council.
thank you.
And with one additional, I thought I said it, but Mary caught me and said I did not. They must pay the $10,000 fines before the licenses can be sold.
Yes, sir.
That would be a condition of the suspension. So two $10,000 fines, both fines must be paid before the licenses are sold. The licenses are suspended for 6 months, and we will bring them back for review of the license within 6 months of today.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to approve as stated by
I'm sorry, we're
additional
asking for one
Wait,
$10,000.
wait.
One more.
All right, let's do it one more time with no error.
All right, let's try it
Try
again.
one last time, so we
All
know
right.
what we're voting on.
One $10,000 fine. I thought we were asking for two. I'm sorry. My mistake. This fine must be paid before the business license is sold. The license will be suspended for 6 months. They can sell the license within that time, but we will bring them back before the city council within 6 months for review of this suspended license. All fines must be paid within that 6 months and before the licenses are sold. Thank you.
Mayor, can I add one
Yes,
stipulation, though? In the event we're lucky enough we sell the bar tomorrow, we certainly don't want to stick around for 6 months. Based on this stipulation, if fines have been paid, bar transfer is done, we should technically be done.
I have no problem with that. As long-
Concur.
If the condition of the license sale is payment of the fines, that would be fine, as long as they can show payment. And of course, let's keep this in mind, the person to whom the license is being sold is approved by business licensing and the city council.
Yep, no problem.
Okay. Mr. Lee, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
And do you want to ask your client if yes?
She's okay with it?
Yes. Okay, there's a motion.
There's a motion to approve.
So please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For those who have their folder, the yellow folder, if you want to turn them in to Ms. Campbell up here front, then you don't have to worry that there, anybody else who has this yellow thing want to give it in? Thank you very much. There, do you want to?
No, there's another item in that.
Oh, there is another item. Okay. Okay, we're on to agenda item number 47, and this is discussion for possible action regarding the award of contract number 180399-PH, Co-Location Facilities Agreement, Department of Information Technologies. Award recommended to Switch in the amount of $604,287.91. Where's the penny from? For 3 years of service. Computer Services Internal Service Fund, all wards. And so as we start today, our world traveler, Mr. Sherwood, in your department, I just have to congratulate you on everything that you've been doing for the city and IT. We're so grateful to have you on board and know the exciting things that are occurring in the future under your leadership, and that under, of course, Mr. Scott Adams, but your entire department. It's an exciting time for us, and being one who pleads total ignorance in technology, I'm awed by what you're doing. So without further ado, the floor is yours, and if you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Edward O'Neill. I'm the Purchasing and Contracts Manager for this item. We issued an RFP back on July 23rd for co-location of a data center. To talk about the purpose and the need for the data center, I'm going to introduce Michael Sherwood,
I'm
our
so
fabulous
sorry.
IT director.
Thank you. You're pretty fabulous.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ed, Council, Mayor. Good morning or afternoon. My name is Michael Sherwood, Director of Information Technologies for the City of Las Vegas. The item before you today is a co-location agreement. In no other time in history has the business world and the government world is dependent on technology. Technology to operate its businesses, technology to communicate with one another, technology to be able to improve efficiency and safety. At no other time has safety and security of the data that we possess within our operations been more important. As part of our always ongoing practice to ensure security and safety of our networks, we bring forth to you a co-location agreement. A co-location agreement is a lease of space. What we're looking at doing is keeping our data center here at City Hall, but looking at a secondary location to lease space that provides safety and security, not only for the data, but for the equipment that operates the city on a day-to-day basis. I should probably move my slides along. So why specifically co-location, and what is it going to do for the city? So again, co-location is the leasing of space. Our primary data center here at City Hall will remain here at City Hall. What we are looking at doing is decommissioning our West Yard facility, which would require extensive capital to improve and to have it at a state of readiness that it would allow to continue operations should something happen to this facility. So continuity of operations is extremely important. If this facility should fail, we need to have a secondary location that has the proper power, the proper security to continue our operations in any type of event. Co-location provides that. It also provides different options for efficiency and telecommunications that we rely on. So some of the direct benefits of co-location, again, a cost savings to the city. We're not investing in building a new facility, which would cost a significant amount of money. What we're looking at doing is keeping our facility here, running it as our primary, but then using this secondary location, this leased facility, which is a 3-year term. Basically, it's $200,000 per year for 3 years. That would provide the safety and security and the additional operational pieces that we would need should there be an issue here at City Hall. There's a selection process, as was mentioned. There was an RFP that was produced. The RFP was basically the formation of the RFP was based on Gartner. Gartner is an industry leader in technology. Think of them as the gold standard, or a company that, most like a PricewaterhouseCoopers, would be that auditing firm that's an industry expert. We used their criteria when we went ahead and did our RFP. There were proposals that were received, 9 total proposals were received. There was an internal committee which was made up of individuals from multiple departments within the city, public safety, finance, and IT. The proposals were evaluated and reviewed, and on the next slide here I will show you that the total scoring, so you can see the breadth of proposers on the slide. Switch, which was the selected company, scored the highest. Second was AT&T. One note of distinction, Switch was the highest scored local venue as well. AT&T being second is out of state. It is in Mesa, Arizona. So 2 things to keep in mind. You can see the scoring here in the breadth of companies and the wide disparity of the top 2 with the rest. On the next slide, you can see the 11 categories. I actually have them broken up in multiple slides here. These are the categories that we rated, with the winner to the far right. So we can go, I'm not going to go read every single one. You can see infrastructure, power, security, who actually rated highest in those categories. As we stated, you can see Switch has maintained superiority in the majority of all items, with only coming in second, generally on most of the items that they did not come in first. So AT&T were fire protection and operations. Switch was the second place to those 2. There was additional 3 criteria options, and Switch basically was the highest scored in those 2 options as well. So if we look at Switch as the company that was selected through the RFP process, they currently maintain a tier rating of 4. 4 is the highest. They have their own rating system which tiers it above 4, but for our purposes, what actually is in the business and in the industry, 4 is the highest. They maintain that ranking. They were the strongest provider out of all the ones listed or that submitted proposals. They have a strong customer base within Southern Nevada. Again, keep in mind that what we're doing here, this is a secondary location. This is not the primary location. The primary location remains City Hall. Secondary location would be the co-location center at Switch, if this is approved today. And then finally, this gives you, again, some additional, they're an industry leader, the largest portfolio offerings, meaning we get additional benefits from their ability of economies of scale to buy our long distance lines, to buy other telecommunication services through this vehicle. And they have a worldwide presence, which would allow us to, in the future, if we decided, relocate our data into other locations throughout the world. Although we're not recommending that, they have that capability. Overall, I would just say in closing, to keep this brief, is that the most important things to think about is the data and the safety of our data. Not only the data that we have, but the citizens that entrust us to manage the data. Those are the most important aspects. The other side aspects would be is this agreement does save us the expense of upfront capital of building our own facility. It also gives us a 3-year time span as technology changes. There may not be a long-term need in having a co-location center or a data center here or even within City Hall. Technology is rapidly advancing. So with those 2 items at the end there, I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'd like to, if I might, first of all, I want to thank you. This has been a discussion we've been having with your department and our city manager and our finance manager as well, our chiefs. And so I know it's been very, very thorough, and I've been a thorn, I think, most in your sides. And so I want to thank you for the thoroughness and know that I trust you and that, in fact, always rely on staff for their professional investment in what we're trying to decide up here. And so because this is a huge amount of money, I did prepare a couple of questions. So it's more of some statements which I'd like you to address, and usurping. I think I heard from Councilwoman Fiore, and I'm not sure, maybe everybody else is wonderful. The first and foremost you've addressed. I mean, it's a large amount of money. It's $200,000 a year approximately, but it's over $600,000 barely with a penny. And You know, I think the most important thing, we are entrusted with what is the best use of our dollars all the time. So due diligence, transparency, caution, all of these things, and realizing I might be addressing somebody that's speaking a totally foreign language to me. So that's where the trust comes in with your recommendations to us. But I have to share with you a couple of things. At the U.S. Conference of Mayors over the past 8 years, and most recently over the past 6, as technology has been moving forward, this is a prime conversation piece among mayors. They are terribly concerned about cyber breaches, and I know you are too. So I'm not teaching you anything, you're teaching us, but most specifically me. And so vulnerability in anything, in even a co-location. I do recall about 6 years ago having returned and went immediately to Metro to make sure they had enough co-locations, and I saw them on your list, but that they not only had enough co-locations, because safety is primary, but they also had a mobile unit out there. I take real pride in the fact that this city is a unique place and needs to survive on its own. Just looking at the list of what you presented, can you go back to that slide, please? In my sense and in my mind, and again, this ignorance, I look at all of this, and for some reason, with the largest locator of data that probably, having toured it and so impressed with it, know they have confidentiality agreements with many of those who go ahead and locate there. Were that violation of that facility to occur, I don't want to see our city compromised by that. And so my question more is, and this is lengthy and I'm sorry, but it's so important to me to understand why we don't spend the money and either abandon what we have as our own controlled second co-location or build a new one that we will own and we will control whenever there is a violation. So to me, whether it's man-made and it's flooding everywhere, it's a major earthquake, because I know switches opened up now in northern Nevada where there is a real fault there, and what that connectivity is. So it's what's going on with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and there's a real interest in there this coming January, next month, where we will be back there and able to have these conversations and learn from mistakes that are made. I think I asked you if you would present. We're still waiting to hear on that. But my sense would be needing more information. That one is, to me, so incredibly important. And that we are, the protection for in cyberspace of our data. And when I see all this list, and they go down, I don't want us down. I want us to stand alone. So, you know, my sense is to get another team in, or maybe it's your second one, to come in and take a real hard dollar amount look at the current location in the East Yard that we have. Is that a terrible one? Is it worth our investment to be on our own? I just really know how significant it is that we are able to control our data, and listening to all these mayors all over the country that are having this same issue. So those are my questions, but let's hear from everybody, and if you'll then respond. But knowing I am not trying to put if you were a surgeon, I am not telling you how to operate. I know I don't know how to do that. So these are just questions, and my ultimate answer is going to be, because I want more information, I want you to do even further digging. To me, there's no urgency, and I'd like to defer it to give enough time to February or March or whatever is good. But those are the questions for you, if you would. What happens? Is there an emergency right today any more than something could happen tonight at Switch? So let me start with Councilman Creer, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I'm a big supporter of this for various reasons. One, just the concept of having off-site storage data in a co-located place that is not within our facility, I think, is vitally important. You know, this is a proactive approach instead of waiting for something to happen, and then we go, oh, well, how come we didn't have a co-located site someplace that our data was secure and safe? And if my peers have not visited one of the Switch SuperNaps, they're called, I urge you to take a tour. I believe there's 6 or 7 of them here in Las Vegas alone, and something 7 or 8, 9 or something like that. And each one costs like $1 billion to build. And the level of security that they offer, you know, the security guards that are there are all ex-military. They've all seen combat. It's not just your run-of-the-mill, fill out an application and you go down and get a gun permit and are licensed and come and do this. This is very, very intense. Some of their clients are nations. Some of their clients are military, federal organizations that they deal with that are under super non-disclosure agreements that are there. They handled Fortune 50 companies all over the world. They have gone, and this is not a commercial for Switch, this is just the facts of the matter, that they have these SuperNaps in Italy now and Thailand, I believe, and I mean, there is no possible way that the city of Las Vegas could afford and build an infrastructure to what they've created. And sometimes in life you have to let the experts be the experts in what they do. And I understand that there's a trust factor in whatever we do, right? So we're going to take our data and put it some other place, and that's sensitive stuff in today's age. But if you're going to do that, you might as well do it the best that in the business of doing it. I would have to think, and I don't know this whole industry, I'd have to think that they are the preeminent leader in co-location in the United States. I don't know about the country, I mean around the world, but I got to imagine if they aren't, they're pretty up there. They have, and I've toured it a couple of times. They have never had 1 minute, 1 second, or 2 seconds, or 5 seconds of downtime, like ever, which I don't know who can say that, right? And the technology that they've put into these SuperNaps in order to have the ability to maintain their clients' servers, their racks, their data it's mind-boggling, right? It's like someone came along and said, I'm going to create a smaller document that you can talk to people on and you can search the internet on and you can do all types of things on, right? It's that cutting edge of what they're doing. And I think that it is forward-thinking of us to participate in this co-location of our data, and I'm a big supporter of it. I know $200,000 sounds like a lot, but I think that in the long run, it's probably pretty cheap. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman.
Thank you. So, being on the cutting edge is really fabulous. However, being on the cutting edge, we're going to be in the iCloud here pretty quick, and so I'm not comfortable with spending $600,000 today. I'm not comfortable with a 3-year contract. I would say at least, as our mayor has stated, she's going back at the end of January to the mayors of conference, so we can then hear what the other mayors in the large cities are doing. Because as the iCloud comes in, the iCloud could be up and running in 18 months, and we don't need a 3-year contract, and we're going to be stuck in a 3-year contract, and we've got to pay the $600,000. So maybe we just slow our mojo down just for 30 to 60 days and say, hey, let's take a look at this. Let's listen to other big cities, because being on the cutting edge, and I've toured Switch, and everything you two guys said about it, it's fabulous. They have the biggest, beautiful guns you'll ever see in your life walking into that place. It's a fabulous place. So everything you said, very true. I just don't know if if the city of Las Vegas will need Switch in 3 years with the iCloud coming, and I'm not comfortable going into a contract for that amount of time, nor this was just sold to me yesterday in briefing. So bottom line for me is I need a lot more information. I'm not going to vote on a $600,000 contract today on a one conversation from a yesterday briefing, and I think we need to give some support to knowing what the other big cities and the other mayors are doing, especially because iCloud is coming and we might not need a basement.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor. Not sure I was going to speak, but thanks for calling me on because I do have a couple of questions that I can ask. And maybe I could start with some of the things you mentioned, Your Honor, because there are some things here that trouble me, not in the bid, but in where we are. I don't think it's been stated yet here. And I suppose it just has to be a risk to state during this discussion, but our servers, all our data is in our basement. I'm not sure if we're technically in a floodplain, but we are in an extremely high water table area. Everybody who is downtown knows you have to pump, and we do pump in our building. Now, why it was designed to put all of that precious material in the basement downtown, I have no idea. But we've always known that there's a high water table. So hydrostatic pressure pushes it up whether you have a flood or not. It's coming.
Mayor, I don't know if we need to tell people where our data is stored. I mean, that isn't exactly good security to let everyone know.
Okay, well, if the cat's out of the bag.
I just want you to be careful what you say, because what you say could get people information to do something here at City Hall. So I just want you to be careful.
It's already done.
Very good point.
If I put us at risk, I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. That certainly wouldn't be my intention, but I think anybody that really wanted to know would know that. Anybody wanted to do damage to us, because terrorism, way before floods, was the main concern. And you don't want your data where it's easily accessible. And it even shouldn't be on the ground floor. It ought to be in the second floor or higher. That's just the way it is. Even if it's kind of heavy, you've got to design your building properly. And I have inquired, and our building was designed enough to hold the weight of these things. Granted, they will diminish in size, hopefully, over the years. But so there is good in what the mayor has said. Good thing that the mayor has said, and I believe Councilwoman Fiore has also talked about the cloud, and I would want to know more about that in a second. So let's just say we're capable of damaging ourselves if our sub pumps don't work. I've been thinking about that because I've been looking at it, and the mayor has sent 3 or 4 letters of requests for information to you, Michael, and to Gary Hamling. And so each one of those thoughtful letters has been answered, I believe, correctly, or at least to the best of our abilities. And so I'm comfortable with the answers. I'm even more comfortable with the fact that the mayor asked the questions. The subject of faults come up. We don't know where all the faults are. I wish we did. We are a very earthquake-prone area. We have faults that run right down the boulevard, very close to us. That's why the Sawyer building has been not placed on the boulevard, but immediately, well, a few hundred feet to the east of the boulevard. So there are quake faults, and there's one east on Decatur, and they all run at an angle, but they can slip. And we have very loose alluvial soil here. This I know from my years of experience in playing in the sand. So, you know, that can ricochet all around the valley if there's a failure there. So again, the design was problem, and I think we've been living with this problem a long time, and I'm sorry that we did. This is a cheap way to get out of that problem. At least I think it's very cheap. If we can get everything safe there, it's really not safe here. And I don't see where moving it to the east yard is, with all due respect to Councilwoman Fiore. I don't see how, I've been out at the west yard many times. I don't know how that would be safer, but maybe you could explain how that would work, because those are the things that come to mind anyway, Your Honor, and so I appreciate getting a chance to talk and or ask those questions.
Thank you, and I'm sure you're not the surgeon either. I know you're pretty good at technology.
I ask a lot of questions.
No, and it's good. I mean, I think this is provocative, and this is where we need
So
to
I
be
need
as
answers.
responsible government. So let's go ahead and answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Let me try. You gave me a lot of questions, so let me try to go through here and go through each one. Well, the contract is stated as 3 years. It's an annual contract up to 3 years. We could terminate any point in time on the annual basis. So it's a 3-year contract up to 3 years, with every year being a renewal. So that would
that's
give you
good.
flexibility that we're looking for, that
That's
allows us, because technology changes so quickly, and I think a while back
You
when I
just
came...
got my vote with that one. I mean, that was
Then
so
thank you very much.
simple.
I'll
No,
just-
I mean, I really,
I'll
that
just
makes
continue
me
questions.
feel... I wanted to make a record of the concerns, and it's not the physicalness, it is about cyber attack. And you go for the biggest elephant in the room, you don't tack the mouse, you tack the elephant. So 1 year...
1 year, up to 3 years total.
Right, up to 3.
Up to 3 years.
renewable.
Let me take the next, let
Okay,
me
but
go
could
through...
you wait 1 second? Sorry.
yes, ma'am.
Don't mean to be rude. As something like a contract like this, which is of concern, and because technology is moving so much faster than my mouth, at the end, can we put in the contract that you or whomever would bring it back to council with your recommendations again? Yeah, I mean, let us know what's happening, that you continue to recommend. I don't know how this happens. I'd feel much more comfortable with that because of the speed with which technology works.
You heard the question?
All right, so
I'm going to answer
keep
some of
going.
the,
All right.
Madam Mayor, let me answer some of the other ones, and I have my purchasing
Expert
council
there.
next expert here.
Great.
And he'll sort of try to see, I mean, there's no issue bringing this back on an annual basis for your approval. I would have no trouble with that if that's
Well, the only
allowed
reason
to be.
I have asked that, I sit on quite a few boards, and quite frequently, renewals don't come back to the board or the council for approval. They're just sort of slipped in. Oh, my goodness, we failed to tell you. That happened 3 months ago. It was renewed. So, I mean, I would want this, because of technology, really, at least for us to be briefed on it or something. Okay, so please go on. Sorry.
Edward O'Neill, Purchasing and Contracts Manager. Mayor, the contract actually has a clause in there that it can be terminated at any time. The fees are paid monthly, so it's a 3-year contract and it's paid monthly. The amounts that we would be paying depends on how much we have actually moved over in the deployment time. It's not a set amount, so if we have it's scheduled to have 7 racks. If we only set up a couple of racks in the period of time, we would only pay for those racks. We would not be paying the whole monthly amount until it is fully set up with collaboration with our IT department. At that point in time, the contract, if we deem it to be that we don't need it any longer, we have some language that talks about the termination. It is not a renewable contract annually like most of our contracts. This was one of the other proposals we had that was an annual contract that it would need to come back. So the contract already has termination
Excellent.
language, and
Okay.
it's 60 days. I think we need to inform them.
Okay, could Councilwoman Fiore, did you want to?
Thank you. So it's up to 3 years. So let's say 14th month, we say we're going to the iCloud, we don't need it. Is there a penalty because we didn't use the 3 years, and is it prorated? Or is it at the max, it's $200,000 a year, and, okay. That's better. That's
Madam
better
Mayor,
than 3 years.
oh.
I don't like big commitments like that.
So we have it's a 3-year contract, paid monthly, up to $200,000 per year in services that we wish to obtain. That's the maximum. We cannot go over that. If technology should change in the next 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, anytime up to the 3-year part, we have the ability to move our services. And I can give you a little bit of more comfort to say roughly, probably now, about 20% of our operation is completely cloud-based, meaning it's not at Switch, it's not at a facility that we even own. It's truly outside of the state and wherever those companies house their data.
I'm all for it. Keep going. I'd be curious, too. Anything else in the contract, please?
Yes, Edward O'Neill, for the record. Mayor, it does not say that there is any clause for proration. It just says that we have to give proper notice of a minimum of 45 days.
In writing?
In writing. Of course.
Thank you, thank you. I know, I feel so much better now. You've made my Christmas a better one. Go, keep
Well,
going.
thank you.
Please.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'd be remiss. I did not mention Missy Young here from Switch. She's behind me in the back. She's their Chief Information Officer, so if there are specific questions to Switch,
No.
their representative is here today.
She's the one who toured us, and talk about a brilliant young lady. Just really good to see you, and the tours you give are the best. So keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and sum up the last of the questions here as quickly as I can. One of the things about a co-location facility is that it's our equipment, our data. We own it all. We're responsible for securing it. So it's not the responsibility of the co-location company to secure that data. That responsibility for the city of Las Vegas falls onto me to ensure that the data is safe, it's protected, and has the proper policies and procedures to ensure its safety. As far as looking at building our own facility or increasing a facility such as the West Yard, the cost to do that, if we had a pre-existing building that had minimal improvement work needed, we'd still be looking at a cost of over $2.5 million to put the infrastructure in to make our own facility not even equal to a Tier 4, more like a Tier 2 or Tier 3. Probably a Tier 4 would cost us, and I'm going to give a ballpark figure here, anywhere of $6 to $10 million to build something of that magnitude out. And still probably what we could do locally still probably wouldn't be what these co-location centers, including the one we have chosen, Switch, has the capacity to produce.
Well, because of the contract, the comfort zone, and it makes total sense. Because of the quality of the contract and the options that are in there, to spend that kind of money doesn't make sense, and especially as technology moves so quickly, and it does seem so many of the larger corporations are looking to the cloud in the future. Yes.
Madam Mayor, through you, so Switch is, like, the highest you can go is like that level 4 based off of that rating organization, right? But didn't they create like another tier for them, like a 4
Yes.
gold or 4
yes,
plus?
they
or-
have one. It's on Google. You can go into that. They created their own standards.
There's like a higher standard than what's 4, correct? Is that?
Madam Mayor,
Exactly,
Councilmember
right.
Creer, you're correct. They consider themselves, I believe, a Tier 5 Platinum facility, which is
So do I.
meets and exceeds any
Yeah,
standard
I'm a 10.
currently available by any rating institution.
Right, but it's like a big deal.
It is from a technology perspective, from a technologist or a futurist like myself,
Yeah.
it's a big deal. It means a lot.
Yeah.
As far as rating agencies go, it'd be like saying a bank that's FDIC insured is FDIC Platinum.
Right.
It would be that bank made up that additional layer. They might have additional great things that you value as a customer, but again, the highest rating that I can produce to you or
Those are 4.
let you know that's been rated by third-party agencies is a Tier 4, which this facility is a Tier 4.
Thanks.
Thank you. No, I mean, the answers keep coming. I'd like to hear all of them.
I think I've covered most of the, if there's anything I'm missing, I'd be more than happy to go into
No,
more
and-
detail.
And your your recommendation is to go ahead on this contract, and what would be the timeline of activation?
Madam Mayor, yes, and council members, it would be my recommendation to go ahead and enter into the agreement. We would most likely start right away. We do have some critical needs with currently. This facility is our main facility. The secondary facility I mentioned earlier does not store all of our data. There is some data only stored in this facility. So we would like to quickly and expeditiously, once the holidays pass, move into activating this agreement and start the production of bringing up a secondary location that has a duplication of everything we have, all digital assets across all facilities throughout the city. So we would like to go as quickly as we possibly could. Hopefully, I would say by summer, be completely operational at that secondary center and have the West Yard location decommissioned as a data center.
One last question to you. If in fact there is a facility issue, obviously because it's here and it's not in Phoenix or in Oregon or somewhere else, part of that contract to fix whatever is faulting, is that the city's responsibility, or is that inclusive of the $200,000 up to whatever for their staff to attend to that issue?
Madam Mayor and council members, if I understand the question correctly, anything facility-wise within the switch facility, whether it be electrical or whether it be cooling, is on, just like if you were to lease or rent a home, it would be on the landlord. So I like to think of Switch as our landlord. Now, if a computer system that we own in our rack in that cage fails, then I will be back in front. If I need, then I would be back here, or I would. It's the responsibility of the city to replace that equipment.
Okay.
We're
Thank
basically
you.
just
Thank you.
leasing space.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
enlightening. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and appreciate that, Mayor. And thank you, Michael. We've addressed some things here already, but I just wanted to share this is not a new issue, at least not to me. Within about 30 days of being in office, the similar analysis was presented, and a thorough analysis at the time was done, and we just put it on hold till now. So we've had at least a year and a half since I've been here to review much of this. And just so you know, when we talk about trust, I can share with you, we have the best. I am told by people outside of Southern Nevada, we better do whatever we can to hang on to this man here, Michael Sherwood, because he is techno-savvy and he is leading edge across the country. And so
My friends in Israel would like to have him
Yes.
full time, so forget the United States.
There you go, and it's well known.
But that's enough. I can see his head getting larger. right?
That's good. But trust also, what we have here is a opportunity. We have a challenge with having a backup system capability of my paycheck and your paycheck and everybody's retirement check out there. I think that's really what we're talking about. And we know we had a downtime and we couldn't switch it over to our backup facility quick enough. So we had complete downtime recently this past year. So we know we would have to make a minimum of a $2.5 million investment now just in equipment, not talking about all the other additional ancillary costs such as security, cybersecurity, all those other pieces. Further, because of the speed of growth of technology, this is an important interim step for us. And having come from DoD, where we have the most sophisticated and sensitive cyber systems on Nellis Air Force Base, that's where I first became familiar with Switch. And when we have our most sophisticated and talented people willing to put our backup systems in the hands of an organization like this, I think it steps up. We have many three-letter agencies in our country that depend on Switch, and I'll just say the USA has a lot of confidence in Switch and the pieces there. And further, we have a unique capability here with the Switch, the SuperNAP facility in Southern Nevada, because of our natural disaster, limited natural disaster problems here. In addition, what gave Switch their kickstart was the confluence of 27 fiber optic systems right there underneath Switch, which is how you get the lowest data rates possible because of all the extreme competition, allowing them to work together to give us the best rate for using that as our backup system. As far as the cost, $200,000 a year, considering all the other investment we would make, is actually relatively minor. $600,000 over 3 years to include all the things that come with that protection that we'll go over in just a minute is something that I don't think we could match within our city budget or any budget. So with that, we have the confluence of 27 fiber optic systems there. We have the natural disaster resistance. We have extreme physical security through, as Councilman Creer mentioned, with our military might. We have extreme cybersecurity when they have some of the best intelligence agencies, former military as well, leading their intelligence effort. They have 100% uptime guarantee. They have backup electrical systems, and they have a priority one, I think is what it's called. I don't remember. It's been many years since I've heard the term. That if we have a national crisis, they have the right and authority to obtain fuel from anyone, anytime, in order to keep their generators up because it is considered a national resource. I find this to be a very straightforward and cost-effective solution for us to have a co-located facility, to have continuous and uninterrupted service, unlike we have now, with a minimal investment, and allows us to take advantage of changes in technology as we go forward. And I think it's a wise move for us to do this, and I support. And I was looking at the city manager. I don't know if you wanted to say something earlier there, Scott.
We're good. I think everybody's good on this. I don't think they interrupted.
I would echo what Michael said in the council. I be glad to elaborate but I think I'm going to let it go.
No, you did. When you win all the way around. I think the contract's excellent. I think everybody's satisfied. I'm going to move to accept the agenda item, what are we, 47? Move to accept, and thank you. And thank you, Ed, really, for clarifying what's there. And I must say, when Rob Roy brought that first facility out there by Sunrise Mountain, Enron's building, little did anybody know the magnitude of what that switch would come to be, and it is, for those who haven't had the opportunity to tour it, it's a remarkable facility. So wonderful, and we entrust you, and I've already told you, nobody can take you. You know, my husband has some very old clients. I told you that. So you can't go anywhere.
I won't.
Okay, please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
both. Thank you, team. Appreciate it. So we're on to agenda item 48. Is that correct? Public hearing. Public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding the Master Special Assignments and Fleet and Hydrant Duties Memorandums of Understanding revising the current collective bargaining agreement with the Las Vegas Firefighters Local 1285 pursuant to NRS 288.153 with regard to the 40-hour work assignments on call requirements and compensation assignment of hydrant maintenance. That's $35,000 out of the general fund, reference all wards. This is a public hearing, which I declare open, and good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Scott Adams, City Manager. At the risk of sounding redundant, the state law is pretty clear on this, that the City Manager be the one to come and appear before you and at least initiate this. This item is a public hearing and discussion for your consideration for action on a Master Special Assignments and Fleet and Hydrant Duties Memorandum of Understanding. There's actually a couple. The impact of these MOUs with our firefighters union is about $35,000 a year, and our fire chief, Willie McDonald, is here to answer any questions you might have about this item.
Okay, the best chief in the world is ours. So anybody, any questions here? Boy, is this an easy day. You must be hungry. Look at this, nothing. Any comments?
All I could say is that these are two really important agreements that we've made with our firefighters, greatly beneficial to the organization and the community, so I recommend approval.
And your name is?
Willie McDonald, City Fire Chief. Thank you,
Well,
Mayor.
thank you. We treasure your department, every one of them, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Anthony, I'm going to take a motion, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 48. Please vote and please post. Oh, I forgot. Time out. Public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? Closing public hearing. Now, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Our city clerk is so astute. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, now we move on to agenda item 49, abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding a request for a temporary massage establishment license, LNS Group, LLC, DBA Paradise Massage at 2221 Paradise Road. Gyurong Lee, managing member. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And Ms. McElhone, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Paradise Massage at 2221 Paradise Road is requesting a temporary license today to operate as a massage establishment. An administrative temporary license has been issued, and they have been operating since October 1st of 2018. An initial inspection by license officers has disclosed no concerns. The primary background check on the owner, Gyurong Lee, has been performed with no issues found. The full background check performed by Metro is still pending at this time. However, the Planning Department does still have some concerns since this area of Paradise Road has had issues of prostitution and suspected human trafficking. In January of 2015, at 2120 Paradise Road, a few doors down, a location with a similar name, Paradise Spa, was the subject of a disciplinary complaint due to prostitution, lack of proper management, and concerns over human trafficking. Numerous inspections at the site had disclosed that staff was living there. The license was revoked by City Council at that time. Also close by at 2033 Paradise Road, during an undercover operation on August 8th, 2017, at Sun City Spa, an undercover Metro detective was solicited for prostitution. However, that operation also showed that the staff was unlawfully living at the location with evidence of human trafficking. Additionally, $40,000 in cash was found with stolen goods, suggesting that a money laundering operation was being run out of that location. And that location is now closed. The location before you today is not these locations. This location is 2221 Paradise Road, and it has operated as a reflexology location since 2004 without issues. The business license was closed January 17, 2018, almost a year ago. A new massage establishment special use permit was approved by City Council on May 16, 2018. I'm not sure if the applicant is here, but Mr. Kirk Kennedy is their attorney, and I'm not sure if he'd like to make a statement before we possibly proceed with the recommendation for a condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Good morning, Kirk Kennedy, 815 South Casino Center, and counsel for the applicant. This is one of those cases where I really don't have a lot to say, so I'm sure everybody's very happy. We're willing to follow the recommendation. I would just, it seems like everything's in order. My clients spent a lot of time, effort, and money to get this opportunity. It's in their hands, and as long as they do the right thing and satisfy Nevada law and the city code, I think this business may actually work out, and that's what we're hoping.
Thank
and
you.
so I'd ask you to follow the recommendation. However, it does request a 15-month period before issuance of a permanent license. I'm not sure of the reasoning behind that. I would just ask that you modify that to 6 months, and if they get the permanent license, they're still subject to regulation by the city business licensing, so it's maybe more semantics than anything else, but I ask you to
And
follow
looking at council, I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you so much.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have much quarrel with our report, and I will support most of the recommendations made, Kirk, by our staff. But that area, Paradise, and that stretch, is right up against really nice neighborhoods. And so we have to watch things very closely there. I frankly would like, the policy has been to give a long, like 15-month temporary license, which is usually enough rope to hang someone, hang themselves. But I think I would rather have a shorter leash and have you come back in 6 months. And I doubt that you would object to that, because at least if I move to approve, you'd be all right in that.
Right.
Would that be fair, Mr. Kennedy?
Of course.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move to follow staff recommendation with an amendment, though, to shorten the length of this license to 6 months.
Okay, and that's your motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you, and have a good Christmas.
Oh, my God. All right, agenda item 50, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of appeal of work card denial for Darian Shea, DB at Exhale at 1921 Western Avenue, also in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor. Mary McAlone, Deputy Planning Director. Darian Shea is here today in appeal for a Metro work card denial. She works for as a bud tender at Exhale Marijuana Dispensary in Clark County. She wants to work at another marijuana dispensary by the same owner in the city of Las Vegas, but needs this work card to be able to work there. A work card is not required in Clark County to work at a dispensary. And Metro highly scrutinizes people who work and own dispensaries in the city of Las Vegas. She was arrested in June of 2014 on a stolen vehicle charge, and then again on a separate issue on October 2014 on a burglary charge. The first charge was dismissed as part of the plea to the second case. She was convicted of attempted grand larceny, which is a gross misdemeanor, on October 31st of 2018. She completed her probation with an honorable discharge in June of 2016. She is supported by her employer. Both her and her employer, Angela McCauley, are here today, as well as Metro, if you should have any questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McElhone. Anything, if you'll announce your name and anything you would like to say. Are you representing the applicant here?
Yes, my name is Angelo McCallie. I'm the general manager at Exhale, Nevada, a marijuana dispensary for both Flamingo and the western location. I am also the key employee for the city location that I would like Darian to get approved her Metro badge.
And Darian, do you want to introduce yourself, and is there anything you would like to say?
My name is Darian Shea, and I appreciate you guys giving me this moment to come here and show you guys that I am a new person, and that was not me. I stay at home with my daughter, and that's who my big priority is my daughter, and this is a big opportunity for me to strive with her.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to recuse myself from any further involvement because you are talking about marijuana industry, and I have a son in the business. So I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Coffin at this point, in whose ward this issue is. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome, Angelo. Welcome, Darian. Darian, how do you pronounce it?
Darian.
Darian?
Darian.
Darian, how old are you now?
I'm 23.
23?
Yes.
So these incidents 4 years ago were an interesting patch in your life at age 19.
Yeah, I just turned 18.
Did you have an older boyfriend at that time?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think I know where that's going. Okay. I don't want to know what you weren't caught for as a teen. I think that Angelo speaks well of you. We've had no complaints from your work at the various dispensaries. I don't see any reason to hold you up. I don't have enough background on this case right now in front of me. However, I sense that the rest of the council would also look at you and see a fresh start. So therefore, I will move for...
I have questions as well.
Okay, there are questions.
So, thank you. Thank you. So, so she's applying for a city work card?
Yes, that is correct.
And is there any criminal background that would prevent her from having the criminal background that you had just said, but is there convictions? What's going on, and how does Metro feel about distributing a work card?
Metro, this is a Metro denial. So Metro, what happens with all of our work cards, they are sent to Metro for an investigation, and Metro will undergo the investigation, and they will either issue the work card or deny the work card. In this case, because of the two arrests and the conviction that took place October 31st, 2018, Metro denied the work card. City Council is the appealing body, so in order for them to appeal it, they have to appear before you. And Metro is here if you have some questions for them.
Did you say a conviction this year?
Yes. So she was convicted of attempted grand larceny for a gross misdemeanor on October 31st, 2018. The arrest took place in 2014.
May I say something? Darian Shea for the record. It was actually reduced down to a gross misdemeanor. It was originally a felony, and then I went in there and appealed in front of the judge to reduce it down so it wasn't a felony no more. I have not been in any type of trouble since.
Since 2018?
Since 2014, when I was originally convicted. I have not been in any type of trouble. I just went into court to appeal to them to get it reduced down to a gross misdemeanor.
Can I have the Metro officer talk to me for a minute?
Hello, my name is Sergeant Mark Menzie. I'm with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and I work in the Special Investigations Section. So to explain this, she received the two arrests in 2014. She went on a plea deal. Basically, if she stayed out of trouble for a certain amount of years, that she would receive the gross misdemeanor conviction in 2018. So the actual 2018 conviction actually stems from the 2014 case, and there's two different cases with that, two different felony arrests.
You guys are awfully slow, man. Right, okay, so do you have questions? Yeah.
So I have a question. So why did Metro deny?
It was based off the felony conviction, well, the gross misdemeanor conviction. In the city of Las Vegas, we actually do the work card appeals, and we do the work cards for working in the marijuana business, where the county, they don't. And we appreciate the fact that we're actually allowed to investigate these incidents when they happen in the city of Las Vegas. In the city of Las Vegas, we don't see as many problems with the marijuana dispensaries as we do in the county.
Thank you.
Because we actually screen those applicants. We look for those felony convictions, because we want the right people to be in the business. We don't want the trouble we kind of often see in the county happening in the city of Las Vegas.
But you haven't answered my question. You gave me an answer of what you guys do, but you haven't answered my question of why you denied her application.
It was based off of NRS and city code. There's certain people that can, with the city, that can actually apply for work cards if they don't have a type of criminal history. So with that, we denied the work card based off the criminal history, a felony criminal history.
So you're basing it off a statute that states that she cannot work in the cannabis industry? Is that factual, Mrs. McElhone?
Councilman Carrera, I believe what the city code says is that if there is, it has to do with a felony within 6 years, and that is actually in the City of Las Vegas Municipal Code. So that ends up being the denial on their part, but the City Council does have the ability to overturn that, to...
Right, so I just want to be clear.
Yes, sir.
Does she have or does she not have a felony? Because you can't come into a judge and get it pleaded down to a gross misdemeanor and then treat it as if it's still a felony.
Correct.
Correct?
It's the actual attempt burglary is what the actual the pleading was that she took in 2018. So
Attempted
burglary? It does fall within the city ordinance.
So then you're saying that based off of the 2018 plea that she created and the judgment by the judge still says that she is not qualified based off of our ordinances to have a license to work in a cannabis organization.
That is correct on the city ordinance, but again, the city council does have that option to reverse that depending on what the city council decides.
Right, but technically, she does not qualify to receive a cannabis, to receive a work card to work in a cannabis organization.
Councilman Carrera, if I might jump in here also, Metro does have some latitude on the denial of work cards. It doesn't just have to exactly fit into our City of Las Vegas ordinances. If there's a pattern out there, if there's a lot of problems out there, they may also deny a work card as well. It doesn't have to just be a felony. It could be a series of DUIs. It could be a series of problems, especially if it's like for an ice cream truck, so to speak, and we have concerns with crimes against children. So there's some latitude here that Metro does have.
Okay, and just for the mere fact that you haven't committed any crimes or anything since 2014?
No, I have not.
So I'm still trying to understand how you even get in the middle of these crimes. I mean, they aren't like you stole some bubble gum for 7-Eleven, right? These are not something that you just say, hey, by the way, I happen to get caught up in burglarizing a house and grand larceny and these things, right? These are some things that you say to yourself, okay,
She still looks 19.
I don't know, you case a house, you look into it, you go into it, and you make a concerted effort to go in and burglarize. Like you walking down the street and you said, oh, let's go rob this house, right?
It was definitely a really bad time in my life, but I am no longer that person. I was hanging around the wrong people, doing the wrong things at that moment, and I've learned, and I'm actually very grateful for what I've gone through, because it has made me into the woman that I need to be and to show for my daughter. And that person, those years ago, is not who I am today.
Okay. And you can ask that. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, so especially because of what I just heard. How old is your daughter?
She's 5 years old.
So you had her when you were committing these crimes?
Yes, it was a really bad patch. She wasn't in my custody. I actually gave temporary custody to my godparents.
Okay, and so what I'm hearing from Metro is they have a purview if there's, and I have to tell you, I'm all about second chances. A lot of people that I work with are Hope for Prisoners, and so I get it. But I also, with the marijuana industry and a checkered past, shall we say, and I don't know what you were doing. I don't know. I mean, it takes like my peer said, it takes a lot to case a joint and then actually have the guts to go in and rob it, not knowing if you're not going to get shot by the owner of that house. Okay, so I understand you were in a bad patch, but at the same time, it's concerning me that this was pled down to a gross misdemeanor and Metro still denied your work card. Is there things that we're not knowing up here? That's what I'm concerned with.
It's just, it's behavior during that time, the type of crimes that were committed, and the fact that it's not just a regular business, it's a marijuana distribution, a facility. And again, just what we've seen in the county where there is not as much control as you're here in the city, that we want to kind of keep it that way. We want to keep the amount of danger, the crime that's plaguing the county essentially to happening here in the city. So we take an extra eye on that stuff. We go through everything. We make sure we do a lengthy investigation, and we give everybody a fair shot, and that's why we came up with that decision.
Okay, so, so basically it's 6 years normally, right? That then she would be eligible to work without getting a denial if she kept her nose clean for 6 years?
Councilman Fiore, I should probably ask the city attorney's office to actually look up that part of our code. It's in the work cards, and it could, they can probably read it exactly what it is because I don't have a copy of it in front of me. But what happens with the work cards is that, let's say you decide that you do want to grant her a license. We do have the latitude, we can do a work card specific site, so she can only use that work card at this site. And then we also can do a one-year administrative review. Those are some of the things that we do. But you as the city council have the latitude to grant her the work card today, regardless of what is in our code. Metro, the code directs Metro to do a work card denial under certain circumstances. But like I mentioned earlier, Metro also has the latitude to deny a work card just because they feel that this individual is not the right person to work in a liquor or marijuana establishment.
Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. If questions are done, I will move. I just wanted to say I'm glad that all these questions were answered to the satisfaction of my colleagues here. And also, I want to say thanks, Sergeant Menzies, is it?
Yes, sir.
I want to say I'm very proud of what you're doing, and also Mary and the rest of the folks who are part of this process, because our people moving in here with very large sums of money, trying to get licensed in the city. We know about some, and we hope that we get all the data we need on some, because there's a lot of potential laundering could happen here, and we are stopping it as far as I know in our jurisdiction, and I'm so sorry the county is leaving itself vulnerable for that. I now move for approval. Item 50.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 50. Please vote.
Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification.
Yeah.
I know that the councilman has made a motion for approval, but it's my understanding that we would have some conditions attached to this motion, and I haven't heard what those conditions are.
Did you want to do a
Well, the staff recommendation, I thought that's what we were voting on.
Yes, so this would be with a one-year administrative review, and it would be a worksite specific card.
Thank you, and that is the motion. Thank you. And I think that we don't have to do it again.
Okay.
All right, so clarify, she can't work anywhere else in the city but your location for 1 year, and then she comes back for the one-year review.
That is correct. We'll do a one-year review. At that point in time, we'll check with Metro. If we have not had any issues, then she'll be free to have the work card, and she can work in other locations in the city.
And so we don't need to specifically clarify what those, I mean, if she gets arrested or anything in between there could immediately revoke that work card.
That is correct. We can revoke that work card.
You understand that?
I should say
Yep,
Metro
there's been a
Canada.
motion made, please vote, and then please post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
you.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 51. And I have two cards, Jason Jackson and John Rampo, on this item. All right, discussion for possible action regarding the permanent closure of Shetland Road at Alta, $40,000 Traffic Improvement Capital Project Fund, CPF. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and her alter ego has stepped to the back, and he's back, Councilman Soroka. So please introduce yourself, and let's go.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gina Kendall. I'm the City Traffic Engineer for the City of Las Vegas. I'm here today to discuss the request to permanently close Shetland Road at Alta Drive. This issue was brought to the Traffic Engineering Division about 6 months ago in a response to a petition sent to the City Council's office. The residents in the area expressed concerns of crime and burglaries on their street, and in addition to excessive speeding and high volumes of traffic. Shetland Road is a public street and publicly maintained, and the request is to close Shetland at Alta. So we have to really be careful and give careful consideration when deciding to close off a public street that has been serving as a reasonable means of egress and ingress for decades. So I
Ms.
have
Kendall?
a map here.
Oh, do you? Okay, because I was also knowing that on Palomino there, into which it abuts, if it's closed, that is an access point to the elementary school there.
Yes, the school is off of Palomino. Pinto dead ends to the east.
Right.
Yeah. And this neighborhood is bounded by Alta on the north. On the west side is Campbell, the south side is Charleston, and the east side is Rancho. So we have lots of historical data in this area. This is an older neighborhood. It's been around for 50-plus years. So we had a lot of data just to look at initially, but we went ahead and got data at 8 other locations this year, and that helped us validate the information that we had. So these volumes are very true to what's going on there over the past few years. On Shetland, we have 800 vehicles a day, and on Campbell, you see we have about 2,000 vehicles a day as you get closer to Alta. We also examined the 3-year crash history, and we did not identify any crash trends or safety issues in regards to traffic. We surveyed the residents in the area, and I mapped those results. We sent out about 165 surveys and received 70 responses, which is really high for our surveys. We don't usually get that much feedback. We had 50 people in the area, which I've highlighted in red, that do not support the closure, and the 20 people in green, 20 people that do want that closure.
Gina, could you say those numbers again? I missed them.
Yes, sorry. We sent out 165 and received 70 responses, 50 not in favor of the closure and 20 in favor of the closure. So some issues I'd like you to consider in making your decision today. I have an exhibit here, and I photoshopped a little gate there, just so you understand what it would look like. And this is looking northbound on Shetland. And we want to consider deliveries, UPS, street sweeping, garbage. They don't have a turnaround, and they will be forced to make a 3-point turn here at private driveways, which could result in additional complaints coming into the city. Let's see. Right now, our traffic here is really well distributed. We really discourage tunneling and closing Shetland Road right now because we know that additional traffic is going to go to Campbell and Palomino. And that will be felt by those residents. So in essence, we would be creating collectors on Campbell and Palomino, whereas right now they're 60-foot residential roads and really not meant to be the overall collectors of these neighborhoods. We brought this issue and all these facts to the Traffic and Parking Commission, and they unanimously denied the closure on August 23rd, 2018. So their residents are here today to appeal that decision. Since we don't have any evidence of traffic issues on Shetland Road to warrant the installation of this gate, and we could, if speeding or traffic volumes are an issue, we'd be happy to entertain the idea of speed humps or speed cushions, which we have done on Campbell and Palomino and Pinto. They currently have speed humps on those roads right now because of the speeding and traffic issues that they've had in the past. So the Traffic Engineering Division recommends denial of the road closure, but it was brought to my attention today that the residents who are in favor of this closure are willing to pay for it. So if you do decide to close the road, I respectfully ask that you add a condition or a suggestion that they need to pay for that construction costs.
Thank you. Could you enlighten us as to who made the proposal to go ahead and put up this gate? Where did it come from?
That's a good question. Normally we get a petition that comes to me, but this petition went to the council, Mayor Pro Temp's office, and it was forwarded to me to add it to our Traffic and Parking Commission meeting.
Does Public Works have any, or Mr. Cervantes? Where did this just didn't come out of thin air? Who made the application for the gate in the first place?
Mayor, Jorge Cervantes, for the record, I believe Mr. McDonald was raising his hand. He may have been. Typically, it's a petition that gets submitted that comes to our office with signatures of residents that support that. Usually require at least 10 folks on the street to do the study, initiate it. But in this case, if Mr. McDonald has more information, I haven't seen the petition, so he may be able to help out.
All right, this is an item because we have response here with you, Ms. Kendall. And okay, first we'll hear from you, Councilman Anthony, but love to hear from former Councilman McDonald. And but also, as you can see, to have commentary, I will make it a public hearing, so you can see those who are in favor of this proposal will go there. Those who are against, and we'll just have you make your comments going through, but don't go away.
Okay.
But first, Councilman Anthony, and then Councilman Sorope. This is going to be your item for Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem.
So if the road is closed, a couple of questions. If the road is closed, who owns the road?
Okay, yeah, it still remain a public road that we would maintain. So O&M would have to street sweep the road, which is a concern when you don't have a turnaround, and it would still be maintained as a public road.
Okay, so you said they're willing to pay. What are they paying for?
That was just brought to my attention today, that those who are in favor of the closure or the gate are willing to pay for that. But I haven't.
Pay for what? Pay for what?
Pay for the construction cost of it.
Of what?
The gate.
So this is a gate that would.
Right. I'm sorry. It would be a
open-
fire emergency access gate.
Okay.
At the end of Shetland. So it would look like, yes, I apologize. Yeah, I wasn't clear, and I apologize. There's a gate here, and it would be a fire, we refer to it as a crash gate, but basically the fire or emergency vehicles would come in and snip those locks and be able to get right in. So there would be no issues with security or fire or any emergency services.
So I guess the thought is that nobody would drive down Shetland anymore because they
Right.
can't go through it. So, but they'll pay for the gate, and it's basically a shut gate except for emergency.
And create a cul-de-sac.
Okay, it would create a cul-de-sac. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so let's go ahead with the public hearing, unless there's some clarification points you might want to ask, Councilman
No,
Prince.
I do have some questions, but I'll wait after the public and then
Okay.
come back. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so my biggest concern, where did it come from and why is there a request for this in this neighborhood? So, your name, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Michael McDonald, 840 South Rancho. On behalf of, I'm the president of the Neighborhood Association in this area. Along with me here today is our secretary, Eric King, who's secretary for the area. There's some clarifications before I start the presentation, if we could, please. First of all, Councilman Soroka, I got the memo. Me and you, buddy, on that. Okay, so first of all, Your Honor, this hasn't come out of the air. This has been going on for years. We've been working with Councilwoman Carter-Kanian for the longest time of improving the neighborhood, and many of the residents that live on Shetland and in the neighborhood had a problem. And originally, this was also looked at. Many of the neighborhoods who live in the Pinto area wanted to close the neighborhood off completely, and that was talk about 6 years ago. Many of us were against that because we like our neighborhood. We like to have the continuity of everything. But a couple facts that were talked about. First of all, the survey, I'm the president, and he's the secretary, and many of our neighbors, we never got this survey. So I don't know who you sent it to, or whoever, not you, but whoever they did, I never got anything regarding a survey, and I'm on the mailing list. I go back to the association, so does our secretary. That's one. Two, speed humps, we're not talking about, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about crime. We're not talking about speed. This is the problem we have in our neighborhood. The speed humps, I'm the one that put the speed humps in the neighborhood. We all know about speed humps. That's not an issue. Second of all, the traffic and safety, I called in from Tahoe because I was up there on business. Who was ever running that, I was trying to make the proposal, and they shut me down. I didn't have the full time to even talk about it, discuss it. If you look at the time that was on the area, many people had time to discuss it. I was shut down. Many of our neighbors that are friends of ours, this is a great neighborhood. We're all kind of friends. The ones that were opposing it, who live in Trotter Circle, were against it. One of my dear friends, and I never had a chance to rebut any of his questions right off the bat. So when we start talking about what was done and how it's put together, at that neighborhood, at that meeting, at traffic and parking, it was said, we're going to cul-de-sac this. We're not shutting it off. We still want to have, we work with fire on what they want. They wanted a crash gate and be able to turn around. So the neighbors on both sides was to create, these are, the guys that live there are multimillionaires. They wanted something that's going to be aesthetically pleasing, not only for the neighborhood, but also for the city. So the cul-de-sac and the crash gate would kind of be in the middle. That's what they're looking for, not to shut anything down or take away from the neighborhood whatsoever. So the history of this neighborhood, if you could, can I indulge you for a minute?
Yeah, but I mean, still, where did this come from? Was there one person?
No, ma'am. This has been going on, Your Honor. This has been going on for years. There are several people who live in the neighborhood that have been, the neighborhood's been hit by crime. And every time there's a crime, the way they go out is through Shetland because it empties onto the freeway. We had Mr. Mulaski who was building his...
Onto Charleston.
No, ma'am. This is just the area onto Shetland. This is going on to Alta. So basically, you hit this area, you take a right, you're on a light, and then you're on the freeway. That's been our problem. It's been a study we work with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police on areas of community policing. They've been phenomenal. But the areas keep getting hit time and time again. Burglaries in this neighborhood have been up on the rise. We had a home invasion just as of 3 weeks ago. We had Metro that they burglarized the Michael Jackson house and the one behind it. Broad daylight. Where did they come in out? Right down the neighborhood, right down Shetland. This isn't about dividing a neighborhood, Your Honor. This is
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. To me, the access to Shetland, you come in right or exit onto Charleston. You come onto Shetland right there at Charleston.
Your Honor, Shetland.
And then it abuts into Palomino. Or is that Pinto?
No, ma'am. There's two Shetlands, Your Honor.
Oh, you're on a different Shetland.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry
my
about
bad.
that, Mayor. I can show you.
Okay.
I can show you here. Here's the Shetland you were referring to off of Charleston, and then you get to Palomino, and then it's still Shetland to Alta.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's the one we're talking about.
Okay.
And was your home identified on this map?
Yeah, can you leave the maps up too so we can see?
Sure, absolutely.
So that's the old Bernstein home as we go to Alta?
Yes, ma'am. The Bernstein home's here. This is the Bernstein home.
Yeah.
This was the vacant lot. Used to be Dr. Malone, who passed away.
Yep.
And then you had, let's see, John Hunt's old home. Moran's home.
Mr. McDonald, could you point to where, can you move the microphone?
Sorry.
And point to where that gate would go? That's right up there at the top?
Yes, ma'am, right at the top right here. So what would it be a cul-de-sac here with a crash gate in the middle. So if there was a fire, or fire wants to get through, they could blow right through the crash gate. But up until that point, it would be a cul-de-sac that would allow the old terrible Herbst house, Jerry Herbst's old house.
right.
Okay, Jerry Lewis and Jerry.
Built that,
So that part right there, and that would take from property from here, cul-de-sac it, but right in the middle, we'd have a crash gate. We worked with the fire engineers, kind of proposed something, and they said they wanted a crash gate. It couldn't be a cul-de-sac like it is on Pinto now. Back in the day, Councilman Kaufman, you remember back in the day, Pinto used to go through, and then when they did the, over here, they cul-de-sac that area. That was the 80s.
Sorry, I rode horses.
We have that.
Horse area, grandfathered.
Thank you for this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, can you leave that up, though?
Sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
The other one, so we can, as you're talking, we can go ahead. Now I understand. I couldn't understand it coming from Charleston in to the school,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
up there, it's very, very different.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's 4 exits into this. If this is cul-de-sac, there's 4 other exits in and out of the neighborhood that would come on. We started this back in the day when the previous city councils a long time ago wanted to make Alta 8 lanes rather than the chicane. We came back, chicaned it. Many of you remembered Alta used to be dirt. There was no sidewalks on Alta.
Right. The horses, that's where they all came in, right? I remember.
And that's where we put in sidewalks. We improved Rancho at the time, working with the governor and the state. There was never sidewalks there. So the neighborhood's gone through a lot of transitions.
And then the SID improved Alta
Yes,
to
ma'am.
have it that little...
The chicane, as
Okay.
I said. Then also went into working with Councilwoman Tarkanian. We worked to have a light put in at Palomino and Rancho as the safe route to school. That was when they're coming, most of the, it was flagged early that most of the people that were coming up to the neighborhood were coming up through the medical district, the apartments, and they came up through Palomino. So we put a light in, actually you and this council and Councilwoman Tarkanian put a light in there.
Right.
So we've done everything we could to make sure there was all the consideration with the school, safe route to school, everything went on. This was just a looking at it as it came in. As discussing the traffic on Campbell, Campbell's a half section line street. It's not a feeder street.
Right.
It's not a neighborhood street.
Okay, got it.
This is a neighborhood street. That's a neighborhood street. That's a neighborhood street. So the traffic itself, what we put on, we have houses that date back to the 40s. We've worked extensively with this council to make sure we don't lose it. And Councilman Creer, when we talked about before, we also have in our neighborhood, when you were discussing the old neighborhood on MLK and Washington, we've been going there for years. That was blocked off when they had crime back in the day. They blocked off other entrances to make sure that wasn't in there. We used to go to work out at Coach's Cox gym, so in his garage, Agony's gym. So this isn't something where we're creating something that's never been done before. This is about protecting a neighborhood. The burglaries have been hit. We've had 9 burglaries between the last 2 years. Just last week, Moran's house was almost burglarized. They're out of town. There's all these attempt burglaries that are going on. It's a Christmas season, it keeps happening. But everybody that came in, whether the mail's being stolen, I had my motorcycle trailer and my car hauler told, they all go out Shetland. Everything goes out Shetland, Your Honor. And that's been the problem many of us looked at. Now, I can tell you, we use this, but many of the neighborhoods are willing to sacrifice that we don't lose the continuity of our neighborhood moving forward. We've had cars burglarized, I mentioned before. The car hauler, the mail was a big issue with a lot of the people. Their mail kept getting stolen. That's why they're now going to different, even their locked mailboxes then got stolen. But the key has always been that they exit on to Alta, then hit the freeway and go. Because we've had neighbors that had cameras, that's what they were following. So we worked with Metro. Many of the people that we've been able to assemble, again, we didn't want to close the entire neighborhood off, and that was a sentiment years ago. We like our neighborhood. We would have to close it off, basically segregating ourselves from Palomino. That's not what this is about. We have plenty of neighbors. We are a community that works together. This is just one way to protect ourselves. So I know a lot of people keep keying on traffic. Traffic's not much of an issue. I mean, they do speed. They do run the red light or the stoplight at Shetland and Pinto. We've had cars hit there, we've had neighbors hit there, rabbits, dogs, but in the end of the day, this is about protecting our neighborhood. And it still provides access, working through medical. We worked with the fire department, we worked with the police department, we worked with AMR to see if this would cause us any type of hassle for first responders, and it wouldn't.
You know, looking at this and realizing that Councilwoman's under the weather, and now totally understanding what we're talking about, it made no sense to me coming off the south in Charleston to Shetland, because I'm on the south side, well, further south on Charleston and Rancho. But when you look at the impact, and every single neighborhood's being hit by the homeless situation, it's just, the crime effort is just really strong, and these people that are committing these crimes just watch and they watch, and they communicate with each other, and they know who's home and who's not, and this is really very sophisticated. Because she's not here, we can hear from everybody, but there certainly is a sense of it. So the red piece really is a cry to preserve the beauty of that area, which is why the SID was put in to make Alta slow down,
Yes,
to
ma'am.
make it beautiful. And so, but everything makes sense here. And I'm not sure there's a resolution. This is such a significant piece. And I will go ahead, we're going to go ahead and open this, let everybody make their comments. We're going to limit everybody to 2 minutes with your permission. To make your comments, we're going to collect data. It's up to Councilman Soroka, who has agreed to...
Mayor, if I could,
Yes.
I'll say, I'm happy to, when I do make my motion, I'm not making one yet, I'm open to obeying this for about a month so that we can have the warrior expert here, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Mayor Pro Tem. But I'll tell you what I haven't seen is really justification while it sits there and you can say this. I haven't seen anything to back up your argument from an objective point of view of this is about crime. And I'm not seeing that. So I would expect, when, should we do come back, which I don't know what the council's going to do, but I would like to see, fire here, city engineers here. I would like to see those neighbors here that you say they're going to make these investments. They need to be here and make a commitment and talk about this rather than just talking about we're considering all these things. So I would say while there's a lot of good talk, I haven't seen the homework. And if we had to say it today, I'd be very concerned about moving forward on something like this. I haven't seen any homework, and my understanding is the majority of those calling into the office are opposed, in addition to this survey where I look at the green, and it's only about people wanting to create a cul-de-sac, in my view. I don't know to the level the mayor does of the community, but everybody else that would be concerned about crime is not supporting your contention, sir, and I'm just sharing facts. It doesn't support your notion that this is about crime. It's about something else, it appears. But that's okay, and I'm good with it. So if we delay it, I'm saying what I'd like to see are all those elements, the homework laid out, just like I asked Michael Sherwood to do that, and he did for the co-location of our IT. Do your homework, show me what you've done, and then let the facts sit where they may, because it doesn't support the notion right now and what I'm hearing. But that's okay. We can hear everybody's comment,
I'd like to
what the
respond.
mayor said, and
Yeah,
then
Councilman, if I
we'll
could.
look at it down the future.
First of all, Councilwoman Tarkanian can't vote. She has her daughter lives across the street, so she's abstained from this issue. That's the reason, even if she was here, she couldn't vote out of abundance of caution. The question we also have on this one shows that this does not support it. This woman signed the petition in favor of it. This one signed it, they didn't want it. They want it. So I think...
So you're making the point that the information is not sufficient
That's what I'm saying. I have no problem. We go back.
Yeah.
But I don't know what more you want. Is we have neighbors that are fighting for a neighborhood. We live there. We know what we need. And the people that live along Shetland are the ones that are asking for this. You have people over here to try to circle the sign
That's
against
good.
it. They live in a gated community.
That's good. If we're going to come back, that's all good. I'd love to see it in greater detail. I'll be just one vote, but I'd love to see it in greater detail. And of course, the impact to the other roads that are going to be there, so it's not just one street we're talking about, it's a community. So I'm with you, and I appreciate
Councilman,
you
this
coming
isn't
forward.
about traffic. That's
No,
what I'm
it's
saying.
crime.
It's
And
about, it's good.
I
This
do
is
want to
no
hear
different
from
than Scott
Councilman
Cheney's.
Coffin,
Yeah.
but, and if you'll stay by for
Yes, ma'am.
all of this, what I really do see is it's the vulnerability of where I live too, which is not fence enclosed, no security gate. Same in many of our older neighborhoods that are not, whether it's downtown on 6th and 7th, I mean, crime is an issue for all of us.
Yes, ma'am.
And so there has to be a resolution. So I can see the green, it's obvious the green impact and the crime issue there. And so whether it's, I see it as needing dialogue, even though you've been doing it for 6 years here. There has to be, whether you go into security, rather than put the fence in, let the 40,000 go to having roving security just in that closer neighborhood. There are ideas here, because I was always of the mind we were talking on the south side.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think this discussion and your comment about Councilwoman having her daughter living there, in that green, as a green or as a red, or don't you know?
That's green.
Okay. So I hesitate, and then two, this is December, and I don't know with the crime if something can be done in the interim until we get to the new cycle with new council persons, because Councilwoman is termed out. There will be a new, sadly for us, but good for the who's coming in, as the next council person for Ward 1. And so that person really, having lived in Ward 1, will know something. And so there are just a whole lot of options here. I do want to hear from everybody, but of course, because he sits to my left and will step on my foot or kick me in the ankle if I don't let him speak. So please, Councilman Coffin, go ahead.
Has it been that bad, Your Honor, other than laying on my back for this one? I will definitely be
We won't
erect.
tell anybody what you're doing behind the scenes.
Whoa. Well, I trust that you won't tell any tales. Gina?
Yes.
Michael, I might have one for you, but Gina, thank you, as the engineer. Tell me how wide the right-of-way is on that street. Shetland, what?
On Campbell,
No, Shetland, that's where they want.
it's a 60-foot right-of-way,
How wide?
60,
60, okay.
like a typical residential street.
Right.
And that's what Campbell was designed as, too.
Is there trash
as a
serviced
60-foot.
on the same front, right on the front of the houses?
I can only speculate. I didn't verify that, but usually it comes from the garages, and yes, there are garages that come off of Shetland. Yes.
Did the trash collectors, I guess it's Republic, did they have any objection, or are they aware of this?
No, they're not, and they're not usually made aware of it. They just have to deal with it. That's unfortunate.
If, and that's a publicly
We have-
maintained street, this
Yes.
is, putting a gate on is sort of like closing the street, but not so the taxpayers, don't have to
In the
create
traffic-
more.
yeah, in
And
the
they're gonna
traffic
pay for
world,
the
it's
gate.
closed.
They're going to pay for the gate, so that's good. But what I want to know is approximately, I mean, the turnaround, the backing and turning by a trash truck on one of those little streets with I know it's got a very thin asphalt, because that's the way they were built a long time ago, like my street. So what happens? And they back and fill until they, do you know what happens?
Well, as far as, they just have to make a three-point turn. We don't, we have probably 10 or 12 locations in the city where we have where we've closed off a public road. Most of the time, we put in a cul-de-sac. And from what Mr. McDonald said, that they were considering putting a cul-de-sac there, but that would require additional right-of-way purchase and construction, design and construction of that, if they want to propose something to that.
Thank you,
But-
thank you. I just wanted to make sure, because I know that road surface will not take much of that
Oh, the road
kind of
surface,
stuff.
yes.
So if they're coming by once a week with a heavy truck, well, that's like 2 trucks, because one recycle, one trash. Then also, I don't know about fire equipment. I know the crash gate has been talked about.
Yes.
In practice, though, they don't crash the gates. They try
No.
to open them.
Yes.
And so we want to make sure that there is no excessive delay while they wait for the gates to open, if they work and if they open, and if the homeowners have kept the maintenance up on that gate. So there could be other things, and it's worth a look. Will any of these property owners give up any footage to let us have a little right-of-way to help maybe make a turnaround easier?
They would have to, but they haven't approached me on that. I just heard about it just
Okay,
now.
I think that I've asked enough, and if there is going to be an advance, I would support that until we
Okay,
know.
what I'm going to do at this point, before I invite all the public that's here on this issue, I'm going to ask Jorge Cervantes and Mike Jansen for any input, for clarification for us up here of what you've had, and so we know the total picture before I invite the public up, because you may not have heard everything, so.
And one more thing, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I won't kick you in the knee. I just want to say to Michael McDonald, you don't tell a member of the council that they have to abstain. You don't do that. That's up to them and the council here. And I don't think you mean that as a direct slam at the councilwoman and her ethics, but, you know, we got to be careful about that. We don't tell people how to vote. Thank
It's
you.
okay, it's okay. We can go ahead, let's hear the information. Yes, I know, that's true. Okay, please.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the City Council, Mike Jansen, Public Works. A little bit of background on this. This is a neighborhood that over the years we have worked to address a lot of speeding concerns, as Mr. McDonald and Gina Kendall mentioned, on Pinto, on Campbell, that had speed humps over the years. And this particular issue, some of the area residents had reached out to Mayor Pro Tem and inquired about the possibility of putting in a gate at this location. And so when we heard those requests, what we recommended to Councilwoman Tarkanian was that we would do a neighborhood survey, and that's the survey that Gina referred to, where we said if there was a gate installed here, these are the area residents who are going to probably have concerns or be positive for it. And we did get a pretty good response from the residents, and it was more, the unique part, I guess, on this is in the past, most of the requests were very specific to speeding and traffic. This one, I think the way we interpreted from the responses we got from Mayor Pro Tem was that it was a mixture of speeding and traffic, but also concerns about crime. And so we felt the best way to hear from the area residents was that larger survey. And again, that's kind of the information we have. And along the way, the residents who were in support of it made a commitment to Mayor Pro Tem that if it's approved, they would be willing to fund the gate, which is also a unique aspect of this particular situation.
Okay, the only other thing I would add to this, and I'm going to open it up to the public, you know, it's a very interesting thing. It's when there's a hole in the dam and you put your finger in the hole, the pressure behind it is so strong they'll find another place and it'll pop out. So you put a gate up here, and I'm just looking at this. I had no idea what this was until just now. But it would seem to me they're still going to they'll find another way, climb over walls, come in down Pinto and come up the back way. So the main thing, whatever we come to fix the problem of the crime, and it may be, again, whether it's private security or not, or whether it's more of a gate. I know at the Scotch 80s we talk at a huge expense to fence in the whole area. And if somebody wants in, they're going to get in. That's the biggest problem. That's a society in which we live today. And so the issue is, it's real. It is real. And there's no part of this entire southern Nevada that you can go where this is not a big piece of an issue. It's safety first, safety first, safety first. Everything that we do looks at safety first, and then health, and then so on down the line. So hopefully with this, and as we go forward with it, a resolution, it's very clear. I mean, you can see, I would guarantee you, without having spoken to anybody except right now, that if you went to Metro and checked the crime, all those green areas, so those are the houses that are being hit because, as what you said, or Mr. McDonald said, the ease of getting out of the neighborhood quickly with whatever they've taken. So this is something that has to be fixed. And how we go about it has to include our public works and has to include the law enforcement, fire, trash, everything else that Councilman Soroka put up. So let's do this right now. Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Anything you wanted to add to this, Mr. Cervantes?
No, Mayor, as Mr. Jansen indicated, this has been an ongoing issue for years of some of the residents, not just in this area, but some of the neighborhoods, concerned about speed and other items, and so what he said was correct.
Okay, thank you. So let's do this, and only because of time, and you all have lives you're living, and I don't think we're going to solve this today. Maybe we are. If you are in favor of this, what are we calling it?
Street closure, permanent street
If you're in
closure.
favor of the street closure, please go over there, and if you get in line, we'll give everybody 2 minutes. I'd love to give you more, but it's the holiday season, so 2 minutes is good. And if you're against it, if you are against the gate closure, then please get in this line. And if in fact you represent another person, you can have their 2 minutes, within reason. Please don't get 10 people, but 2. And if you can, if you'll pay attention to what they're saying so that we aren't repetitive of the same concerns, because I think we understand what's on the table now. And just to make sure, we have Mary Jo Disbennett, we have Jason Jackson, we have Brian Plaster, we have John Rampo, and we have Ken Vorsimer. And there may be others. You don't have to have submitted a card. So if you will say your name for the record, and if there's anybody pro, you can just go right to the microphone, and we'll start with you, sir. The pros belong on this side, the cons on this side. Okay, sir.
Hi,
Thank you.
my name's John Rando. I live at 600 Campbell. I've lived there 43 years. In fact, I've been in Vegas long enough to know Oscar Goodman before Oscar Goodman was Oscar Goodman.
Wow.
I'm that old. The neighborhood is there's over 70% against this idea. The Park Commission has already rejected it. As far as the safety issue goes, what happens if the gate doesn't work? Oh, it's a crash gate. I've been in the movie business. Let me tell you something. All those gates they crash through on TV, they're broken. We break them up so nothing bad happens. So now the person who has a stroke at the corner of Pinto and Shetland right there, every second counts. So now this ambulance can't get through that area. So what's he do? He has to go all the way up to Campbell, all the way down Palomino to get there. You're looking at the difference between somebody having a permanent impairment versus temporary impairment, just on that alone. The traffic flow and congestion on Campbell is not great now. You go there on any school day, and people going to Wasden and Our Lady, there's kids that have to be picked up. I understand that. But now you close off Shetland. A lot of them go from Shetland right to Wasden, and they are increasing the size of Wasden now. You think it's going to be a jam then now? It'll be even worse then. If you look at the desire of the neighborhood and the overall consensus is not to do this, it's a no-brainer. There's some people that say they have a problem with crime. Well, it's easy to take care of those problems. I live on Campbell. I've taken care of those problems. You can take care of them. The only problem I have now is with the coyotes, and that's it. You can put in cameras, you can put up a small gate. You'd be surprised what thieves are really lazy. Now, if somebody in the council can help me get the coyote to quit jumping over my 6-foot fence and I can have it raised a little bit more, it'd be fine.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. And his first name was John Rambo.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Ken Vorsimer. I live on Palomino. I've moved here about 7 years ago, and I've tried to be active in the community association that we have at Equestrian Estates. Since I've been here, there have been many, many complaints about the traffic, not the security of being robbed. And we've asked for all kinds of things, from speed bumps, especially the people who live in that little green corridor of we want protection. They've been complaining about speed for the last 5 years, not for about protection and robberies. But what happens is everybody comes to Palomino and to Campbell. Palomino is really a speed trap, especially before and after school. So you've got the people who go to, the kids who walk along Palomino to get to Wasden, and there's lots of traffic. They don't come down the Shetland. I don't know why Shetland has to be closed off. There's a stop sign on every corner on Shetland. So the speed should not be a problem. And I think that people address this in the community meetings that we've had. But this is just, everything is going to go on Palomino. And I really don't want all that traffic on Palomino. I don't know what's going to happen to Pinto, because half of those streets are closed, going towards Rancho. So Palomino and Campbell are going to suffer terribly from this closure, and you have to go around any place you want to go. That's all I really had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, could we have him spell his last name, please?
I have his card, and
That's perfect
and
then,
it was,
thanks.
and also the prior gentleman was Rampo, not Rambo. Ms. Campbell, please, those two. Yes, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Mary Jo Disbennett. I live at 844 Trotter Circle, and I agree with everyone's statements, including yours, Mayor Goodman, about sticking your finger in the dike and what's going to happen. You know, you can close off a road, but then what happens next? It's a small community, small neighborhood. We don't have a lot of access. That's my main concern. I walk my children to school. They go to Our Lady. We walk up Shetland every single day, except when it's super cold and Eileen's backpack is too heavy. But generally, we walk. So that's really where I'm coming from. I love the neighborhood. I think we have a wonderful gem in the downtown city of Las Vegas, and I've lived here since '97. I'm very proud to be here, but I do want to preserve the open feel of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi there.
Hello. My name is Bonnie Barberini. I live at 2951 Pinto Lane. I've lived there for 20 years. I love our community. I'm concerned about traffic because when we've had closures on Alta, we've had a ton of traffic come down Pinto. And I think that nobody knows what kind of traffic it's going to create on Pinto and on Campbell and on Palomino at this point. And I haven't been presented with any evidence that the people who are committing the crimes are exiting out of Shetland going north. I mean, I don't know, are they going the other way on Shetland? Are they going up Pinto and out onto Campbell and down on Alta and then out? I don't have any evidence of that happening. What I would love to see is temporary. Put up a temporary blockade. Let the neighborhood think about that, live with it, feel it. Come back again in 6 months. If we love it, let's do it. If we hate it, then we didn't spend the money for nothing.
Good idea.
Thank you.
See how important it is to have these meetings where you get ideas.
Hello.
Hi there.
Brian Plaster, 2694 Palomino Lane. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for your time today. However, the fact that we are all here is utterly ridiculous. The neighborhood does not want this gate. The Traffic Commission denied this request based upon the overwhelming response of the neighbors to this preposterous request. Everything Councilman Soroka asked for previously was discussed at the Traffic Commission meeting, including fire and all other players involved. There's no reason to ruin the whole neighborhood, including the commute for all the kids going to Wasden and Our Lady for the benefit of just a few folks. Please do not obey this item and waste the citizens' time again. We've all spent a significant amount of time, both at the previous meeting and coming to this and at the neighborhood meetings. We don't want this gate. The neighbors don't want it, and it will be horrible for our traffic. It will ruin our neighborhood. Everyone will stack on Palomino, and Palomino will become a nightmare. Same thing for Campbell. Property values on Palomino will plummet, while the houses on Pinto will increase in value. That is why, when school gets out, Palomino will be a nightmare every single day. And I think that this is just not good for our neighborhood. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Jason Jackson, 720 Campbell. Two-thirds, or 71% actually, of the residents that have responded to the survey that was sent out do not want this road closure. When I went to the Traffic Parking Commission, there were several that, like, I want this, but only if I can get the gate to go in and out, and that can't happen. So if you add them to that number jumps up to nearly 80%. Again, reiterating both the Traffic Parking Commission voted against it unanimously. Gates do not solve crimes. One of the commissioners there said, hey, I live in a gated community. I have been robbed. Closing roads is not a substitute for enforcement. As stated by the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Community-Oriented Policing Studies, and it's a study on closing streets and alleys to reduce crimes. On locations that had been closed in an attempt to reduce crimes, many of the cities had gone back to remove the closures because of the burden placed on the communities. Let's look at D Street. That was closed. We ended up having to reopen it because of the community. A strong community watch with the installation of cameras installed on streetlights is a possible solution for this massive crime wave. This is being done around the city using Wi-Fi, and it will not affect or isolate our community. Speeds can be reduced with the installation of speed cushions for half the cost of this gate. Wasden Elementary, which is on Palomino, will be expanding. They're going to have more students, which means more to and from traffic utilizing Campbell, Palomino, Shetland. And if Shetland's closed, if you're coming from the north, you're going to come down Campbell, drop your kid off, go up Shetland, down Pinto. So all that traffic, 800 some odd cars, are now going to go on Pinto. Right now, Pinto's a quiet street. You can walk in the middle of the street most days without anything occurring. Now it's going to be more or less a freeway.
Thank you, sir. That's 2 minutes. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Mr. McDonald, you want to come back up, or any other comments to add? And I mean, I've heard some good, oh, I'm so sorry. Your name, please?
Yvonne Koo.
Okay.
I live on Campbell 720, and I've been there since 2014. And my kids and I, we walk around the neighborhood. Of course, we like to, but of course, the main issue is there are 2 schools in the neighborhood. And the main thing is it gets pretty busy during the school period, like mornings, because people are dropping them off at the Catholic school. And then in the afternoon, it's almost impossible to go down Palomino to go to Smith's because of the pickup. But I know that with the new school, they're going to tear it down and rebuild it. So if it's a primary one, I mean, till 6th grade, right? So if we have, let's say, 50 kids in addition for each grade, that would be like 600 students, right? So the traffic count today is not the same as later. It's going to be worse. And it's going to be more, it's harder for us to live there. I mean, with so much traffic. And the shut off, if you shut the road off, we'll have more congestion. I don't know if you guys been down Campbell, but that's the first street that anybody canvasses go to. And I mean, if you have anybody knock on your door, we have so many people knocking on our door to the point where, like, if somebody knocks on our door, all of the neighbors are like freaked out. I don't know if you guys live in any other neighborhood that has that kind of experience, but that area, everybody is afraid. I'm just saying.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, Your Honor. First thing, I want to thank Councilman Kaufman. We discussed on the side, and I correct my vocabulary. In discussing with Councilwoman Tarkanian, she said she was going to abstain on behalf of her daughter lives there. So Councilman Kaufman was 100% correct. But on just discussing this, Your Honor, this is something, this is Eric King, Secretary for Neighborhood Association. He also didn't get, I guess, the survey. I don't know. But there's, you know, coming back to what Councilman Soroka said, that's what you want, more information. We'll come back with a map color just like this as well, impacting this neighborhood. And, you know, the data you want, we can parade a bunch of neighbors in, but they sent me down here. This isn't the Michael McDonald idea. This is something we're working on for 6 years, trying to keep this neighborhood afloat. But this is something, if you look at, and Councilman, just for the history of the neighborhood, I don't know if you're aware of it, but neighborhood, the areas in the neighborhood that were closed was Rancho Circle. Scott's 80s did partial, so we're kind of doing the same thing Scott's 80s did. Rancho, east of Rancho Circle, they closed it off there. The neighborhood is Sahara and Rancho, closed it off there. Rancho Nevada, where there's a councilwoman and people live, that's closed off. Rancho Bel Air obviously was built closed. Neighborhood just at Charles, just above ours, where there was access off where AAA used to be. They put a gate there. They closed that off. That was done like 2 years ago. The Masonic Temple and the the First Charleston Church, which was east. They cul-de-sac that back in the day. So this isn't, like I said before, Your Honor, for people that have had a history in this neighborhood, they know that this isn't something we're just trying to fight with. As far as fighting, I don't know anybody who's not going to fight for their neighborhood. And the access of when you see everything going down, I don't know if you want video footage or something, but we got people going through mailboxes, and they're exiting on Shetland. When they stole my trailers, exit on Shetland. And that's no big deal. Mine were done years ago. That was like 3 or 4 years ago when they stole mine. So this isn't a current situation, but it's getting worse by the minute.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I mean, the more I'm hearing and the more I'm thinking of what we heard earlier today about technology and knowing that our 4 children all have their houses, they took things from Costco or Home Depot, wherever, and they can monitor the action in their houses by their cell phones all the time. I would like to, and I give this to Councilman Soroka. I thought his request, but listening to Mr. Plaster, that all these studies have been undertaken, and can you validate that, Mr. Jansen, that you have these various studies, not to question the veracity of what Mr. Plaster said, but do you, all those things that have been studied, you have them?
Mayor Goodman, Mike Jansen, Public Works Director. Related to some of the questions that were answered, we did quite a bit of traffic-related study. We don't have crime data, such as what Mr. McDonald mentioned, but I think what made this request unique was that it's an area that for many years we have done a lot of work on many of the surrounding streets, but the main push on this particular case was the crime side of it, as opposed to traditionally from a traffic improvement standpoint, the gates have usually gone up because of cut-through traffic, and so that was really the unique part. So I think we would be supportive of whatever next step you'd like. Certainly the recommendation from one of the citizens that was here of doing a temporary, we had not had that item come up in any of the previous neighborhood meetings or the Traffic and Parking Commission, and that might be one way for everyone to just take another look at what the effects might be. And so again, I'd be happy to address any other questions you might have.
Yes, but knowing how we closed off in our neighborhood, and it's been a real pain. I can't tell you, you can't get in and out except going onto Charleston or Rancho. We're closed in, we can't get out of Martin Luther King or in it there. We can't come in from Okie. It's really been, plus we have short-term rental. I mean, we've had so many issues there. So my question is, because of technology, the street lights in the neighborhood in that particular impacted area, the green area, if you can pull that little picture up a little bit more. There's one with the red, yeah, that one. In that area that's particularly green, what I know, our neighborhood's pretty dark unless the people have lit up their own properties. The street lights, is there any way that through our details and things, one, that we can mount cameras and on a temporary basis? I know we have some in the Scotch 80, or at least one in the Scotch 80 area. Can we, and so that that could come back down, but wherever those light poles are, especially right at the point that the arrow points to, and in that particularly green area, can we monitor if we put cameras up there to catch people, to catch license places, or is that an enormous cost?
Mayor, first to answer your question, this particular neighborhood, I think what makes this neighborhood unique and historic is there's almost no streetlights in this neighborhood. However, right at the corner of Shetland and Alta, there is a streetlight, and so if we wanted to utilize a camera to do some additional traffic study work, we've done that over the years. We could collect some additional data, and we'd be happy to do that to kind of further evaluate some of the feedback that we've heard today.
Well, I'm thinking more not the traffic so much as the crime. And so if these cameras are good enough, well, maybe to catch the license plate, but catch visuals and be able to identify, and so we get Metro included there or city marshals, I don't know. But a couple of these things are a couple of possibilities, because obviously with the big pushback from the interior of the neighborhood, you certainly are sympathetic to understanding that. But then the crime issue, which is maybe it's something, a pilot program that we could try right there on that green area. If you could go out and have your team make an assessment of the area, then we would have to resurvey the green area and say, would you allow for cameras to be there? And maybe we could get started doing something like that. So we're sort of not harming those who don't want it, but yet we're being proactive about crime.
Yes, sir. And also, thank you, Your Honor. Also, Bonnie mentioned the partial closure, coupled with that. The one issue, Your Honor, you can sell this neighborhood. It's a good neighborhood. It's a tight neighborhood. We have a great association. All the comments are positive, with the exception of one individual that, spewing some stuff. But overall, you see that this is a great neighborhood in the sense of personalities. And, there's some question, like I said before, like, that's a yes, that's a yes, that's a yes. So, we just have to, we'll do our homework if that's what Councilman wants on that issue, but taking some other issues of using the camera, I mean, we talked about, and your staff has been phenomenal. Phenomenal. And maybe a partial closure.
And well, maybe to try that. So, and maybe to ask the staff to continue on with the study with this.
Right, that was going to be my question of Mike. Do you need city council approval to proceed to have these discussions and put cameras up? I would think you could work with Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian and Mr. McDonald to come up with these. This is part of doing the homework that I was suggesting. Do you need our approval, or should we just direct you to work together with the Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. McDonald to pursue these analysis?
They really have.
Councilman Soroka, to answer your question, so historically, we've done camera work. Oftentimes, again, the unique part is it's been focused on collecting the traffic aspect, but we've also worked on some neighborhoods with Metro where there has been some cameras used for collecting data. And so what I would recommend is we could circle back with Metro and discuss how might we go about taking a closer look at these concerns related to crime, actually capture some of the crime data, and collect some more information so that we would be able to be answering your questions a little bit better related to that crime.
And I like that. I wouldn't think Mayor Pro Tem would have to recuse herself from that kind of work. Just this crash gate sounds like that's very too close to her, but to solve crime in a neighborhood sounds like something she could take the lead on and champion along with you and Mr. McDonald. Does that sound right, Mayor?
Well, I think, I mean, the thing is, I think it's workable. It's very definitely, you see the issue. It's so clear. And so just knowing what my kids are able to do, my children are able to see and change the heat in their houses, and they know what's going on outside the house and inside the house at any time of day. And so what is the best? I'd ask you to work with Mr. Sherwood too, and see if we can get some suggestions. The very last thing is a roving security, which is costly, but it is a monthly charge to the whole neighborhood, which we used to do back in the 80s. We had roving security in many of these neighborhoods, private security companies that would just circle the neighborhood and have the power to report and get something attended to. So I think there are ways to help this without having to create, and maybe the idea from the lady in red with a temporary, and see how that works. Good ideas. I mean, it comes from the people. We are the people. So I don't know what you do with this then. Do you table it? Do you strike it? Do you keep this work in action and let's address this? Don't let it fall off our sight path.
Yeah, I think, what do you, this is what I'm considering here to help. We can obey it 30 days, and then in the meantime, the folks, Mr. McDonald, because I'm a big advocate of neighborhoods and taking care of our people, 100%. So sit down with our experts, see what kind of studies and other kind of things can be done. I would really like to see, if it is a crime-related, to have a crime expert to be part of your team and do the analysis, working with Metro, and then if we're going to do things with road, even a temporary solution would require us to understand all the implications of that and how we're going to work around that, because as it stands right now, I agree with you, our staff is excellent, but they have recommended denial of this. But out of respect for trying to find a solution, I think in abeyance, and if we don't have all the answers in 30 days, you can talk to Mayor Pro Tem and say, hey, let's just delay it again, because we want to help you find a solution that works for the community. And does that sound agreeable to you?
Yeah, Councilman, definitely. I appreciate everybody's time, and sorry it takes so long.
No, it's important.
On that, that's not an issue. We'll find whatever we can. Again, this is a very tight neighborhood, and that's something we want to make sure. Not this staff, but I don't always rely too much on staff. They wanted to make Alta 8 lanes, so there's a lot of times when you're fighting for a neighborhood, what makes sense doesn't make sense to the neighborhood. So yeah, no, this is an issue. However, working with the mayor.
Thank you.
Council.
I think this is the way to go. We know we can help, and so do you want to put that in the form of a motion, please?
Yes, ma'am. I move to obey this 30 days on, what's the item number? I have the...
51.
I move to obey item 51 for 30 days.
And in the interim, having staff work, investigate lighting, talking to neighbors in those green areas to let's see what there is, and then maybe at the part of it, try a week's coning or whatever you do to see how it works, or 2 weeks, whatever, but letting the neighbors know if that's all right.
And for everybody's information, that would be council meeting on January 16, Wednesday, January 16. So that's my motion, and I really appreciate the conversation. It's all new to us, so please come by and see us in our offices if there's more stuff you need for us to
Could I
understand.
do one thing before we actually vote on it? What's the next meeting after January 16th?
Good question. What do you think, Mayor? Is it because of the holidays?
Yes.
You think maybe the February one's better?
Yes.
Your Honor?
Would you be okay with that, sir?
And Councilman, we would. Look, we've been doing this for 6 years. Just like I said, this isn't
2 weeks?
you can put it in late February, March if you want, however you want to do it. That's
Well,
fine.
let's not put it too far out. What was that date, Luann? How about February 6th? Move to obey to February 6th.
Because his team may be on vacation all
Yeah,
next
give
week,
yourselves a
so.
break. But, all right, so that's my motion, Mayor. Thank you for
All right,
that, Mayor.
there's a motion for
Motion for
February
February 6th.
There's a motion to obey to February 6th.
Thank you, everybody.
And you're not allowed to go on vacation. And please post, and that motion carries.
Thank you. Merry
Thank
Christmas,
you.
everybody. Happy New Year.
Merry
Thank you.
Christmas, Happy New Year.
And love the tie, spread the cheer.
Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir.
Okay, we are trailing, well, it's after 1, I guess, we might as well
Mayor,
do it. Yeah.
Mayor Jorge Cervantes over here.
Yes.
Staff had asked for this to be trail, Mayor, because our attorney representing this had some subpoenas this morning, some depositions, but they're here today, so if you don't mind, we could hear it as regularly scheduled, so we can move forward with it.
Okay. Well, my thing is, if you'll all look in your little agenda books, and you'll see this is 52, then we have 53, then we have one bill for this, and then the other ones are at a later meeting. New bills, no comments, so it's just read them. And then we're at lunch. Can you hold on, or are you dying? No. Give me a guess, City Clerk.
30 minutes, we'll talk fast.
And then you'll have a whole 30 minutes break, maybe even 35 minutes. Okay. So if everybody's all right, let's hope that all of our agenda items right now, this is agenda item 52, and it's R66-2018, discussion for possible action to approve a resolution regarding the negotiation of agreements for the rental of city property for the construction, installation, maintenance of telecommunication facilities by providers of telecommunication services, by companies that entitle, construct, and provide telecommunications infrastructure for telecommunications providers, all wards. So, Mr. Cervantes. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gina Bishop, franchise analyst for the record. The item before you is a resolution in response to the September 26th FCC order regarding broadband infrastructure deployment. The FCC order preempts certain aspects of local regulatory authority over small wireless facilities, but permits local governments to regulate aesthetic requirements if those requirements are published in advance. To address these new regulations, the resolution also contains a form agreement to be used when negotiating the attachment of telecommunications equipment to public property, including small wireless facilities, in the city's rights-of-way and on city-owned structures, and the costs associated with those attachments. The form agreement will streamline the city's application process, making it simpler and easier to deploy the latest wireless technology within the city of Las Vegas. Deputy City Attorney Jim Lewis is also here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And what is staff's recommendation, Mr. Lewis? Or would you, Ms. Bishop, tell us what is staff's recommendation?
Yes, staff recommends approval of this resolution.
Okay. Any comments here? I'm going to move to approve. There's a motion to approve Agenda 52. Please vote. And please post. There are 4 of us. Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So when Councilman Creer is hungry...
Can I lay down?
No, you may not.
Can I lay down?
Okay, folks, we're moving right along here. Agenda item 53, please. R67-2018, public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing the issuance of City General Obligation Limited Tax Medium-Term Bond Strong Start Academy, Series 2019B, and reimbursement of prior expenditures from bond proceeds and execution delivery of documents relating thereto in the amount not to exceed $7 million, multipurpose special revenue fund, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And I'm also going to read and open agenda item 41 for possible action to approve RDA education set-aside funding to construct the Strong Start Academy at Wardell Pre-K, which will be located within the Southern Nevada Housing Authority facility near Wardell Street, Bonanza Road, for the purposes of increasing comprehensive community services. $7 million, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. These items are public hearing, and I declare them open. And let me see if I have anybody. So, at this point, guess who's back?
Vinetta Appleyard, Director of Finance. The public hearing and resolution of intent is to issue general obligation bonds, medium-term bonds, for the purpose of constructing the Strong Start Academy at Warsden. And what we are recommending, it's a 10-year amortization. It'll be repaid with education set-aside funding, and we plan to sell these bonds in the latter part of January of the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you. Lady in stripes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. In the interest of time, I'm just going to quickly flip through these slides and just go right to the project that's in question. The city has been investing in pre-K facilities. You heard from Superintendent Jar today about the need for pre-K and how it contributes to kindergarten readiness. In the audience today is Chad Williams, Executive Director of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, and also Frank Stafford, who is the Acting Director of Development and Modernization for the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. I want to thank Kathy Thomas Gibson with Office of Community Services for also helping with this project. And we're just excited that on this piece of property that is being repurposed, they are going to be building townhomes. And on this slide here, you can see that this is the land right now as it stands. It is directly across the street from the new East Las Vegas library that's being constructed. There are lots of schools in the area, so we'll be able to serve those children and their families. And it will be approximately a 10,000 square foot facility that we hope to serve 200 children, and to provide high quality subsidized care through Oscillero, Clark County, who is the Head Start provider. And I think you guys know that the average cost of child care is around $800. If you have infant care, it's around $1,000. So being able to partner with our Head Start provider really does provide support to these families. So thank you.
Okay, any questions, comments? Boy, this is an effective, I'll go for it, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 53.
Oh, pardon?
Public hearing?
Public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Thank you, Vinetta. Close public hearing. Thank you, Ms. Appleyard. Always on top of things. Okay, there you go. Make your motion again,
Thank you very
please.
much, Your Honor. I move for approval of item 53. And thank you very much for continuing, council members, to invest in the donut hole of East Las Vegas. It's so much better now. It's going to be great. Thank you.
And this is an agenda, please vote. And then we don't go away because we also have to go back to 41.
Yes.
And please post. Okay, motion carries. And on agenda item 41, which I already read. Would you care to move on?
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 41.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 41 for approval, and please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you for your support.
Yay, here we go, all those little kids. Recommending bills eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 21847. Councilman Soroka, would you like to have the, Councilman Coffin, who's on the committee?
Well,
You are.
I
Would you like
am.
to have the bill read? Yes, please.
yes, ma'am. Thank
Please.
you. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill number 2018-47, an ordinance to amend various provisions of the Unified Development Code to establish additional bases and standards for determining whether or not a use has been abandoned or may be deemed abandoned and therefore required to cease operation, to clarify when use-related approvals expire or become void, and to provide for other related matters. Regarding this bill, Your Honor, we've distributed a proposed First Amendment to each member of the council and to the clerk's office, and Director Summerfield is here to answer any questions or comments. If there aren't any, we would just need a motion to approve the bill with the proposed First Amendment.
Are you happy with that, Mr. Summerfield, or would you like to just go, yes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm happy with the change. It worked what we needed to do to make the slight correction. So thank you for letting us hold this and get it fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Dorcha. Thank you, and Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, thank you, members of the council. I move for approval of item 54.
Thank you. There's a motion to First Amendment.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Luann. I move for approval of the First Amendment.
Thank you. Please vote and please post. And that carries. Recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 55 to 58, bills number 218-59 through 2018-62 will be heard at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. See, Councilman
Your Honor,
Freer?
we do want to, you know what, Your Honor, we should add to the record, though, that these bills will be heard January 14th. Is it 15th, Michelle? I think, well, correct me if I'm wrong.
Madam Clerk, when?
Because of a scripting problem at the last meeting, these would normally have been heard before that time.
55, 56, and 57, they're all on January 14th, and 58 is going to Council of the Whole on January 16th.
Okay.
Just so the public knows now.
So everybody's got that. So now we move on to agenda item 59. Am I there? Yes. Okay. New bills, items 59 through 65, bills number 218-63 through 218-69 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Monday, January 14th, 2019. City Attorney, would you read the new bills, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2018-63, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters, annexation 74570. Bill number 2018-64, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters, annexation 74572. Bill number 2018-65, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters, annexation 74574. Bill number 7.
And
Bill
Madam,
number 20.
Madam Attorney, please, I have two cards here that I had continued from this morning from public comment. Mr. Ben Schmaus and Dan Bollard on number 62, which is this one. Are you still here, either of you, to make comment on number 62? Okay. Fine. Thank you. Please continue on.
Bill number 2018-66, an ordinance to amend the interim downtown Las Vegas development standards set forth in Appendix F of the Unified Development Code, Title 19, to reflect the recent adoption of Las Vegas Municipal Code, Chapter 19.09, pertaining to form-based codes, as well as other recent related actions taken by the City Council regarding the master plan and the Las Vegas Medical District, and to provide for other related matters.
Bill number 2018-67, an ordinance to update the description of certain city ward boundaries, wards 4 and 6, to reflect the addition of precinct numbers by the Clark County Election Department as a result of annexations or otherwise, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-68, an ordinance providing for the issuance by the City of Las Vegas of its general obligation limited tax medium-term bonds, Series 2019B, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $7 million for the purpose of financing the cost of a building project, including Strong Start Academy, providing details concerning the bonds, the project, and general tax proceeds, and providing other matters relating thereto. Bill number 2018-69, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, authorizing the issuance of its City of Las Vegas, Nevada general obligation limited tax building bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2019A, for the purpose of financing building projects, including a municipal court facility, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, providing other matters relating thereto, and providing the effective date hereof.
Well done. New bills number 2018-63 through 2018-69 are assigned to the January 14th, 2019 recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony Coffin and Councilwoman Fiore. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my discretion. Thank you. The morning session of the City Council is in recess. We will now take 30 minutes. We will reconvene at 2:15. Thank you very much. Okay, we're back. Everybody beat me, but boy, did I cover some ground, let me tell you. Okay, where are we starting? What number? Okay. Whew. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And Councilman Anthony, how say you?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 72, SUP 73811, applicant Chalice Farms, Polensky Properties, 9140 West Sahara. That item is being obeyed till January 16, 2019 at the request of the applicant. Item number 81, SUP 73826, applicant Nevada Medical Group, owner SSG Properties, 1591 North Buffalo, Suite 103. The applicant has withdrawn that item. Items 86 and 87, variance 74643 and SDR 74641, applicant owner Capri Enterprises, 2.69 acres at the southeast corner of Charleston and Arville. The applicant has requested that be withdrawn without prejudice. Item number 91, Highland Enterprises, Highland Properties, 3020 and 3030 South Valley Boulevard. That item has been obeyed at the request of Councilwoman Tarkanian until February 6, 2019. And the last one is item 94, applicant Jennifer Gunn, 1436 Valley Crest Street. Applicant has asked that one be obeyed till January 16th, 2019, and that is my motion.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
The representative on item 72 waved his hand at me. Is it possible for him to say something?
At the time of that, or?
Well, the first item we're asking to be
You have a gentleman
obeyed.
next to you on your right who raised his fingers.
Mayor, I just wanted to say for the record, with regard to item number 81, the request has been to withdraw that. I'm not sure if the applicant realizes that if it's without prejudice, the withdrawal means they can't reapply for 1 year. If it's without prejudice, then they can reapply at any time. So I just wanted clarification if the applicant's aware of that withdrawal request.
Is that applicant here?
Not here.
Okay. Okay, so it's your pleasure if you'd like I said, withdrawal means they can't reapply for 1 year. Withdrawal without prejudice means that they can apply at any time.
And how say you,
It's Ward
Councilman?
2, we request a withdrawal.
Withdraw, straight.
Straight.
Okay. And how about the other one?
Item 72, representative would like to say something, if
Okay.
possible. Is that okay, council?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I will not have anything to do with it because it's marijuana-based, so you will be addressing the council through Councilman Soroka.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Richard Levin, L-E-V-I-N. I live at 2056 Scenic Sunrise in Pecoli Ranch. I've been part of a group of concerned citizens that have been blasting our neighborhoods with emails and flyers, and maybe some of you have seen there's been an unusually high number of emails and calls coming in to oppose this. I received an email from the applicant's attorney earlier this morning saying that they were going to not pursue this application, that they were going to go ahead and represent a new applicant who was going to take over the application. And based on our understanding of the state law with the Nevada Tax Bureau that issues dispensary license, that's not allowed. All right. And then there's a few other issues. We don't really know who the applicant is on this. They've used the name.
Let's ask council on that.
Yeah.
There's been a change in the applicant. The property owner has remained the same, and the previous applicant did not get a license, but there's an applicant now that did get a license. And I think that's the request. What's the proper way to proceed on that?
I mean, we've had situations like this where they've received special use permits for the operation of a dispensary at a particular location, but they may have not gotten approval from the state. Those who did get approval from the state have been either buying up those properties that were already provided with the SUPs and operating in those particular locations. Mayor McElhone may be able to clarify with regard to this particular licensee.
Because the property owner is the same, correct, and the applicant has changed, because the new applicant did receive a license, whereas the previous applicant did not.
So, Mary, are you able to address that, or Robert?
Madam Mayor, if I
Planning?
might, through you. So Councilman, this is a land use question, not a license question, so that's part of the reason why I'm speaking up. The state has issued or indicated that the applicant that was on this land use did not make their qualification for one of our new dispensaries. I believe one of those that did qualify is in talks with this owner to take over this application. Because this is land use goes with the land and not with the applicant and not with a licensee. And so the owner of this property has not changed. So this application, even though the applicant information may change, the land use question that is before you is still the same, and it's still the same property owner, so it's still a valid application without requirements for any new noticing or anything like that.
Okay, I think our speaker would just like to address that briefly, if that's okay, Mayor.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
well, I have another significant point. If I understand the codes correctly, there won't be a special use permit issued if there's a school within 1,000 feet. And the Planning Commission had said in their paperwork there were no schools within 1,000 feet. That's a factual error. There is a school within 1,000 feet. It's called the Coder School. It works with young kids, teaching them how to code. It's 774 feet away. They had their business license issued by the city prior to the applicant submitting their application. So I don't know if the council wants to start making exceptions on these distance rules, but there is a school within 1,000 feet. Based on our understanding, that would exclude them from being able to receive a
Planning.
special use permit. The name of that school is the Coder School. They are located at, you can pull it up on Google, you can do a Google map and do distance. They're located at 9330 West Sahara.
So, Madam Mayor, again through you, so Councilman, in response to that question, I'm not familiar with that school or with the name, but that sounds like that's a specialty tutoring service thing, not a school as we recognize schools for protected uses. A school for protected use would be a Clark County school, a charter school, a private school like the Meadows or Adelson or something of that nature. A tutoring center or a location that provides a service for skills training for even in children is not by land use a protected use. So even though they may use the word school in their business name, that does not necessarily mean that they qualify as a protected use under our code.
Thank you.
So I'd like to ask, if I may, because the staff report stated that they met all requirements of the Title 1912, and then requirement 1 on that, right off the city's website, it says, therefore, except as otherwise provided, no marijuana dispensary may be located within 1,000 feet of any school. Now, the state provision says a traditional K through 12. But the city provision doesn't specify that.
What I suggest at this time is we are going to obey this item, and I'm happy to work with, come see us.
Yes.
And we're happy to work with planning, and my staff is in the back of the room raising her hand right now. Great points. Let's take that further. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, I have a motion, Mayor.
Okay, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Please, everybody vote, please post. There's a motion. Councilman Creer. There's a motion on the floor, Councilman. Please post.
And Mayor, you're going to be abstaining on 72, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Agenda items 67 through 71. And I am going to ask our counsel down there, Mr. Seth, how would you like to read these for me? Because you read, let's have, yes, did you want to make a comment? I'm going to have him read all the way through.
Mayor, what I was going to ask is I'd like to amend item 67 to a 3-year extension of time. So if we can just amend it now before he reads them?
Can we do that?
Yes, Mayor, there's no need to pull it. We can just
Okay.
indicate on the record that a 3-year extension.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we just clarify, I'll read the revised condition
Please.
into the record, so when the
Please.
final motion's made, you can just say with the amended condition.
67,
So the
three-year
proposed
extension.
condition amendment would be to condition number 1. It would read as follows: the special use permit, SUP 54969, shall expire on November 28, 2021, unless another extension of time is approved by the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have at it, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Items number 67 through number 71 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Note that the record should reflect the mayor's extension on item number 67 because it pertains to medical marijuana related to business, and one of her sons is involved in that industry, but you will be voting on the other items. Item number 67, EOT 74917, applicant Samantha Inc., owner iRent B&E LLC, on a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit, SUP 54969, for a proposed 5,892 square foot medical marijuana dispensary at 3500 West Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Item number 68, EOT 75004, applicant owner Y&D Family Trust, on a request for an extension of time for a previously approved variance VAR 66461 to allow a 42-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for a proposed home addition, 0.47 acres located at 4211 Mountain View Boulevard, RE Residence Estate Zone, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Item number 69, ZON 74626, applicant owner Lone Mountain Estates LLC, on a request for rezoning from U undeveloped RMP Rural Preservation Neighborhood, general plan designation to RE Residence Estates, and related item. Item number 70, TMP 74627, on a request for a tentative map for a 6-lot single-family residential subdivision with a waiver to allow a deferral of off-site improvements on 9.92 acres at the southwest and southeast corner of Grand Canyon Drive and Helena Avenue. U undeveloped RMP Rural Neighborhood Preservation, general plan designation, proposed RE Residence Estates, Ward 4, Anthony. Item number 71, ZON 74615, applicant Volunteers of America, owner Las Vegas VOA Elderly Housing, on a request for rezoning from RPD 15 residential plan development 15 units per acre to R3 medium density residential on 4.87 acres at 4445 Diamond Head Drive, Ward 3, Coffin. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items number 69 through 71. Staff recommends approval of all items. Items number 69 through 71 are public hearings, which I think the mayor is going to declare open. If anyone wants to be heard, they can do that now.
So be it. So the Planning Commission, as you just heard, is there anyone wishing to speak on any of these items? Please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearings, and again, note my abstention, item 67. And Councilman Anthony, may I have a motion for items 67 through 71?
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. And thank you for reading those so beautifully for me so I could get a couple of texts out quickly. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 73. Thank you. SUP 72347, public hearing, applicant owner Daniel Dugan for possible action appeal of denial by Planning Commission a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1604, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, Planning and Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. And is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this? I am looking. These all look like 82. 82. Mr. Summerfield, while I'm dealing cards here.
Madam Mayor, as we've discussed previously, the applicants in these matters have proposed to operate short-term residential rental units that do not meet the minimum distance required of 660 feet from a similar use as prescribed by the code. The proposed uses are located within a multifamily residential portion of a mixed-use building. Special use permit 71424 was approved by this council for a short-term residential rental unit within this development on November 15th of 2017, so just over a year ago, which therefore requires a waiver to allow a 0-foot separation for all subsequent requests. Due to the required waiver, both staff and the Planning Commission have recommended denial of these uses as incompatible, which has resulted in the appeals that you see. At this time, I believe Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone has some additional information she can provide on each of these individual units.
Madam Mayor, on this item number 73, a notice and order was issued on November 29th of 2017. No short-term rental activity was ever verified at this property. The only activity that was ever verified was long-term tenants, and there was a couple times when code enforcement actually made contact with the long-term tenants. So at this point in time, as far as code enforcement and planning department can tell, there has been no short-term rental activity that's been going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to be heard on this item, please come forward. This is agenda item 73, and state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Gerst. I live at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1111. I have a brief statement that applies to all of the applicants, and then we have an individual rebuttal for each applicant. I believe Planning Commissioner Roush at the February planning meeting said it best when all of these applications were unanimously denied. She said, "Downtown is very near and dear to my heart. The mayor said in her State of the City that we really need people living downtown. 5,500 people for it to be successful with what we currently have in place, maybe even twice that number. We need to examine what our motives are when we are looking at these short-term rentals and try and create an environment where people can live downtown. This is certainly not an environment where I would want to live. It is a very intense living arrangement in a high-rise building. It is not like a typical neighborhood. It's a very intense neighborhood. Your street is your floor. You share walls. It's very different. Given the intensity of the living situation in a high-rise, the unit should be owner-occupied and not run by remote control. None of the applicants today live in Las Vegas or even Nevada. A housekeeper is not a substitute for a licensed property manager. We support property rights, but your property rights end at your property line. The applicants cannot and have not kept their guests from impacting the neighbors when they are not present. It's not just about noise, trash, and overuse of amenities that we all pay for. We worry about our safety. I personally know homeowners on the 8th, 11th, and 16th floors where short-term rental guests have tried to enter their homes. This has happened on my floor specifically, down the hall. The guests also loiter in the halls outside of the units they can't access, and this has also happened in the unit next door to me. An 8th floor resident even noted a person sleeping in a hallway outside of an illegal unit. The applicants have no clear guest screening standards and can rent on any of a dozen platforms. It's not just Airbnb, VRBO, but it's Craigslist, Getting High in Las Vegas, 420 Friendly Rentals. All of the listing platforms have varying standards of who can rent, platforms that actively flood the city with illegal rentals. It's the equivalent of Uber operating and not requiring the drivers to have licenses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record.
Linda Raffel. I'm a resident at the Ogden. And I also, after I'm done, I would like to present these documents for the record.
And what unit are you in? I'm sorry, I missed.
1110.
Thank you.
I'm also speaking for items 73 to 79, so I'll only speak this one time.
Okay. Thank you.
We at the Ogden have a dense population on about a third of a city block. Mayor Goodman has talked about problems with 1 or 2 short-term rentals in her area of residence. Imagine having 15 between your home and your neighbors on either side. And then I brought some examples of some emails that I received from the HOA department, which are more examples that we've had problems with short-term rentals at the Ogden: cigarette butts, joints, cigars, vomit. These are all health and safety issues. Concerned homeowners have presented multiple incidences to you in the past, including building damages. Damages are on the backs of the homeowners because the short-term rentals Renters don't take responsibility even when witnessed. There are no police reports because our valuable police don't have time or resources to monitor the Ogden. Enough is enough. We deserve safety, security, and a peaceful living environment. We deserve the same guidelines as other Las Vegas homeowners, the 660-foot separation between short-term rentals. Anything less would be blatant discrimination. Thank you. And
If you'll give those to our city clerk, please. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on agenda item 73, please come forward and state your name. And your unit, if you would.
Yeah, Christopher Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1111.
Okay.
So, is the overhead camera on?
Yes, if you put it right there on that table, it should show up. There it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, it wasn't before. Yeah, there we go. So on this first applicant, 1604, so, this is one of 7 unlicensed units that are operated on the 16th floor. There's a lot of difficulty code enforcement has with, when they say that they haven't verified any short-term rental activity, that's because, when they show up, these people have to answer the door, they have to admit they're short-term renters. I mean, we've kind of talked about this in the past. It's very, very difficult for them to confirm anything. So, we sort of look at that as a skeptical eye because, almost all of these applicants, we've seen people in and out of these units. So, a couple other things I wanted to mention, is that, there's 135 protest cards put in on this particular unit with only 8 in support. So 8 in support when there's, 8 or 9 coming before you now to get these waivers. So I just would like to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, well, it's time to make some decisions on the Ogden. We have, as you know, been kicking it around, and in the meantime, there have been a lot of meetings, legal representation, not only for the people who are applying, but also people opposed, and the HOA and the owners, I suppose, which basically the owners own all those unsold units. As to just refresh memories, people were basically said, no one objected to, at the time they purchased them, they were not told they could not rent them out. This was something that just happened, kind of a wink and a nod, I suppose. So we've worked hard on a formula which has some agreement over there, and that's probably why you don't see the whole room full of people protesting today. Because in the end, the ordinance, which is in works and probably will be in front of us in February, now has a strict limit on the number. This number would not be pierced by these applications. This is probably half of those that might be able to be licensed. So going from a lot 30, 40 outlaw, maybe 50 outlaw units down to less than a dozen or thereabouts. Well, right here we're talking about the one that was approved before and a few more. And even these 7 are not all exactly the same, or 6. So the first 4 are different in that they have all met requirements, and they've all been patient and following the legal requirements. As our staff can indicate on each one, the first 4, 73, 74, 75, and 76, they have, long time ago, had activity, but ceased it because they were trying to do this properly and legal. So conforming to the old rules, they have asked for a waiver because they have to, because one was put on by us in November last year. So they're different. And staff, would you please, I suppose that's your order, Mayor, or can we ask the staff to explain why these are different?
Yes, I mean, absolutely. I think information needs to be all transparent and open.
Yeah.
So if you would.
I'm sorry, Councilman, so I just want to be clear. So they're different in that, as Mary mentioned, on 73, we have not verified any issues. This one hasn't been fine. We do have some very egregious in the Ogden cases where we have had illegal operators. In fact, this council just last meeting handed out 2 very stiff penalties, one very stiff and another one that we've addressed some concerns with. So this particular one, item 73, is one where at this time we do not have any code enforcement or licensing red flags, unlike some of the others that are in the building.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my understanding is that they, along with a number of these other people, have been abiding by the rules and have been observing the courtesy of waiting. Of course, they've endured a lot, but they are, I think, good people, and nobody is good if you don't want anybody. But if you want some, and we're kind of forced into the some category, there's going to be a limit, a severe small limit of 5%. So that's pretty good. That's only about 13 out of 270 some units. So I think, for example, number 73 is okay.
We're only doing 73.
One at a time. You're right, Your Honor. I move for approval of item 73.
Okay, we have some comments here. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Coffin, you mentioned an ordinance that's coming sometime in the future. That doesn't really pertain to today because the ordinance isn't in effect, so
That's right.
we can't take that into consideration. I can't when I vote today. The only thing that I'm voting on today on this one, as well as the rest of it behind it going up to 79, is there be a waiver for this one and the rest of them. And if I approve this waiver, then I have to approve the rest of the waivers because there's no reason for me not to. And if I approve this waiver, then I have to approve the rest of them, which means the Ogden turns into a hotel. Because then everybody would put in for a short-term rental, ask for a waiver, and then I would have to support it, so I'm not going to do that. So I'm not going to support, I don't think I've ever supported a waiver of any kind on a short-term rental. I've supported short-term rentals, but never a waiver because of I think the distance separation is good. So if the distance separation is good for Summerlin and for other parts of Las Vegas, then it's good enough for me in the Ogden. So I'm not going to support any waivers in the Ogden, including this one. Thank you.
Okay. I probably could
Okay,
address
any
that.
other
If I could just
comment?
say, Your Honor?
Yes,
Just to say that the council did support waivers on a couple of them in my neighborhood. It was either the last meeting or the meeting before that, so I know that the councilman did support them, but it's such a blur, I don't doubt that it's been forgotten.
Okay. So there is a motion to approve the waiver on 73. Would you please cast your votes and then post? What happened? Do we need to do it again?
No? What happened?
It didn't come, well, something
There it
did.
is.
Should we do it again? Okay, please re-vote on 73. Something technologically went askew. That motion does not carry. So therefore, it just dies. We go on to 74. Okay.
Thanks. We'll keep it.
So agenda item 74, SUP 72394, public hearing, applicant owner.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I think we'll need to do a motion in the alternative with regard to the denial of the waiver. I'm sorry. Someone will have to make a motion to deny the waiver. That would, the previous motion was to approve
If
the waiver.
there's an application to have a waiver, and we have already denied that application, why does it
Well,
need to?
Madam Mayor, if I might, this is technically an appeal of a denial by Planning Commission, so we need a vote to uphold the denial of the Planning Commission to clear this one off your agenda. So if someone who didn't vote yes on the last motion could vote to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this application, I think that would be the appropriate movement here.
Okay,
Said that
if you
3
would,
different times,
Councilman.
so let me try this. So I'll make a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission.
Okay, there's a motion now. So now
A
you
yes
vote,
vote would be for the denial.
you will vote for the
Yeah,
denial.
that means yes for the
Okay.
denial.
So everybody voted, and please post. And that carries. Okay, now we're going to go through the same process, it sounds like, on every one. So let me read it. That was 73. 74, SUPs, but every single one will have a public hearing. So SUPs,
I'm sorry, if you want to, and if these people, I guess if there's other applicant or people who want to speak, you can do that, but you could incorporate the comments from number 73, since it's the same building, if you'd like to do it, save some time.
the amount
Unless
of
they
time
want to
it's
speak again.
negligible. So
Okay.
here we go with 74. We'll just take them one at a time. How many are there? There are 55 of these, all the way through 80, right?
No.
79. 80 stands alone, huh? Okay. Here we go. We'll take them one at a time. This is on 74 only. SUP 72394, public hearing, applicant owner Jack and Hilda Lancaster, possible action, appeal of denial by the Planning Commission, a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation for similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 920, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, Planning Commission staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative president? Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Matthew Seibert, 400 South 7th Street of Wooldridge Law. Here on behalf of the applicant, the Lancasters. With me, I also do have the applicant who is a resident of Las Vegas. Imagine that.
Unusual.
You know, I'm a little surprised that we've come this far, and this is the decision that's been handed down on the last one. I used to represent Danny Dugan. I feel very bad that his application was just denied. But anyhow, with that said, I have with me Steve, who is the representative for his brother-in-law's property. You know, this applicant has done everything that the council's asked. We've done more, as a matter of fact, than any other SUP applicant has had to do in the city of Las Vegas. We've jumped through every hoop the city has asked us to. He has never had any unauthorized renters in his unit. He's cleared his calendar. He's done everything that the council has asked. I don't know how you can say that he would be a bad operator or you know, create some sort of safety concern within his building when he has proven more than probably anybody else in the city of Las Vegas who's come up for one of these applications that he's willing to play the game and he's willing to follow the rules and abide by any sort of extra obligations you stack on him. I mean, we've all been here several times before. We've, you know, obeyed these at the request of the council. We've, you know, gone back, we've talked to the opposition, we've talked to the HOA, we've put together an amendment to the CCNRs. I mean, we've done, I think, above and beyond what anybody could ask of any sort of citizen applicant, you know, in their position. I mean, they're just trying to do the right thing by their neighbors, and they're trying to, you know, do what they want. I mean, this is America. We have property rights. I mean, you buy a home, I don't care if it's, you know, in a rural estate community or if it's, you know, in a high rise. You buy a piece of property and that's your castle. And what you want to do with it, you know, to a certain extent, you should be allowed to. And it's not like, you know, it's not like Steve's operating illegally and thumbing his nose at the council. He applied for a permit. He's been going through this application process for over a year. He's, you know, not had short-term renters. He's given up that opportunity for over a year while other people throughout this city, and let's be honest, there's 7,000 probably operators doing this illegally throughout the city. The city's decided to camp out at the Ogden, because it's low-hanging fruit, I guess, and just, you know, focus on this problem in this one particular location. I don't know what more we could do. I really don't. And it's been a journey. It's cost me a lot personally. It's cost my applicants a lot. You know, I would really hope that the council would do the right thing by these people. I mean, these are your constituents as well. I mean, he doesn't have a house somewhere else. I mean, he lives in Las Vegas. He has another property here in Las Vegas, but I mean, this is his town. You know, these are your people too. I know everybody likes to say, oh, none of these people live in the city, and oh, they don't care, but I got my people here. You know, they do care. They're very concerned. You know, with that, I'll leave it to the council, and I'll answer any questions that you guys would have. But I mean, you know, if you told me to go and stand on my head and do a circle or something, I would do it. I really would.
This is still a land use decision. I just want to make that clear for the record. It's not about the applicant, it's about the propriety of that application at that particular location being appropriate.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct, and thank you for pointing that out, because you know what? You guys wrote a code section that allowed for a waiver
There
of a
is still a
660
provision
foot.
for a waiver, which is in the council's discretion to determine whether or not that's appropriate at this particular location.
Right, right. So
just because your client applied for an application doesn't mean he's automatically going to get it.
No, that's true, but I also would like to put on the record that my clients have had to go above and beyond what other people for that special use permit, you know, have allowed. And then it's, you know, I hate to use the term arbitrary and capricious, but that's kind of how these decisions
First of all,
down.
how is that, Mayor, if I may?
Yes,
I'd like to
please.
know how that's arbitrary and capricious. There's a waiver provision.
No, I
Your client has
understand.
the
I
burden
mean,
to
I've been
prove-
keeping track of
Your
how
client
this
has
has
the
been
burden to prove that this particular application is warranted at this location. We're not talking about the applicant's abilities to run an Airbnb or a short-term rental. We're asking for you to prove that at this particular location, it's warranted.
Yeah,
And it doesn't meet the waiver
And we've
requirement.
been doing this for a year, and I mean, my councilman just sat here and said, hey, you know, in February, we're going to have the framework to get this done, and we should let these people who've been doing it right move forward.
Then you can withdraw your application without prejudice and refile it and wait for this new ordinance to come forward. And if in fact that helps your client, it may help him. If it doesn't, it won't. So you have the ability to withdraw without prejudice and refile after the new ordinance is in place.
Or does he have to wait a year?
No, without prejudice, he can refile at any time.
Okay.
I mean, so now I come here, again in good faith, thinking that these were going to be moved forward, and now I'm stuck to talk to my applicants about whether we want to withdraw an application at the last minute? Is this how we're moving forward?
Mayor, their clients are still operating under the same exact rules as existed when they applied, meaning that the 660-foot distance separation waiver is still applicable. The council has discretion whether or not to grant those waivers or not grant those waivers. And on each occasion, if you grant a waiver, like Councilman Anthony was indicating, you've got to have rationale as to why you're not granting one and granting the other.
Okay.
So that way you would be arbitrary and capricious.
And there's no guarantee on the 5th of February that anything will be any different.
That's correct. At least it will address this particular situation, but it may or may not help his client. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It may or may not help your client is what Mr.
No,
Scott
I
said.
understand what the city attorney is saying. I do.
You want time to
We're
talk
colleagues
about
in a sense. Is there any way we could table these for 5 minutes so I could speak to my applicants? Because obviously this is a surprise to all
Are
of us.
you also representing?
I'm representing items 74, 75, 77, and 79.
Okay, so can you go talk to all those clients?
Yeah, absolutely. They're all here, so.
Okay, so why don't you just step outside there?
Yeah.
This is give me the number 74,
75,
75,
77,
He made it on the record.
and 77,
and 79.
79. Any problem with that? To give them 5 minutes? Can we
We'll just
move
trail it,
on with
Mayor.
the rest?
It's up to you. Yes.
Yes? Any
Madam-
problems?
No problem. I do need to make a clarification because we just can't get away from the muddy water here. Just like we did on the previous application that this council did allow someone to withdraw, technically, these are all appeals of a decision, so a decision has already been made on
would
these
have to be
applications.
remanded, I believe.
These will have to be remanded back to Planning Commission to allow them to then withdraw, reconsider, and then withdraw that action that they took at Planning Commission. We've done that once before. It's a little different. But so I just want to be clear, it would not be a withdrawal today. It would be a remand back to Planning Commission for them to rehear the items, and then as a part of that rehearing, allowing the applicant to withdraw them without prejudice if that's what the council would like to do. I just want to make that clear before he goes and talks to his clients.
Is that true for 75, 77, and 79?
Yes, ma'am. These are all appeals, so all of them would fall under that characterization that I just made.
Okay. So would you like to do that?
Madam Mayor,
Step into the foyer?
if I could please just have some time, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and let you have, how much time would you like?
We probably need,
We'll
5
just
to
keep
10 minutes.
moving on. 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just real quick
Fine.
talk. Thank you
Sure.
so much, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll move on to 76. Hold on while I make a mark here. Okay, SUP 72412, public hearing. Applicant owner, Marshall Family Trust, possible action and appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 60 feet is required, 115 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 902, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, similarly to item 73, this application was denied by the Planning Commission because there is a waiver as a part of this because of the existing one that's been approved at this location. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhoon has an update on code enforcement and licensing for this location.
Madam Mayor, a notice and order was issued on January 4th, 2018. We have not confirmed any short-term rental activity at all at this property, and the only contact we actually made confirmed a long-term renter was actually staying there. Thank you.
Oh, interesting. Okay, public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? This is agenda item 76. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Carrie Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111.
I'm sorry, ma'am, cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, could you repeat it? He couldn't quite hear you, so
I'm sorry, sir. Carrie Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111. This is one of 5 unlicensed units that have operated on the 9th floor. The applicant is from Oregon, was served with a cease and desist on January 4th. He had 4 reviews in February, 5 reviews in March, 3 reviews in April, 1 in May, 1 in June, and 2 in July. Here are all the Airbnb reviews, 2 in July, 1 in June, 1 in May, and we have others. This unit was reported to code enforcement on May 18th, July 13th, July 21st, July 27th, and August 4th. This out-of-state operator has ignored city laws and should not be eligible for a permit. Reviews in March, reviews in March, reviews in April, 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 and May.
Might I ask, Ms. McElhone, how come we didn't hear that?
Yeah, Mayor Goodman, the information that I received from code enforcement is that they didn't identify anything in U-Host, and so we just don't have that information. And we went through the case files, and I don't have any of that information, so I'm not quite sure what to say here.
Yes,
These are-
Councilman
Your Honor,
Coffin wants to
I know we
respond.
have, thank you, ma'am. I know we have our program, our software anyway, to monitor all of the platforms. Wouldn't we have come up with this very kind of thing that's been asserted by Carrie?
Councilman Coffin, so the U-Host platform that we actually have picks up about 14 of the hosting platforms. It doesn't pick up all of them. The contract that we just signed in discussions we recently had with them is that they're expanding those efforts, which would include places such as Craigslist. So it doesn't capture all that information. Why this, we don't have a case on the most recent information that was passed on here, I have no idea. She said that it was sent to code enforcement, and I can tell you that code enforcement has been extremely active in that building and in following up and going through the cases. So I'm not quite sure, where the miscommunication is here.
I may add, we are incredibly grateful to code enforcement for keeping us safe in our building.
Councilman Coffin, you want to make a comment?
I'm not sure we can validate third-party testimony here without having had a peek at it first, or at least some sort of presentation, because our staff has given us different information. So it's hard to know. It's also very easy for people to create stuff, and I'm not saying you are, Carrie. It's just this is so controversial that people do anything they can, and we've seen it before, and we have to try to judge which is right. And we usually go with our staff because they're the ones we count on to keep us out of legal trouble. And what they have said, this has been an obedient applicant. They stopped when they stopped short-term rentals when that waiver requirement was passed.
So any other comment from public?
So Christopher Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111. I mean, my comments would be that, code enforcement is doing everything they can, I truly believe, but, we have multiple units in here that show up on Airbnb. We know what the unit is because we have pictures of it, we have prior evidence, we know which unit it is, even if they don't state it in the advertisement. So this is this unit. We have multiple reviews here from April, March. There's a dozen reviews here that we printed out. So, I don't expect code enforcement to go through these listings and start printing up reviews to have a presentation. But, I don't see how, it's not like we're falsifying these.
You've made your record. I don't know, Madam Clerk, do you want a copy of these for the record, please? If you just make them available to the city clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just say one other quick comment? So there's a lot of talk here from, Mr. Seibert about hardships and things, but I'd like to point out, we've been to the March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and now the December meeting. We've also been to I've been to at least 6 planning commission meetings dealing with this. I don't know what to say about that. I would say that's a hardship. We're not getting paid to be here. We're just trying to protect our home. I don't know where this ends if it gets remanded back to planning. Where does this end? So now we'll go to the next 5 planning commission meetings too. And these are all abeyances that occur, they're all in the afternoon session. So we find out about them at 1:10, well, today, 2 something, but still. We have to be here, we have to be off work, we show up. We don't know what's going to happen until 1 o'clock. So when we talk about how there's not a lot of opposition here, well, to be honest with you, during the November meeting, it was kind of implied to us that all of this was being pushed back till January. So all of these applicants were being pushed back to January, that along with the ordinance and all of this. So frankly, everybody kind of took off this month. There's 3 people that are out of town. So, we're here, but we could have, if we'd known this was going to happen, we could have had 20 people here in our bright yellow shirts. So thank you.
I think what it is, it's a work in progress, and that's what we've been saying, and we knew where we were. Yes, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to clarify. So part of the reason why we have a discrepancy between our information and what has been presented is what we have is based on that unit number. However, one of the things that UHOst has identified and code enforcement just texted me about is we do have a number of rental activities that don't identify a unit. So then that becomes much more difficult for us to establish a unit to identify where that rental activity has been occurring. So that is, I believe, where some of the disconnect between what was stated and what our record is. But we will continue to work. Again, this is an evolving concept to monitor these things.
All of it.
And so we're getting better every day, but that is one of the disconnects at the moment with this particular case.
Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Anyone else on agenda item 76? I'm going to close public comment, and back to you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I thought maybe they were represented by Mr. Christensen because most of the people who were opposed were represented by legal counsel. Well, in any event, Your Honor, I'm going to move for approval of item 76.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 76. Please vote and please post. Motion is denied. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission.
Thank you. There's a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. So now we'll go on to number 78. And that is agenda item SUP 72414, public hearing, applicant owner William F. and Sandra A. Gleason, possible action on appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1112, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning and staff both recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I declared it open. Is the applicant present? Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, once again, this is in a location which already has one approved short-term rental, which has caused a requirement for a waiver of the 660-foot distance separation. For that reason, staff recommended denial. Planning Commission has denied this, and we would recommend denial of the appeal. Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director, has more specific information on this property.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, so a notice in order was issued on January 14, 2018, and the code enforcement officers were able to confirm a short-term rental stay in May of 2018 when they contacted the renter at the actual unit renting from Northern California, who admitted that they were renting for several days. So fines of $2,300 were assessed on this unit at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 78? I'll close. Oh, yes, please.
Carrie Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111. This is another out-of-state operator who advertises 6 guests in a 2-bedroom unit, and the beds include adult bunk beds. It's one of 3 unlicensed units that have operated on the 11th floor and has been reported to code enforcement on May 18th, July 13th, July 27th, and August 4th. And here is a copy of, this is a screenshot taken from my computer like the other, of the applicant's Airbnb reviews. So you'll see there's 2 in March, a review in April, May, and June.
And if you'll turn those into the city clerk, please. Anyone else on this item, agenda 78? I'll close public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the reasons earlier stated, I move for approval of item 78.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item number 78. Please vote and please post. The motion is denied. Councilman Anthony.
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission.
There's a motion to deny the appeal, Planning Commission, on agenda item 78. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Now we'll go on to agenda item 80, SUP 73821, public hearing, applicant owner David Kirk and Heather Kim. Possible action and appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit, proposed short-term rental, residential rental use at 2010 South Buffalo Drive, RE resident. This is different. This is a different location, okay? Residence Estate Zone. This is in Ward 1, the Councilwoman Tarkanian. And note the correct applicant owner is Yang Look. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yeah. My name is Yang Luke. It's 2010 South Buffalo Drive, the homeowner. Because I have a hard hearing and also have a language problem, that's this is the Pamela, it's my neighbor. She's going to represent me doing the talking. It's okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Look. And again, if you'll state your name for the record so the clerk can make notice.
Pamela Littleton, 77.
Littleton.
Littleton.
Thank you.
775 El Parque Avenue, Las Vegas, 89117. Yeah, and I am their neighbors, and he just has this letter that he wanted me to read. And then if I can speak in the public forum after, if that's
Yes, I mean,
allowed.
you can do
Okay.
both.
Mayor, if I could, before she
Yes.
speaks, I just have word from Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian that she would like this obeyed until February 6th, so just what her request is on that.
Really?
Well, you're alive then. So,
So we could hear this and then,
well, they'll have to do it again on the 6th.
yeah.
So there's a motion, there's being made by Councilman Soroka on
If I'm permitted, I
behalf.
will, yes.
Is there any problem there, Mr. Scott?
I was gonna say, do you want to give her an opportunity maybe to just speak about the abeyance, or if they're opposed to the abeyance, or?
Yeah, I mean, because we met with her, was that in September, and discussed the issue, and she knows that, we were supporting them, so. And I heard from them after the last meeting, about obeying it to this meeting, but we didn't hear anything more about this.
Well, I know that Councilman Soroka's been asked, oh, here comes staff. So if you just take one moment, let Councilman
Okay.
Soroka's been asked by Mayor Pro Tem to represent her today, and apparently that just came through. So maybe we can move forward, maybe we can't. We'll find out.
Mayor, I just got a word that the note was not applicable to this item, so my apologies on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So let's proceed on. Read your letter, and then any comments you wish to have, and we'll hear from staff, and then we'll hear the rest of the public hearing.
Okay, great. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members for giving me the chance to appeal the short-term rental request that was denied on August 14th.
And can you step closer to your
I'm sorry.
microphone, please?
I have lived in Las Vegas with my wife 35 years. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm losing my hearing, which makes it very difficult for me to work at my current job. I want to retire early, and I bought the house mentioned in my appeal with some of my retirement funds, fully intending to live in this home in order to supplement my retirement. Before we purchased the house, we consulted with city planning officials for weeks in order to make sure that we were following the proper zoning and guidelines required for short-term rentals. We have done everything in our power to make sure that everything is compliant. Since the denial, we have met with our neighbors and also made a letter dated August 27th, 2018, which clarifies our plans and our neighbors' approval and consent. We plan to submit this document if necessary.
Thank you. And you said you wanted to make some other comments?
Yeah, unless you have any questions of them.
Okay, well, let's go over to Mr. Summerfield next,
And Mayor,
please.
could we have that document submitted?
Oh, yes. Could you give that letter to our city clerk, please? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate an owner-occupied, 5-bedroom, short-term residential rental unit. The subject site complies with all of our minimum distance requirements as set forth by 1912. Therefore, staff has recommended approval with condition 1 being that the SUP is required to be expunged if the property is sold. And I do want to make it clear, this is the reason they need the waiver, or I'm sorry, the reason that they have to come forward for the special use permit is because of 5 bedrooms. They don't meet conditional requirements. And then I believe Deputy Director McElhone may have additional information on this property.
And before we go over to Mrs. McElhone, does Mr. Luck agree that it is expunged, his special use permit, if in fact he sells the property?
Yes, and that's in the letter, one of the conditions.
Okay.
Yes, that's stated in the letter.
Okay, your turn.
Madam Mayor, there has been no enforcement action or any concerns identified with this property, and we have not found any listings on UHost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see the circle, everybody in the house, so it's an owner-occupied, which was the intent of the
Yes,
original. The only difference being what Mr. Summerfield said, it was 5 bedrooms instead of the 3. So this is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make comment on this agenda item? I'm going to close public hearing unless you want to ask, are there any questions that we might have?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please.
So this goes back to my original question when we passed this ordinance. What's our plan of action to enforce the fact that it's owner occupied? Some are going to be there when people check in, and they're going to be there when they check out, and what are the conditions of that? I mean, what does that mean, and how do we enforce that as owner occupied?
So, Madam Mayor, through you, so Councilman, so what we do is, one, as we get the reports from the UHost and everything else, we We review them to make sure that their ads are consistent with it being owner-occupied, that they're not indicating, I'm going to be in Cancun for the weekend, you'll have the full run of whatever that case may be. Additionally, again, our code enforcement and our licensing compliance is in large part due to complaints. So if the neighbors of this property, who will all know because it's been in the letter and it's a part of the action that it's meant to be owner-occupied, if they see that the property is being rented out on a short-term basis without the owner being present on the property, then we'll get those complaints. We will investigate. If we determine, as we have in a number of cases, we have shut down some short-term renters that were owner-occupied that weren't in fact owner-occupied when they were renting. And so if we substantiate that that has been occurring, we will take their license and we will bring them forth for revocation of their SUP.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, basically, since the denial, which there was confusion because of the application's name, it had the old owners, and now we've gotten to know the Yangs, and their intent is to live there full-time, especially with his hearing condition, as mentioned, that's where he'll be. And like I said, we've gotten to know them and gone through all the intentions in the letter that they agreed to, and we've talked to the other homeowners organizations out in that area, and they've said that they would support this.
Wonderful.
as
Thank
well.
you. Okay, if there are no other comments from public, I'm going to close public hearing, and on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Soroka, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And planning, I was reading the conditions. Did you read those into the record already?
Those are all the standard conditions with the expungement condition that we've added. I've made that clear. The applicant has accepted that, so we should be all in order with conditions.
You did accept it right here.
You did? I just wanted to make sure the letter that you submitted had a number of conditions on it. Clerk, could you have planning see the letter to make sure we're talking about the same conditions?
To be clear, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of those conditions, so we'll need a minute to look at that to see if there's any issues or additional conditions we need to add.
Okay.
And are you Ms. Littleton?
Yes.
And is that what you were agreeing to, or the conditions on the letter you just submitted?
Yeah, I mean, these were just points that we talked to them about, just to make sure what their intentions were, and that they really were sincere about living there. And so we, as the neighbors, just kind of put this together because we didn't know them. They had just moved and bought this home. And
Okay.
so since August, we've gotten to know them, and they are very good neighbors, probably the best neighbors I've had out there, and I've lived there 34 years, so.
Wonderful.
So we would need the applicant to be agreeable to the conditions that planning is now reviewing.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, myself and Deputy Planning Director Lowenstein have reviewed it. The only condition that we think we pull out that we don't already cover through our standard conditions, although the language is a little different, is it appears that the applicant has agreed with the community that there should be a required review, and it indicates 6 months in the letter. So we could craft that condition. We've done that on many SUPs for short-term rentals, where there'd be an administrative required review 6 months from issuance of business license for this application, if that is the council's wish.
Well, and to which I gather they've already agreed.
Yeah, and I mean, we're willing, just because, like I said, we put that together to make sure that they were very sincere, and we could let that go and not make an
Can we
issue out of it.
just ask that the applicant, do you agree to the conditions in the letter? Yes? That's a nod in the affirmative. Thank you. Okay. In that case, on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, I move to approve with the conditions as read. Item
80.
Number 80.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I apologize. I'll just read the formal plenaries for that condition for the record.
Thank you. That'd be appreciated.
An administrative required review shall be conducted 6 months from the date of business license issuance.
Thank you. I move to approve with the stated conditions of item 80.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And actually, Ms. Littleton said she was in agreement not to have this 6-month review, but it's in and it's done, so thank you very much. Okay, and now we will go back to agenda items 74, 75, 77, 79. please, Mr. Seibert. Okay, and here we go. Stacy? Sorry. Okay, ready to roll, Mr. Seibert.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to kind of regroup and figure out how we want to proceed. I've talked with the applicant, we've discussed the options, and, you know, we want to go forward. I mean, it's...
Today?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
we got to have final action sometime, so
Okay.
it's, you know, you guys are
Okay.
going to do what you're going to do, and we'll
Okay.
move forward, however, which way you decide.
Well, we're going to start with Councilman Creer.
Thank you. You know, I wasn't going to say much on these because I have not supported. It's not like it's a big surprise that I haven't supported short-term rentals inside the Ogden for the past 3 years. But I find it, you know, very, very unsettling that you, as the owner, as applicant, come in surprised and just so shocked and flabbergasted and just can't believe that the fact that we aren't approving these applications inside the Ogden. We haven't approved, we have technically approved one, and for the past 3 years that I've been dealing with this, I don't believe that and the planning commission are here, that we've approved any other ones that are in there. So I think it's extremely disingenuous to come in with this mentality that, you know, people are victims here. I mean, if you, usually for the Ogden, there's a lot more people who are here over the past 3 years, but this is in the middle of the day, and there's a lot more dissension than is being reported. You know, the people behind you have been probably, my goodness, they have been here for 3 years dealing with this. And I just could not sit here and let this, you know, display take place because it is extremely disingenuous. And I'm not saying your applicant hasn't gone through a lot. I think on both sides of the spectrum, they've gone through a lot. And there are some bad characters that are operating inside the Ogden as we speak. I think that the homeowners have been duped by the owners of the Ogden, and I think that the people who purchased inside the Ogden under the auspice that they could rent in short-term rentals have also been duped. I think the culpability lies with the owners of the Ogden because they've been telling people you can rent inside the Ogden. So you potentially purchase in the Ogden with the auspice of being able to have an STR there, and you can't. And I think it's a bad situation, but I do think that there's been a lot of discussion over the years over this. So thank you.
Okay, so I can't remember where we were. I do remember, did we get over to you on 74? Have we heard from Ms. McElhaw?
Yes, ma'am. On this one, we did. The next couple that he was representing, we haven't, but this one, we had given the full
Okay, so we're
report.
doing one at a time. So I'm not sure, anybody on public hearing on 74?
Mayor,
Yes,
I'd like
sir,
to
you
speak.
Certainly, please do.
My name is Steve Newmeyer. I want to kind of give you some education on the rentals at the Ogden. It's a very unique property, just like the councilman has made reference to. But on the inception of the Ogden, when it was a hole in the ground, when we made the purchase, the entire building was rental properties. There were absentee rental people that were the entire occupants. There was only 25 of us at the time, and the entire upper floor was rentals. So we kept that building afloat when nobody would buy it. Then the housing market took a dive, and we kept that building afloat by renting this property, and we had. Initially, it's for our family and friends. When we're not doing it, it's a way to pay it because these were so expensive on the initial onset. Certainly, when I first came to the planning meeting, I read the ordinance. I didn't want to waste council's time, but I was shocked with the evidence presented by the opposition. It was never vetted. It was never confined. I went to the management. I said, I was shocked. This is going on in our building. I went down to Metro. There's no police reports. There's none of this stuff that when it was documented on any police reports that short-term rental people were doing it. I've been renting this property when we're not in there for the last 8 years. We've never had a single incident because we managed the property. I was shocked when the planning department took these documents and said, this is what's going on, when these pictures, the pictures that were presented at the planning commission was from the rental property that this council approved. It wasn't from my people. So I followed the ordinance. I said, well, okay, I'm going to ask for a variance. I understand that there's case law across this country. Variance is line of sight. There's nothing about vertical. I'm on the 9th floor. I should be entitled to have a variance on the 9th floor because I'm not in conflict with anybody else on the 9th floor. If that was the case and we went vertical, we'd be charging airlines for traveling over our homes. So I didn't come in here on a ruse or a waste of councils. You people are important, and I respect that. But I also did what was asked of me. Every single month I worked on a project. I even wrote the standard operating procedures, how we're going forward on this. The Planning Commission said, we want a plan before we approve it. I wrote that plan. We all agreed to abide by it. And that was a plan, so we're not going to be a hotel. We're going to be a managed, low-density, short-term rental. We went from 50-some short-term rentals to 15 with management's an HOA, and we supplement them with security measures and everything else. I'm kind of shocked that the applicant before me was turned down because there has been this group of people, we've worked diligently. We vetted all the information that the opposition presented. There's no documentation other than somebody writing it on a piece of paper and submitting to you as official document. These complaints were never vetted, and I have a letter from the HOA person that none of this happened by short-term rental people. At the Planning Commission, there was broken glass in a pool. That wasn't from short-term rentals. That was from full-time, long-term residents. Had nothing to do short-term, but Planning Commission turned us down. We came here. I hired an attorney because I didn't understand what was going on. I wanted to do this correctly, and I've been doing it correctly for 8+ years, and all of a sudden we stopped. We haven't had a single incident. We haven't rented it. I abided by every condition that council wanted us to do, including writing a SOP. Because that's what you're planning. That's what your representatives told us to do. We followed that. We should be given some type of leniency with that. You're a representative sitting on the plan. Come up with a plan. We did. Then if you have a plan, take it to the field. We did that. And now I look at, and the city attorney just said, well, we just turned down 73. It's going to be hard to approve 74. Well, I've been doing a lot. I don't know about Mr. 73 applicant, but 74 has been here. I've been at every one of these meetings by my attorney, or I'm in person here. I really would wish you folks would reconsider hearing from us what we've done to make this a manageable. Plus, here's the thing I don't understand in municipal government. You have an ordinance. If I fail to abide by that ordinance, what do? You take my license away and you fine me. That is your power to make sure this operates fairly. Give us that opportunity. You're not even giving us that opportunity. You have code enforcement there on a daily basis every single week. My unit's not in violation. I'll abide by it. You're still going to have people there. Let us move forward. Control us with your legislation. And if we don't hold up our end of the bargain, then you vote no. You take away the right. But all I'm asking folks is just give us a chance. We waited 1 year. And that's all we're asking for. Just give us a chance. If we fail, then you bring me up in front of this council and say, your license is now suspended. You're no longer going to do short-term. I can respect that. But just to say that, hey, we're not going to do this because of the problems, well, there is problems, sir. And ma'am, there has been problems, but we've fixed them. We've done overnight changes. I've gone to HOA meetings. I got no problem. Somebody called me up, say, hey, there's a problem. I'll be there. If my family member, if we did short-term rental, we have full control of that. I'm just asking for us to be granted the privilege, not the right, the privilege of getting a short-term license and be monitored by council. And if there's a problem, bring me back in front of you and say, on December 19th, you came out and said you made all these promises. Why didn't you keep them? Let me answer to that. But you're not even giving me that chance right now. if you vote no. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newmeyer. Mr. Summerfield, an off-the-cuff recommendation, if the one 660-foot occupancy of the Ogden goes to sell their property, I recommend him for being the first in the tunnel to pick up that license. I mean, there has to be an opportunity for somebody else. The sad thing is, you have probably been doing, and I've not been there and inspecting or anything, but have been in the building in the days that you purchased when Tony Shea had bought floors. And, you know, we all too heavily remember every bit of the recession and what was happening at the Jewel and the different buildings downtown. And so you are one of the very few that has been really, obviously, doing the right thing, and you live here. And so when we had that last meeting, most of the people were from out of town. If they weren't from out of town, they didn't live in this city, they lived in the county. So the reality is everything that you've said and what you've obviously been doing and monitoring, but maybe there is a pathway to establish something, a priority list. I mean it seriously, because from what I understand of this gentleman's ownership of the property, he has been doing it properly. And it's just sad that bad people tend, and bad operators and people that are here doing this for the wrong reason, just to take the money and make the money. And so, you know, it's a sad piece of where life is today. But we appreciate your goodness, your efficacy, and everything you've been doing to do the right thing, and you set a good example. So just know that what we are having to deal with, though, is the overall weighing all the pieces. We, too, have been in this for over a year, and it's very difficult for us to, and that's why even our last meeting when we established the 3-bedroom maximum, in time, it was a beginning, and as we work towards this, who knows where it's going to keep going. We will have more high-rises downtown, and where the council will get to on that. So I just thank you for being the example that you are, and the process has to go forward. I can't tell you that it's going to be different, but we appreciate what you've done, the example you've set. You're a model for others, and forget your lawyer, you could have been your own lawyer. So,
thank you.
No slight to you, Mr. Seibert. He did a pretty darn good job. So, anybody else public hearing? Did we hear? We did? No, we haven't heard. No. Okay.
So,
and this is you're on 74.
Correct, Unit 920.
Yes.
Yeah. So Christopher Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1111. We had stated that the owners live out of town, so here's the cease and desist. I don't know if the camera's up.
Yeah, the camera picks it up. There you are.
So, so on the cease and desist here, the owners live in California. So I believe this gentleman is a family member. I just want to point that out. He may live in Las Vegas, but I kind of felt like that was not presented well. So the second thing I'd like to do is...
Excuse me one second, please, sir.
I was just going to say, what is the...
No, you're not on yet.
Oh, it can't be. There it is.
There you are.
Thank you, Mayor. What's the date? We cannot see everything.
The date on the cease and desist, December 30th, 2017.
Okay, so they were complying, I think, at that time. Okay, right. Thank you.
The second thing I'd like to do, I'd like to read this review from January. So, property owners beware, the guest rented the property and subleased it to another person who fabricated a second reservation to get my contact information so she could communicate with me while never booking the property. The guest did not honor our housekeeping rules, which are posted on the door, and left the property a mess. So, it's right here. This is a review from January. I'm just pointing this out as an example of, you can't always control things if you're not physically in the unit. Thank you.
Thank you. A question from Councilman
Thank you, Your Honor. Stay here for a second, sir. Mr. Gerst, what platform did you see the review on? It's really helpful if you will tell us.
Airbnb.
This is from Airbnb.
From Airbnb, okay, because it's not in my notes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if you'll turn those over to the city clerk again, too, please, thank you.
And Carrie Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111. The conditions and staff report associated with this item that are posted online states that on March 30th, code enforcement staff observed advertisements online on Flipkey, HomeAway, and Airbnb with reviews posted in January, February, and March. And that's on the city council agenda on the conditions and staff report page.
Excuse me, wait one second,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Scott.
Whatever comments, Mayor, we need to have them on the record. If he's going to make comments, we need to have those on the record.
Please.
We're asking what unit, because code enforcement contact, I have not been on those sites. They took them down. They also found that somebody had posted on Flipkey my unit number. It wasn't us. There's a full disclosure. A letter was sent to code enforcement. I wrote the letter. I said, I've never seen this listing. I had no control of it, because they contacted me, said, you were supposed to not have any listing. I said, we don't. I don't know what you're talking about. So code enforcement contacted me. I wrote a full disclosure. And Flipkey is now, I contact them. They've taken it off. It wasn't generated by myself, which is a part owner, and my brother-in-law, which is the other part owner, because his wife is deceased now, Hilda is. And so we had no knowledge of that. So it was taken care of through code enforcement.
Thank you. Do you want to confirm to that, Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, so I can confirm that is information in the staff report, that code enforcement staff had made those observations. I am not aware, and unfortunately, the staff report does not indicate in that background material if there was further clarifications made by the applicant. And I don't have a text message from my code enforcement staff that's monitoring this meeting yet to substantiate that, but the staff report does indicate that we did observe advertisements for this location on those websites.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public hearing at this point and turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Oh, joy. Thank you, Mayor. The staff, you've indicated just a second ago here that you said there were listings what did you say, Robert, in these early parts of last year or this year?
So in March of 2018, our staff report does indicate, and Mr. Lowenstein was just able to look up, that connected with this address, we had observed some advertisements that were posted online but according to the text message I just got, we did confirm that there were no listings for anything, at least as of July. So if there was some communications issue, as the applicant represented, they were resolved by July, but staff did observe advertisements for short-term rental activity for this unit back in March of this year.
Okay. Thank you. If I could continue, Your Honor, I'm troubled by the fact that earlier, the one platform we aren't following. And we were told when we bought that software or program that it would hit everything out there. If it came out of North Korea, we'd be able to find it.
Councilman Coffin, if I might interject here. So what they're showing you and what they're pointing to in those reviews, those are not by unit number. And that's something that our code enforcement section manager has been communicating to us, is that we have some listings that are on Airbnb for the Ogden, but there's no unit identified. And because we don't have the outside facade of the building, we don't know what unit number it truly is. So we can't make those assumptions in code enforcement and give someone a violation or assume they're doing short-term rental unless we actually know. They're making, I appreciate what they're trying to do, they're making that assumptions that was unit number 905 and unit number 920, but we can't do that in code enforcement. We really don't know what unit that is.
So that does show we still have a ways to go in terms of tracking this. On the other hand, we're all experienced with the internet and social media and all these other things where fake reviews are posted to hurt people. We know that goes on.
So I have had a lot of complaints about something called Flipkey, and I'm not sure what that is, but I think that's what you just showed us, was from Flipkey, not Airbnb. And That's a problem, because we're up here and we constantly get inundated with false data. It's kind of like fake news, and it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult, because I've met this gentleman, prior law enforcement, great guy, great guy. And so I have to just tell you, it's disheartening for me to sit up here and watch neighbors attack each other, because you're supposed to love your neighbor, right? And that's just gone totally out the window. And I personally use Airbnb all the time. I was just in DC last week, rented a house through Airbnb. Me and my assistant was there for 3 days. I think it's a fabulous way to travel.
Okay, so Councilman...
Your Honor, I'll try to speed this up by making a motion to approve item 74 as presented by staff.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 74. Please vote and please post. And please post. Motion is denied. Councilman Anthony.
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission.
There's a motion on agenda item 74 to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item 75. Agenda item 75, SUP 72411, public hearing, applicant owner Bruce and Tiffany Marler for R. Marler for possible action appeal of a denial by the Planning Commission on a request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required of 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2503, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, Planning Commission staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please, Mr. Seibert.
Madam Mayor, through you, thank you so much. Members of the council, Matthew Seibert, 400 South 7th Street of Woldridge Law, here on behalf of the applicant, the Marlers. Bruce and Tiffany are great people. They were the ones that really kind of spearheaded this charge at the Ogden. They were the first people to try to do it the right way. First group from the Ogden to come out and retain my services. I've been working with them since October of 2017, or maybe earlier, September perhaps, a long time. And it's been a journey. They actually live at the Ogden.
They live in the Ogden.
They live in the Ogden. You could check their driver's license right now. They used to live in Missouri. They're locals.
Wow, that worked.
Well, we'll see what the I don't know. After staying in an Airbnb in the Ogden a long time ago.
Okay.
So they are quite, they have an intimate relationship with code enforcement. Code enforcement knocks on their door about once a week. They're always there because they're the people coming in and out of their unit being accused of short-term renting it, which is always entertaining. At least they don't call me every time now that they get a knock on the door. So thank you guys. Obviously, they're in the same situation as the two applicants just prior. They've done everything the right way. They haven't been putting their unit on Airbnb. They've followed all of the rules. They've done everything that the city council has asked of them and more. And it just, it's unfortunate that, the appetite of the council is what it is today. I don't know what more I could possibly say, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council has, and I just can't say enough good things about these applicants.
I think you're doing as good a job as you can. I just, do you live here full-time now, or in the Ogden?
We live here 75% of the time. We do have children in other states that we visit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, step right
Sorry
up, and
about
if you
that.
would say your name.
Yes, we live here about 70% of the time. Tiffany
Your name.
Marler,
Thank you.
150 North Las Vegas Boulevard,
Okay.
Unit 2503. Just for clarification, that is my permanent address. And yes, we do travel. We do travel for our jobs. We travel to see our children. So when our unit is available, that we would like the opportunity to list it on a short-term rental, only Airbnb. We're not on 47 platforms. We prefer one because of their security. We have not made the effort to show up to these because we trust in Matt very, very much.
He's working hard.
He's working very hard, and we chose to go this route rather than showing up at your dinner tables. So we chose to go this route and hire Matt to speak for us in a lot of cases. But we have a year of things we'd like to say that I'm going to condense down. Speaking of fake news, it's really hard to sit and watch the council meetings from wherever I am and listen to the fake news that's reported. I happen to live there, like I said, so I know what's happening. I live the closest to the pool that any unit can be. So I know the traffic that goes on there, know the noise that goes on there, and I kind of treat it as my personal pool, so I'm there a lot. So I know where the cigarette butts are coming from, and it's not short-term rentals. Every single thing in the Ogden with 275 units is blamed on short-term rentals, which is ludicrous. I am quite sure that any residential neighborhood who has a trash can that spilled over was not short-term rental. So, like I said, there's about a year of things that I could say, and it's probably a moot point, and I respect your decision. But, you know, we are doing it the right way. We've been doing it the right way since day one. We have done every avenue possible and every hoop we have jumped through at the detriment of our finances. We have done every single thing that we've been asked to do, only to be here today and hear the decisions that have been made thus far. So, with all due respect, I understand your positions of trying to do the right thing and make sure that everything's covered and you can't grant one and then 7,000 other ones show up. I get it, and that's why we've done everything possible to make sure that we are in compliance and what's benefiting the Ogden, as well as the city. So.
Were the whole rest of them like you, it'd be wonderful. Thank you.
We try very hard.
Thank you very much. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, same spiel. It's in the same 660 as an existing one. I've already lost the over-under on the meeting length, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. McElhone and see if she has any additional information on this one.
Thank you.
No. Madam Mayor, the notice and order was issued on this one January 4th, 2018. Right now, there is not a listing identified at all in UHost. As a matter of fact, we just checked moments ago.
Thank you.
And we don't have any short-term rental activity that we could verify during this past year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public hearing. Anyone wishes to be heard on agenda item 75, please come forward. You're cool. Closing public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move for approval of item 75.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 75. Please vote and please post. Motion is denied. Councilman Anthony.
Like the Rams front four.
Motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission.
There's a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission, and if you can get that up, please vote and please post. Thank you very much. Happy holidays to you.
Did I not?
I don't. Well, vote again.
I thought I saw it.
Okay, that motion carried.
I'm
you
sorry. I see what you-
make
I
her.
voted wrong.
He voted wrong. Make him a no, please. Okay. No, it's a record. You want your record clear. Please change him out. Agenda item 77, SUP 72413, public hearing, applicant owner Palma Joyner, for possible action appeal of denial by the Planning Commission of request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, number 2315, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. As public hearing, I declare it open. Is our wonderful representative here and his clients, please?
Madam Mayor, just as a point of clarification, do we skip 76?
No, we did it. We voted on it.
Marshall?
Yep.
Oh, excellent, okay.
Because you gave me 74, 75,
No, that's fine.
77.
I just want to make sure, because
Okay.
I didn't want to skip
Okay.
somebody.
No.
Perfect, okay. I apologize, I
That's
obviously wasn't
okay.
here.
Same ruling, though. Okay.
I'm floored.
No, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. Matthew Seibert, 400 South 7th Street, Woolridge Law, here on behalf of the applicant, Ms. Joyner. I mean, you guys know exactly what I'm going to say up here. Ms. Joyner is one of my favorite clients. I've been working with her for, again, since October of 2017, about
And
that
does
time.
Ms. Joyner live in Las Vegas, this city?
Ms. Joyner does not live in Las Vegas. Ms. Joyner is like you guys, actually. She runs the public health department over in the state of Washington. So she also
Beautiful
serves her
place.
community.
Well, we appreciate what she does up there, and
But she does have a local co-host that operates a lot of these in the valley legally. She has good contacts in the city. She's here quite often. And of course, I'm looking out for her 24 hours a day out here. So, you know, I'm always a phone call away for Ms. Joyner.
thank you.
I would answer any questions that you guys have, but I know that you guys are obviously.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, once again, this is within 660 feet of an established short-term residential rental. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of this appeal. Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone has updated information about this property.
Madam Mayor, a notice and order was issued on this property November 29, 2017. As you'll recall, this is the property that was brought before you at the last City Council on December 5th, and civil fines were issued as a result of short-term rental activity. The civil fines that were approved were $10,000 at that time. Since that time, Code Enforcement has readjusted that to $5,500 because some of the dates were not entirely accurate, or there were some concerns over the dates. So there definitely has been short-term rental activity at this property, and this owner has been fined. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on agenda item 77? Closed public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
Sure.
Madam Mayor and council
Yes.
members, thank you so much for the hearing this afternoon. I'll try and speak up a little louder. I have a low voice. In regards to the information that was just shared on the update on my status, as Matt said, I've been working on this for over a year. I sent you all an email last Tuesday, or 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, December 4th, explaining my circumstances, what led to the fine. I've tried to be in good standing and follow the rules, and unfortunately for me, I was not aware that letting people stay for free was an infraction. So my listing has been deactivated since early August, and so at this point, nothing planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, two questions down there. Councilwoman Fiore.
So I just have to be crystal clear here, because, so are you saying that you listed your property on Airbnb and you didn't charge, but you listed it as a short-term rental?
Yes, because I had it up for 31-day rentals, and then when, at that period of time, it appeared that maybe we were going to get approved, I went ahead and accepted some rentals, but then it didn't. And so these folks were local, and I reached out to them to let them know that what I'd been working through here with the city, and that I was not allowed to rent. So because they were needing a staycation, they were new parents, I said I would be happy to let them stay at my place, and I met them at my unit, and yeah, I said, you know, they canceled their Airbnb, but I knew that we have people going around the building asking people if they're there with Airbnb. My sister has come and stayed. I've had friends come and stay, and other occupants in the building come up and ask them if they're Airbnb.
Okay, so this is the problem, right? So follow the rules, and I'll fight for you all day long. You don't follow the rules, I can't go with Councilman Coffin and say, if let's say he was to vote to approve you. I just can't do that. It's like I fight for the people that are doing what's right, And so when you don't do what's right, you make it harder for me to fight for the rest of you. Do you understand?
No, I understand that,
So you
and
want
I'm
your
saying...
family to come and stay groovy. Don't advertise it on a social media site.
Understood. I did not realize that just because 31-day rentals are allowed, and I just had 2 gentlemen in there for 37 nights. So, yeah, it was a hard learning experience. Thus, I've deactivated the account. I'm trying to do the right thing. And
Okay, thank you. Councilman Crear?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I just find it hard to understand how, fees accumulate over a course of time. You get fined, you get noticed, you get re-noticed, you get fined per day, and it's been a accumulation of $10,000, which was reduced to $5,000, or $5,000, right? So that's not like I got a notice and I didn't do anything about it. That is a course of X amount of dollars per day being fined, and
yeah,
then...
I got 2 notices. I got a notice in November of 2017. I talked to Officer Eric McCoy at that time, explained everything that was going on. He described to me about clearing my books. I didn't get another notice until July of 2018.
Okay.
I was fined $500 a day for July of 2018, although I didn't charge any rent, which I thought was sort of the infraction part, my bad. So I've only had 2 notices. I've tried to do the right thing.
Yeah, so this is not the agenda item.
No, I understand, but I'm just...
Hold on. This is not the agenda item, and we're sort of getting off topic a little bit. But I'm not sure if you've paid that fine or you haven't paid that fine yet. But potentially, I'm not an attorney, but there could be discussion on if those fees can be abated or not. I would maybe speak with someone in business license on a procedure for that. That's all. Abated.
Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, so at your last meeting, you did, the city council did hold a public hearing to discuss possible action on assessing civil penalties on this property. The council at that time did assess the $10,000 with the understanding that Mr. Sieber had brought some legitimate concerns about some of those dates and some correspondence that members of my staff weren't aware that the officer at the time had issued. Based on a review of that documentation that Mr. Sieber provided, we did reduce the amount of that penalty down from the $10,000 that was discussed here at council down to the $5,500, I believe it is now. I believe Councilman Crear is absolutely correct that as a part of our normal waiver process, the property owner can always bring a request to have fines that have been levied against their property brought before the hearing officer and potentially this council if they do not believe that if they have a plan to remediate the property is usually what happens, but they can always make a request to have a portion of those civil penalties waived down the road.
Thank you very much. Okay, public hearing, anyone on agenda item 77? Close public hearing, and Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move for approval of item 77.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 77. Please vote and please post. That motion is denied. Councilman Anthony.
Make a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission.
Now there's a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission. Please vote and please post. That motion carries, but you did hear what Mr. Summerfield said. Okay, we have one more. We have already taken care of 78, so 79 SUP 73810, public hearing, applicant owners Stuart I. Brooks and Paula Sue Brooks. Possible action on appeal of denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Unit 1618, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? And anything new you'd like to add before I turn it to Mr. Summerfield?
You know, I would just like to obviously, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, through you, Matthew Seibert, 400 South 7th Street, Woldridge Law, here on behalf of my last applicant, Stuart and Paula Brooks, who unfortunately couldn't be here because they are out of the country right now. You know, this is another property that, you know, I mean, you know how I feel about all my clients, and it's just so unfortunate the way things kind of have progressed this afternoon. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that some of the things that I've set up here are disingenuous, and I don't necessarily believe that because I think that all my applicants are great. You know, I know some of the councilmen were talking about, you know, we don't grant waivers and this and that. I got a waiver in your ward from one of my applicants who was never going to be there. But that's okay. You know, it's you know, I guess it's the political climate. You know, I don't venture to guess. But anyhow, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding this applicant. And yeah, thank you.
Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, once again, this is within the 660 feet of an established short-term residential rental also located on the same property. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this appeal of the Planning Commission decision. Ms. McElhone, Deputy Planning Director, has more details.
Madam Mayor, this short-term rental does have short-term rental activity. Notice and order was issued December 1st, 2017. We had a confirmed short-term rental stay with the actual renter, and that was in January of 2018. Fines were assessed for $6,132. Thank you.
Thank you. And do Mr. and Mrs. Brooks live in Las Vegas?
They do not. They live in Los Angeles.
They would live where?
They live in California, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone interested in making comment of 79? And just based on the last one, and you heard that process. So I'm going to close public hearing. Councilman Coffin, this is the last one, I think.
Into the breach again. Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say, I think this is the last one for Ward 3 today, although there might be a couple more coming here from other wards. Matt Seibert, you've done a good job representing those folks in the tower.
I appreciate that.
And you have honestly conveyed to them the desires of the council members that you spoke with, and you have in turn relayed all the information you possibly could from them to us. So, you know, it's like anything else. It's just a star-crossed kind of a thing happening right now. You mentioned political, and there is that move. Now, I got to caution everybody, including you, Matt, especially on the council. These billionaires that run these companies, these platforms, are going to be, they are already actively seeking the ability to override what the local government does on short-term rentals. They have the money to do that. They have the money to purchase all of the lobbying that one could want. On the other hand, obviously they cannot purchase legislators, but they will be persuasive. So if we turn down everybody, it gives a pretty good excuse to folks who lobby Carson City, who will then say, these folks, and we've heard all the stories before, we are not being fair to people with property rights. And there will be arguments about that. And you and I know we cannot predict what will come out of Carson City. But for that reason, I just want to say that that's important to know as we defend our own prerogatives, that if we look like a stone wall in every case, we're in trouble. I would therefore now, Your Honor, move for approval of item 79.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve 79. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman Fiore. That's okay. And please post. I saw it briefly. The motion does not carry. Councilman Anthony.
Motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission.
There's a motion to deny the appeal from the Planning Commission on 79. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you,
But
Counsel.
you're not finished because you know you have some work to do with those couple.
Oh, we got a lot of work to do.
Okay.
Don't worry, we're not done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, number 80, we've already taken under consideration. 81's been withdrawn. We are now on to agenda item 82, and that is SUP 73829, public hearing, applicant owner Michael Troisi, for possible action appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 4021 Mountain View Boulevard, RE Residence Estate Zone 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am.
Your name.
Mike Troisi, 4021 Mountain View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102.
Okay, do you want to make some comments about what was, there it is. Beautiful.
We're going to request a tabling of this for 6 months.
Your name, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm Treva Fulton at 4021 Mountain View, same address. And obviously, this is Ward 1 with Mayor Pro Tem. And obviously, she's not here, and that's an important piece.
Okay.
Excuse me, that's an important piece for us. We've been in the process for this for a long time and invested a lot of money, effort, and energy. Just so you have a little history behind that, we were supposed to meet and have our first Planning Commission meeting in August. Mayor Pro Tem had asked us, and I think every short-term rental, for an abeyance in August. Then we met in September with the Planning Commission, and unfortunately, Commissioner Quinn had gone to the dentist that month and couldn't be there. She was in pain, so obviously that's her ward as well, and so the commissioners said they didn't feel comfortable voting at that time. So then we got pushed into October, and as you saw, even though there was staff approval, we were denied, and that's obviously the appeal. We wanted to be able to present to Mayor Pro Tem in November, but we flew here. She was sick, unfortunately, and so that got canceled, and so we wanted an abeyance. And then we had another meeting with her that was scheduled for yesterday, but unfortunately, as you know, she's ill, so that meeting got canceled. And we just feel that, obviously that's her ward and it's really important. The other piece of that is that, we want more of an opportunity to be part of the neighborhood because this will be a second home as well. So we want to be there. We're going to be gutting the house, so we will be there more, and we'd like that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Where do you live? Where's home now?
Denver, Colorado.
Denver. Okay, both?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied 5-bedroom short-term residential rental unit. The use meets all the minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Therefore, staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring expungement if the property is to be sold. At this time, I'll turn it over the presentation to Deputy Planning Director Mary McLaurin.
Before you do that, could we see the map with the circle?
We'll see.
So it is, it meets that basic requirement of the 660.
That am I correct? There are no other short-term rentals within 660 feet of this
Okay.
property.
Thank you. And we have a question, too, before we turn it over to Mrs. McElhone.
Thank you, Mayor. For use guys, they're not even licensed, are they? So they're not owner-occupied, and they don't have that license, so they haven't really been in the queue, even though they've been working with the council member? They never went and got a business license?
Councilman Coffin, no, they're not in the queue. They've never been licensed. Based upon the way the laws had changed, because they're 5 bedrooms, even if they would not
That
qualify
would
for
require a waiver.
owner-occupied.
Yeah. Mhm. All right, thank you.
Okay, would you make the rest of your report, please? Or is that it?
No. Madam Mayor, we do not have any code enforcement action on this property or any short-term rental activity that has been noticed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, and, well, let me just see if there's anything. Councilman Soroka's been asked to assume responsibility for the agenda today for Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, and so knowing that he or her staff has been in touch, I'm going to ask you for comment before, because I do see there are folks who come here and have been waiting patiently to address council.
Well, first question, I just wanted to clarify with either planning or licensing that they are under the old rules, correct, before the 3-bedroom owner-occupied? Or are they under the 3-bedroom owner-occupied?
Through you, Madam Mayor. They are under the ordinance at the time they submitted their applications, which is under what you're referring to as the old rule.
The old rules, the original rules for the city, okay. The guidance from Mayor Pro Tem, as you would expect, is, we would like to hear what the neighbors have to say and see what kind of sentiment there is for those in the community, which seemed to be in alignment with where you were going with trying to work with the neighbors.
Quick question, in regards to that, I understand, that's what we came here to do. As you see, we have a presentation, as I know they do, but the question is that, do we need to go through that process if we would get it tabled? The purpose is that we wanted the opportunity to do that in front of Mayor Pro Tem, of which we're not going to be able to do. So I just don't know if that's part of tabling or not.
Through you, Madam Mayor, for you, Councilman, for clarification on the action of what is considered tabling an item, the item is then removed from a next agenda, difference from an abeyance, which is scheduled for a scheduled public hearing at a publicly noticed date. The tabling is, it's indefinitely off of an agenda until brought back within a 6-month period. If it's longer than 6 months, the application dies, and the applicant would have to reapply if the law would allow them at that time.
And is there a fee associated with tabling as opposed to abeyance?
That is correct, sir. There is a re-notification fee associated with the action of tabling when they bring the item back off to an agenda.
And I think the applicant's question was, do we need to hear from the neighbors? And that's up to the mayor.
Well, I would say since they've been sitting here for a long day, yes.
So does that have a bearing on whether it gets tabled or not?
I don't know what I think it's going to be up to Councilman Soroka and his input, any education you've had from Mayor Pro Tem and what she was wishful of.
I think that Mayor Pro Tem would always appreciate an opportunity to work directly with you. So I think we'd love to hear from the neighbors, Mayor, if possible, but I think it'd be appropriate for Mayor Pro Tem to work with you, and if you'd either like to table it or obey it, we can do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if you'll come forward and state your name for the record, and we'll set the time. I think we can do this because I think you've heard some things. Let's set the time at a minute on each, and if we need more, we'll go to that, but I think we'll find out. Thank you.
Mayor,
your name? Yes.
Mayor, if I could, as Marco's approaching the microphone, I just wanted to disclose that Marco was in my employ as a part-time, as-needed employee for a period of time. And he no longer works for me. He was a subordinate of mine and has no influence over my my position one way or another. An attorney, can you help clarify
Mayor
that for
and
me?
Council, Councilman, we've indicated that your independence of judgment isn't compromised. Marco did work for you at one point in time. You haven't discussed this item with him, and that we've advised you are able to vote on this item.
You owe any money?
And he does not owe him any money
Please.
either.
Okay, here we go. If you will, go ahead. We'll set it in a minute if we find we need more time, but I think all of you have been waiting so long. So
Well,
let's-
before I begin, Madam Mayor, if I may, just a point of parliamentary procedure. Are we speaking now for or against the tabling, or are we speaking now for or against the application itself?
Variax,
It's up to you, Mayor. I mean, if you want them to speak with regard to the possibility of an abeyance or a tabling, you're able to do that. But if you want them just to have their comments with regard to the overall application, you
that's
can
where
also
I'd
do
like
that.
to be, because
Mayor, I
council...
agree. Out of deference
Yeah.
for Mayor Pro Tem, I think it should be
Yeah,
up,
let's-
down, pro
Right.
for the application, not the tabling.
Right, so we're just going to hear all the testimony. We have therefore making a record, and then we have it on the record, or at least video, for Councilwoman to hear. So let's go ahead and...
So we're speaking on the issue itself, on the
On the
application?
issue itself,
I'm going
correct.
to let my neighbor speak first then, if I may.
Thank you very much. Okay, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Susan Henry. I live at 3911 Mountain View Boulevard. We are property owners in Artesian Heights. I wanted to say my piece here that our position has not changed on the possibility of a vacation property rental happening in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood, everyone likes to think their neighborhood is unique, but we have a very close-knit group of people. We know each other. There's a soft security in that, and there is also a strong sense of community. We hope that we can preserve this, and we are very scared of how big this field has scaled over the last 10 years for platforms doing vacation rentals, and you would be hard-pressed to find anyone here who'd want to gamble or guinea pig their home for how things are going right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very well done.
Robert Cranley, 4011 Mountain View Boulevard. I speak in opposition to either further abeyance, or the passage of the favor of the permit. We live in a historic neighborhood, not formally designated historic, but historic in what has occurred in the neighborhood in the past. When I moved in the 80s, Old Man Ray, Mr. Ray, maybe you're older people, he was before you a lot of times to get his property cleaned up. But when I moved here, he was raising hay on a couple of acres there on Hinson. Our name for the neighborhood of Artesian Heights, of course, is in recognition of the artesian springs that were all throughout the area, and now we have Springs Preserve. So it's a long-standing neighborhood with a lot in its background, and the introduction of short-term rentals is a disruptor to the fabric of a neighborhood like that. So I'd ask you to make a decision tonight, actually, I guess it's almost night, this afternoon, to deny the applicant. Thank you.
I'm Aldema Ridge, 4011 Mountain View Boulevard. As Councilwoman Fiore said, we love our neighbors. I have, since August, been, what I tell these people, doing the circuit, all right? That we have been talking among ourselves since August. Susan Henry, who just spoke, and I sat here with all of you on December 5th, and I'm a former English teacher, so I was doing my due diligence and taking down my notes. And I really, really appreciated Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem's presentation that day, explaining the uniqueness of a neighborhood like ours, Artesian Heights. We are one of those old ones in, what are the numbers, 1, 3, and 5, is it?
yeah.
Okay. We, came into being long before the HOAs and all that stuff.
Okay, we're on a minute. Can you move it along so we can get to everyone,
we have
please?
each other, and we'd like to preserve this neighborhood for people who live in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, Susan Wainscott, 4350 Bossart Court.
Thank
and I
you.
do have an orange card. I'm going to try and read this quickly.
I remain opposed to this special use permit because the only thing that seems to have changed about this application is the ways in which it's been delayed and dragged on and on and on. I haven't seen a change in the way they plan to operate. My family also purchased a property in this neighborhood. We've also invested substantial money, time, and sweat equity into our property. We've improved the exterior and the interior of our property. That benefits the neighborhood. We're also active participants in the Neighborhood Watch Association. To my knowledge, the applicants are not. I've given up a day and a half of vacation time and several late night evenings attending planning commission meetings and now these daytime meetings, and I appreciate the work you all do, and frankly, I'm tired of seeing you in person. So thank you for the ordinance change, and please oppose this.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please, your name.
My name is Dave Seaman. I live at 4008 Del Monte Avenue. Been down here several times for the same issue. I think it needs to be addressed now. I don't know if they're waiting for some of us to die off or get tired of attending these meetings. But what it really boils down to is this. They said we've done everything we're supposed to do. Yes, to put in an application. But the application is merely for the right to come in and try and convince you, the council, to change the rules of our neighborhood. And we're here to say, no, don't change the rules to our neighborhood. It's that simple.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Darren Carlos, born and raised native of Las Vegas. Lived at 4009 Del Monte Avenue for 41 years. Everything's been repeated numerous times. There's nothing much else I can add to it except for the fact that we are a neighborhood that wants to keep it residential, not any commercial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Robert Gilmore, 4009 Del Monte Avenue. Pretty much everything everybody has said I agree with, but we have to keep taking our personal time. Abeyance. Nothing has happened, nothing has changed. There's not been one thing that has seen as even an attempt to talk to the neighbors, say, hey, this is what we want to do, talk. We had one meeting, and nothing was really resolved there. But every time that we have this problem, we keep coming down. We keep having to say the same things. We keep having to say, we don't necessarily think that's a good fit. You should go somewhere else. Bottom line is, we do not want something like this in our neighborhood, and each time we come down, we bring a large group of the people here because we are passionate about when we say no, we mean no. And if that's the way that you're going to try to do business as a businessman, an out-of-state businessman, by trying to wear us down, it's not going to happen. We're here forever. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, Council, Mike Hedrick, Ward 1, 1505 Banner Circle. I don't want to see this go any further. Let's make some decisions today. Don't kick the can down the road. Number two, I'd like to offer an extension as the Vice President of the Neighborhood Watch Association in that area. I'd like to offer the people, come on down from Colorado, move into the house, and be here present. Manage your properties from here. We'd love to have you as neighbors, real neighbors. Y'all come. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Ronell Newport, 4111 Del Monte Avenue. We're a very close-knit neighborhood. We bake cakes for when people come in. Same thing. Love to have them as neighbors. We just don't want short-term.
And would you spell your name for the clerk, please?
Yes,
'Cause I saw.
Ronnell. I was supposed to be Ronald, but...
Thank you very much. Now, before you speak for one moment, did Robert Cranley speak? Yes. Yes. And, oh, thank you. And did Kathy Stamper speak?
No, Kathy's here, but she's here.
Okay. And Marco, you're coming, and we've got Aldema Ridge. Did you? Yes, okay, our teacher. Thank you very much. Okay, please. You're on.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. For the record, Marco Henry, 3911 Mountain View Boulevard. I shall start by repeating what the councilman already disclosed, which is that I was previously engaged working in fantastic work in Ward 2, which I enjoyed very greatly.
Excuse me 1 second. Time has been yielded by Kathy to Mr. Henry.
And also Ingrid, I believe.
And Ingrid as well, so
Yes,
he gets
if you
3
give me a little
minutes.
latitude, I'd appreciate it.
Please. Thank you.
In any event, I'm here as a resident of Ward 1, 2 doors down from this proposed short-term rental. I'll start by saying and repeating, this is now the 6th meeting that we've had. 3 planning commissions, which ended in a 7-0 denial. 1 city council last month that was obeyed in writing for no given reason. The applicants were in fact in town that day, met with our neighbors. I don't know why they asked for it to be obeyed, but we were all ready to go down, and last minute it was obeyed, and so here we are again. So firstly, on the tabling issue, I would beg you all that we've put 6 meetings into this, tens of hours each, dozens of hours each. Please, one way or the other, could we please have a resolution today? We strongly oppose the tabling. On the issue itself, short-term rentals are obviously have been a hot-button issue. I don't want to bore you with any new arguments. You have heard them all. But I just wanted to address this issue of fairness and doing the right thing, and we followed the rules. Well, I've heard that a lot, and I've heard it from our particular applicants as well. So why don't we just take a second to look at what the rules actually are? So under Title 19, right up the top, the purpose and intent of Title 19. It's the purpose and the intent of the City Council that this title promotes the following purposes: to preserve and enhance the present qualities and advantages that exist in the city, the present qualities. To encourage the most appropriate use of land consistent with the public interest. To protect human social resources. To maintain the character and stability of present and future land use. And the adoption of this title is generally consistent with the general plan. So let's turn to what the general plan says. The mission statement of the general plan is, by 2020, Las Vegas will become a multicultural and diverse community where people and families are our top priority. People and families, not economic interests. Where we can live and grow together in safe and distinctive neighborhoods. Well, Artesian Heights is certainly a distinctive neighborhood that we'd like to preserve. Goal 2 of the general plan: mature neighborhoods will be sustained and improved through appropriate and selective high-quality redevelopment and preservation. And objective 2.4, to ensure that the quality of existing residential neighborhoods within the city of Las Vegas is maintained and enhanced. And that's what we're here today to ask you to do. The applicants have been denied for a special use permit, and a special use permit requires an extraordinary burden of proof. In fact, the title says very specifically that the burden of proof is on the applicant. So we're essentially the defense, and they're essentially the prosecution. We have a presumption of innocence, and they have to actively prove that this is harmonious, compatible, and good for the neighborhood. Well, we've got 25, 30 neighbors who've come 6 times now to say they don't believe it's harmonious and compatible. Briefly, I will take you through this pack that you've received so you understand what I'm saying here. Artesian Heights is an old neighborhood. It's not as famous as Scotch 80s. It's not as famous as McNeil. We're one more over, but we kind of like it. It's been around for a while, built on one of the original artesian springs that watered this city and allowed people to live here. If you go to page 2 of my pack, you'll see it's a very small cul-de-sac, only 8 houses, and I don't call them properties, I call them houses, because it's where people live. I consider it a house, not a chattel or a good. You'll see that there are 4 properties. The red property is where the proposed short-term rental will be. It's a huge impact on a small, tight-knit community. And if you turn to pages 3, 4, 5, and 6, you'll see petitions signed by pretty much everyone in a 1,000-foot radius of this neighborhood, of this property. If you turn to the final page, you'll see that map. The black house is the proposed short-term rental. The red houses are all signed on that petition that they are opposed. The ones that are grey, frankly, we just couldn't get a hold of them. I'm sure they probably would have been opposed too. But we have overwhelming, universal opposition to any attempt to change the character of our neighborhood by a purely commercial short-term rental operation owned by out-of-state operators who already own dozens of properties in Colorado, and this is now their first foray into Las Vegas. We wish them well, but they made a business decision. They're treating it as a business decision. They can afford to lose money and time in a business enterprise that we can't, as neighbors, have to come time and time again, invest our time and resources into it. And we ask you, please, after the 6th attempt, we'd love to hear you protect your neighbors, protect these old neighborhoods, and uphold the 7-0 denial of their application by Planning Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, neighbors. And I have consulted with Mayor Pro Tem staff. We've reviewed your documentation. We've seen your signatures now that you've provided very clear evidence that the neighbors do not support, and most importantly, the neighbors immediately surrounding the short-term rental. That's where we always give the most weight, because if they supported it, they would have a lot of weight. Clearly, the sentiment of the neighborhood, and this has been Mayor Pro Tem's consistent position, that she supports the will of the neighbors, and I think it's very clear that instead of denying or tabling this, we'll make a decision today. But before I make a motion, I think Councilwoman Fiore would like to make a statement.
Thank you, Councilman Soroka. I just want to clarify, did you hear from Mayor Pro Tem herself or her staff?
I heard from her staff.
Because I would much prefer to hear from our Mayor Pro Tem on this, and I know she's ill today, so I really was hoping that in your original decision that we would obey this until she got back. That would be, a big consideration. I mean, I do know that it's an overwhelming audience here, but at the same time, Mayor Pro Tem herself is not here, and you've not spoken to her herself, and I'm concerned.
May I make a statement?
Yeah, please do.
We understand why they don't want to come back. I thought I made it clear why this has happened. This has not continually been obeyed based on us. The one abatement that we requested was because we did not get the meeting with Mayor Pro Tem that was already scheduled, that was canceled by her, unfortunately, because she was ill. The request now is for the same exact reason, and in addition to that, we will be here more, and we do want them to know who we are. We are not business people. We are not rich. I know they want to present it that way. It's worse for us. We fly in here and spend $1,000 every single time. The purpose is not to make it hard on them. As a matter of fact, when we requested the abeyance because we didn't get the last meeting with Mayor Pro Tem, we called the two people we knew, two neighbors that we knew, and let them know because we didn't want them to come down here. So we empathize with them, but we're just asking, it is about fairness and that we have the opportunity because it is her ward.
Excuse me, I've just gotten off the phone with Mayor Pro Tem. She's moving to deny. So I just want you to know she's moving to deny your application because of exactly what Councilman Soroka on her behalf, who had heard from
The clerk's office is coming up here to chastise me for not speaking up, I guess.
Okay.
But, since the Mayor Pro Tem's not here for the meeting, the councilman would have to make the official motion, whatever
Okay.
that might be.
Well, I did. I just wanted to confirm that I did just speak with her, so apparently she's watching. But everything that you have stated about her believing in her communities and everything else. So knowing that staff, and that was a very good question of Councilwoman Fiore's, because staff, while they are dear and near to us all, cannot speak for the ward chair. So with that, I can attest to the fact I just got on, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Indicate, would the, knowing this, does the, I guess, would the council want to maybe allow them to withdraw without prejudice, or do they want a denial? A denial means they can't reapply for a year. A withdrawal without prejudice, you can reapply at any time.
Is there a motion on the table? We don't know what it is.
There's no motion, but
Councilman Herc.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, It's been very clear today, the sentiment of the community, and as Mayor Pro Tem shared directly, that, and I think it's very clear to all of us, we'll have a chance to vote, but to support the community and being a protector of the neighborhoods, I will move to deny in this case in support of the residents.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
What we were asking for was to table it. We have a presentation that we have spent an enormous amount of time and effort to put together. We were asking to table it. That was what our question was. And then you asked them, would they like to rebut the tabling or what our presentation? We have something that we've spent a great deal of time on. Everything that she said is correct. We flew out here with the full intention before Thanksgiving to meet with Mayor Pro Tem. She canceled on the morning that we were supposed to be here, or that we were supposed to meet with her. The same thing happened this time. We don't want to inconvenience them in any way.
Mayor, if it would allow, there is a motion, but we're happy to hear their presentation.
Okay, one other thing. Through you, I don't know if I can ask him directly, but can...
Mr. Summerfield?
Mr. Summerfield? Sorry, I didn't. If we withdraw with prejudice... Without prejudice. Can you please explain that a little better?
So, Madam Mayor, through you, if the item is withdrawn with prejudice or just withdrawn, no application related to a short-term rental would be able to be applied for at this location for at least a year. If it's withdrawn without prejudice, then if there's some change in the code, because it's non-owner occupied, and I believe it's more than 3 bedrooms, so it would not qualify under the code that this council adopted 2 weeks ago. So if it's withdrawn without prejudice, there's no recourse unless they were to move into the home. Well, again, it doesn't meet the bedrooms. So they would not be able to do a short-term rental under the way the new code reads. However, if some change in that code happens in the future within the next year, if it's withdrawn without prejudice, that would allow them to at least, if the code changes in their favor, to come back at some point. So that's the distinction. If it's withdrawn or withdrawn with prejudice, there's no application possible within the next year regardless of a code change. If it's withdrawn without prejudice, then they could maybe reapply if the code changes at some point in the next year, and it changes in a way that's favorable to them making a request.
Just further clarification, if it's denied, they have to wait a year as well.
Correct. If this appeal is denied, then they also have to wait a year, regardless if there's a code change or not.
Thank you, and I think out of deference to Councilman Soroka's request, go ahead and make your presentation.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just confused on what we're doing here. I understand what he was saying, but we're presenting for what purpose right now?
Because he requested it.
Okay.
Because the fact is the councilwoman had told me she would deny the whatever it's titled right here on 82, the abeyance item applicant owner for possible action
Yes.
on the appeal. She
Yes.
was denying that.
Yeah, I understand that, but
But
if
there hasn't been no vote, so people haven't
so if
voted
we
yet.
present, can we request then to withdraw without prejudice after that?
I don't see any problem, but that's legal.
That's
Okay.
fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
we just want to make sure we don't, by
Okay.
presenting,
And Madam Mayor, there's just one more step, because these are never easy. Because this is an appeal of the Planning Commission, I believe this is an appeal, correct? Yes, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission denial. We run into a similar situation that I described earlier with those Ogden items. So it's actually, would not be a motion to withdraw without prejudice here. It would be a motion to remand back to Planning Commission for them to reopen a hearing to allow them to withdraw without prejudice at that time.
And I
If
don't know
that
how
were
we
the
figure this out
appetite.
legally, but Mr. Scott, that is keeping a door open, which my understanding from Councilwoman is she is denying it. So allowing them to go back to planning to reapply under something is against what she wants.
We would remand it back to planning only so that they could withdraw it without prejudice. Because right now, that was
That's the
final action at
instruction.
Planning Commission, correct.
Okay,
We've
you
done
got
once
that?
before, Mayor. Yes.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, so the request right now is, because you've worked so hard on this, to make the application, which is being recorded, so Councilwoman, if she is too ill to be watching this, she can review it again on the
Yeah.
website. Okay, so please go ahead.
Okay. So I want to start by, I know you guys are exhausted by the subject. Honestly, I know they are, and so are we, so I apologize for that up front. But I am hoping that what you can do is see us as individuals for just a moment, because I know it has just been a complete circus. And so I just hope you can see us as that. In addition to that, we are not the people that they present us to be in terms of rich business people. That is not the case. We don't have the money to waste. We are middle-class people. I mortgaged my condominium to buy this property. With that being said, they say, well, why would you do that? Because, you know, if you didn't know you could get the short-term permit. We did that because we didn't have the option to get the approval for the short-term permit and then do it to be determined house. We wish that was the way it was set up. It's not the way it's set up, as you know, so we had to find the house. The process for us started 3 years ago when there was a potential ban or regulations coming down the pike, and we were very conservative, and we did not want to be in the position we're at today and have the goalpost being moved and kicked down the field. So we stopped and we went under contract on a property that was in McNeil that did not meet the guidelines, so we canceled it and we bought this house. I want to say, as far as the opposition, while respectfully, we realize there's opposition, but we do also want you to understand something too. It is designed to look larger than it truly is, and it is by coming up individually where there's one household, a man and a wife or something, and in addition to, like, the petitions. I mean, if I saw this petition, if I saw this petition, 3 pages of just all of these signatures, I would be appalled as well. However, when you really look at them and vet them, there are duplicates. There are people who have, like a man and a wife, who have actually signed it twice. You can see the duplicates. Now, that doesn't mean there's not a significant opposition. We realize that, but I just want to note that. And this shows it too. Within the first 60 days that the notices, we had 2 notices sent out, 102 both times. That's 204 notices. And of that, it says that there were 47 returned. When you take out the duplicates and you take those things out, it was 19. I'm not saying that's not significant opposition, but it is a difference. With that being said, I just want you to be able to see this. I can't see. Oh, okay.
They can see that.
So, with that being said, the reality is that if you look at this map, this is within the 660 feet, okay? This was within the first 60 days, which I consider real opposition, before it snowballed out of control 150 days later. And if someone was knocking on my door saying there's going to be a party house with pedophiles and drug addicts, I would be up in arms as well. But this is the real opposition, and there was 6% of the postcards that were returned. This is the reality of it, 6% out of all those postcards. If you extend that out to 1,000 feet, even farther than the requirement, 10% were returned. I think that's the real opposition. Doesn't mean there isn't, but it's not what is presented. In addition to it being harmonious, I would like to note that there are a lot of commercial businesses in here. This is the map of the neighborhood. From our property, there is a surgery center that is 485 feet from our property. There is a rehab hospital that is 763 feet. A public service that is 1,100 square feet. Public storage, I'm sorry. There is an apartment complex that butts up against the Henry's house, 312 units. Here it is. They border that property. So with that being said, in addition to that, by the way, there is also a group home, a licensed group home that houses 10 people. There's, traffic and all the things that they're worried about. It isn't that it's not harmonious. There's all kinds of things going on in that neighborhood. Oh, in addition to that, right here, 1,000 feet, there's a junkyard. I want to show you pictures. This is the cul-de-sac. Okay, yes, it's a cul-de-sac, but what they don't state is at the end of the cul-de-sac, there's not homes. These are this is an apartment complex. This is a picture of the junkyard that's 1,000 feet away from our property. This is the cul-de-sac. This is the apartment complex. This is the Henry's house. Here you can see it. This is the fence to the apartment complex. I understand that, you know, they don't want us there, but the truth is there is commercial property all around our property. In addition to that, I know they've been concerned about their children. They've talked about pedophiles. I pulled a map from the city of the registered sex offenders. All of these are registered sex offenders. Here is our property. This is 36 within a 1-mile radius. I didn't check what what they got accused of, all 36 of them, but I will tell you, I checked the 2 closest to us, and they are pedophiles. So I'm saying there's a lot of things going on in this neighborhood that they're not willing to admit. This is the gentleman. In addition to that, I would just like to say, here is Hinson, here is our property. I know that they talk about traffic. It's between Charleston and Oakey. There are over 36,000 cars on each one of those roads. Children have to cross those roads if they go to the middle school, or they have to go to the elementary school. In addition to that, the Shabbat, the short-term rental and 7 oppositions came from there, and it's the woman, the secretary, who owns a short-term rental herself. In addition to that, I would like to say there are 2 people from the neighborhood, one very significant, that approached us, and I have his business card, and he told me that he was appalled at what was happening to us, and I would gladly show it to you. I don't want to do it publicly, but the reason is because he said it felt like too much pressure from the neighbors. We had another one, actually 2, tell us that they knocked on the door and they weren't going to come, but they felt pressure. So, there's a lot going on here. And I know the other piece of this is there have been a lot of properties that have been approved that have had a lot of opposition. We're not the only ones. And what I would like to say is that we're the owners that you guys made the regulations for. We are the ones. We have a history of this, 10 years without problems. I know we live out of state, but that was not a condition. Had we even been told, by the way, if you're out of state, we're going to have prejudice against you, we might have been able to make a different decision, but that was not there. And we are active, and this is a second home, and we will not be inactive. It's not going to happen. And so lastly, I guess, you can tell my voice is quivering because it's just been exhausting and mind-blowing, the position we're in. But what I would say is that we are the model operators that you want, being a second home. And what's different between us and the rest of the people is we have a history, and we've had a proven history, not just talk. And so what I would say is that in the past, it feels like this has been very arbitrary, picking winners and losers, and we're just asking that it would be fair, because truly we're who you wanted when you made up the original regulations. And if you can't approve us, then honestly, I know it's a bold statement, nobody should have been ever approved if you can't approve us. So.
I'd like to make a quick statement. And, a lot of these, a lot of the arguments that were made against us are the same arguments you've heard ad nauseum. We respect their neighborhood. I would just say to Councilman Coffin, I know that I've watched a lot of these, and there is a short-term rental very close to you, and it had quite a bit of opposition. Same thing for Councilman Creer. There's one in your neighborhoods, both of them, that had several of them, and just because they come up here and make the kind of, I think we've rebutted a lot of the things that they said, and just because they make those arguments why should they not have anybody in their neighborhood within 1,200 feet? There's not only just 660 feet, there is not another short-term rental within 1,200 feet of their neighborhood. One last thing, I know it's in your little thing there, but I have, first of all, I don't have a portfolio of properties. I have 2 properties in Breckenridge and in Steamboat. And I manage those from Denver. I've been doing it over 10 years. Never had any complaints. I know this is another thing that you hear a million times. We truly have done all of this by the book. We spent a ton of time, a ton of effort, and we would just ask that you take that into consideration. We're not bad people. And Councilwoman Fiore's comment earlier, I think it does put the neighbors against us, against each other, just by the nature of sending out this kind of, all this stuff, and anybody, when they're presented with the things that they said, are going to sign a paper and say that it's that they don't like it. But thank you for your time. One last thing is, we did not want to inconvenience them in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. This won't take long. I appreciate your mentioning the situation I find myself in, because I live right near the Las Vegas Boulevard, so a couple hundred feet away, so everybody wants to be near the Strip, so therefore my neighborhood is under fire. Actually, though, the council can make decisions that to you might seem arbitrary, but land use is one of those things. When you have, it's not deciding whether you are good or you are bad. It is the business in a residential area. That's the concept. And I'm sure that back in Breckenridge, and you live in Colorado somewhere, so, it's just, it is definitely up to a council, and it's always been upheld in the courts, but, it's not considered arbitrary. Local government always has control over land use. Maybe not always over licensing. You can get in trouble there, but land use is extremely up to the council, which responds to the neighbors many times. So just want to thank you. And by the way, I'm not going to support you either because you don't live there. I supported the new ordinance sponsored by Mrs. Tarkanian, so that's why. You don't live there. So that's the whole point. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I've closed public hearing. I don't think there's anything more that needs to be added from planning, correct? So we're back to you, Councilman Soroka.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. We will see how the votes fall out.
We would just like to withdraw it without prejudice. That's what we would like to do.
You'd like to withdraw without prejudice?
Yes.
And can we go over what that implies again, Council?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, what we'll need to do is, since the withdrawal, and since it was the final action at Planning Commission, the withdrawal without prejudice, City Council will have to remand the item back to Planning Commission. At the Planning Commission, they'll need to then submit the withdrawal without prejudice, and then they can withdraw the application from there.
Just so you understand, right, if they do that, they then fall under they're no longer grandfathered under the rules that they're on right now. They apply to the owner-occupied 3-bedroom or less.
Right, and I think Mr. Summerfield can explain that a little better in terms of the fact that I don't know if this property would qualify under the new rules, would it?
Correct. The situation that they're under, because they are non-owner occupied, and I believe the house has more than 3 bedrooms, would not qualify as eligible as for conditional use, and there is no longer a special use permit provision under the code that was adopted 2 weeks ago. So as of that code, this property would not be eligible to come back forward, withdrawal or not. However, the difference here is a withdrawal without prejudice would allow them, if the code changes over the course of the next year in their favor in some way, or makes their application favorable, then they could maybe resubmit. Whereas if it's not withdrawn without prejudice, that's not an option, whether the code changes or not.
Thank you very much.
And a denial today would mean they could not reapply at all for a year, regardless if the code changed or not.
That's correct as well.
So I would like to continue with my motion to deny. And actually, it's in your best interest to do that, regardless, because of the way our rules have changed. But we will see how the votes fall out. With that, Mayor, my motion is to, in support of the people in the community, to make a motion to deny the appeal at deny the appeal of the denial at Planning Commission on item 82.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's You wanted to make a comment?
Yeah.
Or you wanted to vote?
Just a comment.
Okay, please.
So the comment is because the mayor pro tem literally called the mayor and she wants to deny the appeal, I'm going to go with that, which I really don't want to do. But because the mayor herself called in, I'm going to
So are we-
follow.
does that mean we don't get to withdraw it without prejudice?
Correct. And just to clear the record, I called the mayor pro tem, she didn't call me.
Okay.
So, okay. So
Explain that again, Mayor, with the withdrawal without, are you guys okay with?
I think everybody here is okay, and there was a motion to deny, so let's vote, please, and post, please, to deny. That motion carries. So, thank you all. We will move on to Agenda Item 83. RQR 73710, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor owner, Las Vegas Journal, Inc., for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U0069-98 for an 89-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1111 West Bonanza M Industrial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
Your name, please.
Lonnie Jones, on behalf of the applicant, 7370 Dean Martin Drive. I will be very brief. This is just a required 5-year review of an existing off-premise sign. We agree and accept staff's conditions if approved, and kindly ask for council's approval.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As indicated, this is a required review. It's the 5th review since its approval in 1999. The area immediately surrounding the subject site has not changed since the last review. Staff is therefore recommending approval, subject to another 5-year review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Agenda Item 83. I'll close public hearing and turn this over to Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for disclosure, I do own a billboard company called Creer Outdoor Advertising. We are not in competition with Clear Channel on these boards, so I don't see any conflict of interest. I will be voting for this, and if there's not any discussion, I'll make a motion for approval, item 83.
Fine. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 83. Please vote. And please post. How say you, Councilman Coffin? To approve
I wish I owned.
on Agenda Item 83. Clear Channel. Fine. Thank you. An aye from Councilman Coffin, and that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And moving on to Agenda 84 and 85, 84 VAR 74560, a request for variance to allow a public alley to terminate on a stub street where a cul-de-sac or a perpetual vehicular access through the site is required on an alley generally located north of Charleston Boulevard and east of 14th Street. And number 85 EAC 74081, a request for a petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public alley generally located north of Charleston Boulevard and east of 14th Street. The applicant owner is De La Cruz Gonzalez Revocable Living Trust. The Planning Commission recommends approval of both items. Staff recommends denial. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, and our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Edgar Montalvo, 2209 Tosca Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128, representing the client on behalf of him. Good evening.
Good evening.
And Council, it's been a long evening. Sorry, it's been a very long meeting. So pretty much what we're trying to do since the beginning is we're trying to fence around this property. When we approached the building department and zoning, they told us that it's not possible to install a fence on the property because of there are not the joint parcels, and we cannot do that. So when we approached them, it's been almost a year since we're trying to do this, and this is the sole purpose of doing that is this parcel is being used as a parking lot, and the problem that we have is the homeless right now. There is a lot of homeless there, and even our client, the owner of the property, he has a hose bib on the back of his building that he covered with some stucco columns because they use it as a shower. But they didn't care. They broke. they broke actually the column, the concrete, and they still using it as a shower, and they have to cancel that hose beef. So he's really tired. He's very, very tired of having this problem, because they even, on the past months, he even set on fire the trash enclosure, and he's very, he's trying to save his property and for the good of the neighborhood. If you have been driving there, they actually, there is graffiti there, there is a couple of people living there, and we are not a short-term vacation rental home. And these people, we don't like them. and because they're creating a lot of problems for us, and just our client is trying to clean the property so he can have more of a better way to keep the property on a good shape.
Thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, while the staff understands the position of the customer or the applicant, and particularly a portion of this alley has already previously been vacated and was allowed to end in without a cul-de-sac, our current code does require that the termination be done in a cul-de-sac form so that vehicles can turn around and exit. As a result of the requested vacation without the cul-de-sac, staff has to recommend denial of this request, as it does not comply with the requirements of Title 19.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on either Agenda 84 or 85, please come forward. State your name. Hearing and seeing no one, I will turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was there this last Saturday. I think I went by after an event, or Friday. And I'm sorry, who are you representing, Mr. Are you representing Mr. De La Cruz Gonzalez?
Yes, that's correct.
What is your name again?
Edgar Montalvo.
Thank you, Edgar. I saw the homeless encampment there, too. I thought they were really well established. Yeah, very well, and they use that wall, and it's all...
It's a terrible situation.
It's big.
For him.
And I saw the power substation just immediately on the other side of 14th Street from the alley.
Correct.
So I did suggest to staff that we try to find out what kind of utilities are under that alley, because there might be some. And I don't know if you know about that. So your attempt is to try to fence off the building you operate facing on Charleston and...
No, we're just trying to do it on the back. Pretty much, we're going to be trying to fence the back of the building.
So your client owns the vacant lot too?
Yes, all of them. And the only thing that he's the only one that is the alley, the one that we have any concern with. And actually, the access that we have there, we try to work with the neighbor so we can do it all at the same time, but they were not willing to do it because out of the state, and it took us too long, almost 4 months, trying to just reach them. And we couldn't make they were trying to apply before for a dealership or for car sales on the corner. They got denied, and well, it's a long story. So pretty much what we're trying to do is just fence it around it on the back. And the alley ends like that because that was actually the suggestion that the Planning Commission gave us. That's the way that we can end it. If there's something else that we can do, we will do it, but we just want to put a fence around it.
Okay, Edgar, I am supportive. I want to just ask a couple of things. Have you or the property owner talked to fire?
Yes, we actually contact all of them, and they say that they don't have any issue. We talk to fire. We speak with we try to find out also the utilities. There's no utilities there. The only thing that is behind there is the gas. But it's, I think that's the only one that is not running there. If not, they provide us gas through the back of the building. I guess that's the only issue. But they don't run. Usually, when I spoke with the utility department, they told us that they usually do not run any utilities on alleys because they can. On some cases, they can do this.
In old Las Vegas, anything goes, and so you don't know until you've checked under the ground. You know. Okay, I think it's all right as long as you have checked and this property.
Yeah, we
fire
took a lot of-
protection. I know.
Yes.
I understand. Staff says the fire access, the water access is out there, but not in the proposed fenced area.
Correct.
And then also they did caution, obviously, about the utilities that might be under there, and because frankly, that whole alley went all the way down from, I would say 13th to Bruce.
Yeah.
So at the long original alley. So there could be something there.
All right.
So, you know, if that's okay and you're willing to take the expense, or at least make sure that there is access guaranteed to these utilities, I don't have a
We will.
problem with it. Is that correct, staff, as far as we know?
As far as we know, correct.
All right, good. Then if I make a motion on this, what do you recommend as a condition?
Sir, Public Works has already issued their conditions on the vacation. They will need to verify any exist and maintain any other easements that may exist across the property as a result of the vacation.
Okay.
And address those.
Thank you. And the building immediately to the east, which does block the alley, that might be built on top of easements. We don't know.
Okay.
That's their problem. Apparently, it's not your friend's problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I will move, subject to the conditions outlined by staff, I will move for approval of item 84.
I have a question. I apologize. Through you, Mayor, Councilman, you're going to put up a fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any, I'm looking through the backup materials, and there's no depiction of what this fence is going to look like.
It's going to be wrought iron, simple fence going around, and we're going to keep the block wall on. There is some block work here. We need to keep the setbacks no matter what. So we're going to have the landscape around the property as zoning is requesting for.
I understand that, but, you know, I can't speak. I've only been on the council for a short period of time. Well, I mean, we would never approve a fence if we didn't know what this fence is going to look like. There's barbed wire on this back fence. Are you going to have barbed wire around it? The issue of if barbed wire is going to be on the inside of the fence or it's going to be hanging off on the inside of the fence?
No,
because I know on the east side of town, that's been a big issue with barbed wire hanging on top of the fences, and many people don't like that. So they've made concessions to put the barbed wire on the inside of the fences so people can't get in. So this is kind of tough to approve something that I don't know what it's going to look like. There's no renditions, there's no, just to say I'm going to put up a fence. We would never approve it. I mean, imagine if someone came to us and they have a house and they say, well, I'm going to put up a fence. Okay. Like, you know, what's the setback? What's the dimensions? How high is this fence going to be?
Actually, we sent it on the original packet with our application. I don't know why you don't have it. It's actually just the regular fence, which is a metal fence. It's 1 inch and then vertical bars. That's what it is. Actually, the
And if I
client.
may, let's hear from planning. I think they can address what you've submitted, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in regards to the variance and the vacation, that's specifically to the vacation of right-of-way and not doing the cul-de-sac. At the time that they want to install a fence, they will have to pull a building permit, and it will be reviewed against Title 19 requirements. The variance is actually not for a fence height or anything of that nature. So the material, the height, the location, that will be reviewed via building permit. If it's found not to be in compliance, they will be made known at that time, and they can seek a variance if they choose to, or they hopefully will conform to the Title 19 requirements of the fence and the fencing material, and you guys would not be reviewing that item.
Okay, so this is just to vacate the alley?
Yeah.
Great. I hope you just understand that.
Yes, of course.
Okay, because you talked about a fence going up,
Yeah,
and that's where...
it's just that the final, that's what we're going to do. But first, we need to vacate the alley so we can put around the fence. So it's different process. We haven't even started the process of the fence yet.
Okay. Kaya entiendo.
Thank you.
Okay, so on agenda item 34, your motion is to approve?
284 is to approve, subject to the conditions outlined by the staff.
Okay, so agenda item 84 is on the table for approval, subject to the conditions explained by the staff. Please vote and please post. Motion carries, and on agenda item 85, please, Councilman.
Thank you very
Move
much.
to approve item number 85.
And there's a motion to approve. Are there any conditions on 85?
There are standard conditions as a part of the approval, yes.
So subject to the
To
conditions,
conditions.
standard conditions. On 85, please vote and please post.
Good thing I grew up.
And happy holidays, it's passed.
Happy holidays to you
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And 86, 87 have been withdrawn, is that correct? So we are on to agenda item 88 and 89. 88 SCD 74611, a request for a major deviation of the Summerlin development standards to allow a 27-foot residential adjacency setback where 75 feet is required for a 50-foot tall wireless communication tower use, and number 89 SUP 74612, on a request for a special use permit for proposed single 50-foot tall wireless communication towers use located southeast corner of Desert Hope Drive and Reverence Parkway. The applicant owner is PN2 Inc. on 1.91 acres located southeast corner of Desert Hope Drive, Reverence Parkway, PC Plan Community Zone, COS. Community Open Space Summerlin Special Land Use Designation. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on both items. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony, or public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or Representative
Mayor?
Pleasant? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. I live within the postcard disclosure area, so I just wanted to disclose that. But I talked to the attorneys, and there's no conflict of interest, so I'll be participating.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
As I saw the name Reverence, and I thought of you immediately, and Mrs. Duddleston, who also lives.
And Mayor, just to clarify the record, it won't affect the councilman any greater or lesser than any other property owner in that area. So
Okay.
we said he can vote.
Thank you. Okay, if you'll announce yourself, sir.
Excuse me, Chris Wenner with Spectrum Services, 4850 West Oquendo, representing the applicant PN2 Incorporated. PN2 is Pulte, Nevada, who is the developer of Reverence. I can give you the long version or the short version. The next two items before you relate to a 50-foot communications tower to be developed in Reverence. The need for the facility is there's basically low to no coverage in most of it. Pulte, in an effort to correct the situation, worked diligently with Hughes, came to us. We developed a solution for them to put the pole up. The site has been approved by the Summerlin Design Review Committee in June of this year as submitted, and it was approved at the Planning Commission. I can go into much more detail if you would like, or if you have any questions.
Councilman Anthony, have you seen all these diagrams, pictures of what it's going to look like? Is it a tree, a water tower, a horse?
No,
What is it?
actually, it's there won't be. It's just going to be an antenna, because it actually, I mean, if right along 215 is all electrical wires, huge electrical wires, so it actually blends in with the electrical wires. So it's really, if you made it a palm tree, then it would really look stupid. So this is actually one of those where I don't want to decorate it.
Okay. Let's hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the proposed tower is to be located on a common element lot immediately adjacent to the single-family residences within this residential subdivision. Staff does not support the request, as the tower could be located elsewhere to meet minimum requirements, and is therefore recommending denial. Please note, as indicated by the applicant, the Summerlin Non-Residential Design Review Committee has submitted a letter of approval for this project.
Interesting. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, ma'am. This is obviously the member's discretion. I just wanted to know two things. One is, if you build them higher, will that allow you to have less towers in the area if you get up there in the sky just a little bit more? Is that the idea?
Yes and no. It's becoming very complicated with the amount of use of wireless facilities. And back in the original day, when the first networks were built out, the towers were between 80 and 100 feet, and it was more coverage. It was the signal propagating farther. Now the tower heights are coming down because it's similar to the highway system compared to arterial roads. Now they're serving capacity, so you want more antennas basically closer to the end users to be able to provide faster speeds, 5G build out to get to the residents where they live.
I don't suppose it's going to bother people if they're living right next to a freeway. How many residences have been built? Because this is a blank map here.
I can't answer on how many that have been
Okay.
built. We started this process a year and a half ago. Before any of the homes were sold, Pulte disclosed in all their sales documents that it was going to be here.
In small type or in plain English?
Well, what they did additionally is they had two big 24 by 36 poster boards up in the sales office for both of the abutting
Okay, thank you.
neighborhoods with a big red square on it that said cell tower.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone interested in making comment on either of these items, please come forward, state your name. I'll close the public hearing, and off we go, Councilman Anthony.
Follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and that's my motion for 88.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 88. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman Fiore, and, okay, and that motion carries. 89, please.
Make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion on Agenda Item 89. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Beautiful. Thanks for sitting so long. All right, Agenda Item 90, VAR 74642, public hearing, applicant Ravin Nathan, owner Adrian E. Garcia Ojeda. Possible action or request for variance to allow a 30-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for a proposed single-family dwelling, 0.49 acres, north of Florine Street and 150 feet east of Helen Avenue, RE Residence Estate Zone Ward 5. Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor. We have through consuls. Apologize for our English.
Okay.
We are in here pleased to
And your
request-
name, sir, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Juan Gijon, and he's my uncle, Adrian Garcia. He's the owner of the property.
Okay, do you need any further, anything? Madam Clerk? You got that? We're cool? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay.
Tell us.
I'm sorry?
Could you spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Juan Gijon.
J-U-A-N.
G-I-J-U-A-N. Last name G-I-J-O-N.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so please tell us about your proposal here.
Please, with all our respect, we are request for a variance setback. This variance won't change the look of the community. As well, you still will be like a 30 feet behind of the property line. If you see, this is the excuse me, he's wanna building right here, and the only thing, the area living is wanna be behind the 15 feet. So the only two is the two sides of the car of the garage, the one are a little bit in front. I don't think that change make a major problems for. The reason why he's requesting that is he's want a little bit more bigger backyard and bigger swimming pool in his backyard. And the other reason is the houses around is like a 2,700 square feet. That's what I think. And he's wanna build in a house for 3,000 square feet. If you see in this picture, his property, and in the next street is one house is like a 15 feet setback. And in the same street is another house is a 15 feet setback. So we just asking if we can do, we want to be 30 feet just in the size of the garage. So the living for the house is want to be more than 15 feet.
Okay,
So
thank
he's
you.
building a house for his dream, for his family, and that's what we appreciate the consideration to just.
Thank you.
And you notice.
Thank you. Mr. Lowenstein.
And by the way, he already got the signage support for the neighbors in the right, in the left, and in front. And I got those ones signed in here from the
The
neighbors.
clerk will come pick them up, please, if you have those signatures. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just point of clarification, one of the homes that was referenced actually fronts on a different street, and therefore the setback in question is actually a side yard setback or corner side yard setback. The applicant is requesting a variance to build a new single-family home, approximately 3,700 square feet, within, a portion of it within the required front yard setback. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Okay. Public hearing. Anyone on, yes, sir. And if you'll state your name for the record. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lex Anderson, council members. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm the historian for NARA. We're just here in support of the applicant. Looks like a great project. 3,700 square feet is no cabin. It's a great location. Florine's kind of a cute little street. It's only one street long. We've got 732 homes. This will make 733. Just welcome to the neighborhood. One thing that they have to be aware of, you need to pay attention to this, okay? Your neighbors put up one heck of a Christmas decoration every year, and you're going to have competition next year. So shape up, okay? If I can get you afterwards, I'll get your email address so I can get it on the NAR email address, and I think I could talk Chuck into giving you a couple free tickets to the Roadkill Grill. Thank you, ma'am.
Nice. Thank you, thank you. Anyone else from public want to make comment here? I'm going to close public hearing. And boy, that was sort of a blessing there. Makes your life easy. Go, Councilman.
Well, just nice to see that we are actually on the same page. And if there's no other comments by us, I'm going to move for approval.
Okay, so the motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. On agenda item 90, please vote and please post.
Bienvenidos al barrio.
And that motion carries. Good luck. Can't wait to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you,
Feliz
Mayor.
Navidad.
Thank you, and thank you for your support for the bigger soccer tournament you do.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Okay, we're, let's see, number 91's been obeyed to the 6th of February.
And Mayor, if I just, a verbal voice voted in the affirmative on that last.
Okay, can you add Councilman Soroka, please? And we will now move on to 92. SUP 74487, public hearing, applicant owner distinct dwellings, possible action or special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 2200 Sunland Avenue, R1, single-family residential, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. A public hearing, I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Hello, Mayor. Hello,
Hi.
Council. I'm Tina Cannon, and this is my husband, Cameron McKinley.
My God, you had to read his name?
Cameron McKinley. We live at
That happens to
5008.
me a lot. I don't know what my husband's name is. Golly. Okay, I saw you look down. What's your name? Okay.
We live at 5008 Thunder River Circle, and we are the owners of 2200 Sunland Avenue. And I would like to present these reasons why we should be approved for our SUP. We are an existing legal licensed short-term rental running for about 2 years now. We are compliant with all inspection, STR, and distance requirements set forth by the city. We've had no complaints from our neighbors. We have a Ring doorbell camera installed on the front of our house so that we can see who and how many people are going in and out of the house at all times. We are not a party house. In order to book our home, the guests must agree in writing that they accept our rule of no parties. We vet our potential guests and have declined those that have asked to have parties. I've lived in Las Vegas for 17 years and my husband for 11. And we are established Las Vegas locals. And we're able to get to the home within 15 minutes. We actually lived in this house for 2 years, so we know the neighborhood, and our neighbors know us. They know that we're respectful people, and we are responsible. I've personally spoken with my neighbors and my neighborhood watch, and I've actually attended a Rancho Manor community meeting about our STR to express that I'm respectful of our community, and I'm always open to any concerns they have, and I've personally given them my cell phone number that they can contact me anytime. We pay all our city taxes on time, and we pay between $300 and $700 a month. We are super hosts with Airbnb, And we have over 150 reviews, and 91% of our guests give us 5 stars out of 5. The majority of our guests are families with children and elderly who are thrilled to have an alternate lodging option off the Strip. We keep our property maintained in excellent condition, and with all the work it takes to maintain an STR, we also provide regular employment to other members of our community. And lastly, my husband and I are Cirque du Soleil performers, and we've been entertaining visitors and locals in Las Vegas for 10 years now. And we have our first child, and as artists, we don't get a typical...
Do you know your child's name?
Our child? Let's see if it... And as artists, we don't get a regular retirement. We don't get 401ks or pensions. So we have to build it ourselves, and we have to get creative. And this STR has been the answer to that. We've put our blood, sweat, and tears into it, and gratefully, it has been integral in providing the supplemental income we need for not only our future, but our daughter's future too. And because we rely on this income, we take great pride in our home, how we run our business, and our community. We care both about our guests and our neighbors. We are your ideal short-term rental owners, and I ask you kindly for these reasons to approve our SUP.
Thank you very much.
Happy
Thank
holidays.
you for the wonderful way you entertain everybody, both local and out-of-towners. It's just great. Cirque is just phenomenal, been such an additive to our whole community.
Thank you.
People travel worldwide. So, with that, Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The applicant is proposing to continue to operate a non-owner-occupied 3-bedroom short-term residential rental unit that meets all the minimum special use permit requirements. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1, requiring the expungement if the property is to be sold. In addition to that, I'll pass it over to Ms. McElhorn for additional information.
Mayor, this has been a licensed short-term rental since December 29th of 2016, so for almost 2 years now. There have been no compliance issues and no concerns at this property. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, public, anybody wishing to make comment on agenda item 92, please come forward, state your name. I will close public comment, and therefore, Councilman Creer, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if there's any discussion, but if there is, or if not, I move for approval of agenda item 92, SUP 74487.
Great. There's a motion to approve agenda item 92. Please vote.
It's not owner-occupied.
And, no, it's not, but there had no for 2 years. It's been perfect. And please post. Keep going. Good job.
Thank you.
Happy holidays to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you. If I could just say one thing extra, Don.
Yes.
You passed, so you don't have to listen to me. I just wanted to say that I did not vote for you because you are not living in there. It is not owner-occupied. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 93, SUP 74620, public hearing. Applicant owner Yosef Tufali for a possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 220 Molar Circle R1 single-family residential zone, also in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Planning Commission recommends denial and staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present?
Hi, my name is Youssef, so 117 Shadow Lane.
Oh,
So,
that's by me. Okay, can you show us in relationship to the circle? Mr. Lowenstein, do you have there it is, okay.
I'm trying to be a good boy.
Okay, do you want to make any comment on this? Do you live in town?
The same list.
yes, I do live in town, yes.
Okay.
I'm permanently resident here.
Where am I?
So,
Looks like about the
yeah, so from what I understood from the Planning Commission, when they denied, one of the judges told me that she drove by and she found the front yard a little bit not maintained. So I took care of it. I have some pictures from before and after. So here are some of them. So this is how the house looked like before, and then I had to call like a company to take care of all of that, and then
I cannot hear you, sir.
oh, sorry. And this is my neighbor's house, just on the left side of my house, my direct neighbor. And this is now actually. So that's the house, that's my house now. And I helped also my neighbor, and that's his house right now. And we made a good influence on the community. I mean, there is a third one that I saw just today. They were cleaning up their old front yard, so they were motivated, and I was happy to see that too. So, and also what I wanted to just say really quick is just that in green are the homeowners that I went to see directly, and I presented them to my project and my intention to short-term rental my property. And in green are those who support my request. And I have here all the letters that are actually like it's a written letter support. So and I did meet I did actually meet one neighbor that was against, so didn't sign it. It was just behind my house here, but that was the only one. So this house, it's not in green because it's on sale, and that house I couldn't meet the owner. I've been there like many times, and I didn't want it to bother them. So after 2 times, I just decided to not insist. Okay. And that's it. You know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Summer-Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied 3-bedroom short-term residential rental that meets all the minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring expungement if the property is to be sold.
To which you agreed if you sell the property, you will release the ownership's right to special use permit.
So does that mean that the permit will go with the next owner? Is that?
No, you release it. It does not go with the next owner.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
At this point, I'll turn it over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McMahon.
So there's been no code enforcement action at this property or any short-term rental activity identified. There is one active listing on UHost, but it shows a minimum night stay of 31 nights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, and if you want to make comment, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, evening, Mayor Goodman and council members. My name is Jan Churchill, 409 Horn Street, Las Vegas, and I am here to speak in opposition to SUP 74620, which is located in Councilman Creer's wards. I have signatures from several of the neighbors in our neighborhood, all whom are against this proposal. This is an older neighborhood. Many of us have lived here for 40-plus years. My husband and I have lived in our home for 45 years. It is a constant struggle to maintain and preserve the integrity of this neighborhood. And we oppose the short-term residential rental because we believe it would not be a good fit for our neighborhood. We have 3 schools in close proximity: Western High School on the north, Ruth Fife on the east, and Gibson Middle School to the north. There is a lot of street traffic and foot traffic. A few weeks ago, the City Planning Commission voted unanimously to deny this request, and I am here asking the council's approval to deny the request.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Frank Bingham, and I live at 412 Estella Avenue, which is about a block and a half from the property. We moved here in June of 1970 with my family, and we looked the city over looking for a place to live, and we found an open house on Washington and Valley View, and we liked it, and they sent us to Estella Avenue, and we found our house there, and we purchased it. And it was kind of exciting to see the area develop, the new homes built, and people moving in and occupying the homes, and we've had a good neighborhood, and we enjoy that. We're concerned about one of the houses now being proposed to be operated like a motel, and this is not a motel district. We're concerned about the type of people that would be occupying the property and the type of activities that would take place there. And so we're very much opposed to it. I made a canvas of our neighborhood and yesterday and to find out what people felt, and I came up with a list of 24 people in our neighborhood that are opposed to this. And we'd like to present that to you as evidence of the opinion of the people in the neighborhood, and we're opposed to it, and we hope the city council will vote to deny the application.
The clerk will come and pick that up, as well as your letters that you had in support, if you'll give them also to our clerk staff, please. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Again, since your wife isn't here, you'll have to state your name all by yourself.
Sorry. Cameron McKinley, 5008 Thunder River Circle. I just want to speak in support of Youssef. I've known him for over 10 years. He's also a world record holder that works for Cirque du Soleil, and he also operates another Airbnb legally that has had 0 complaints in the last 18 months. He also, for the same reasons we've stated before, as artists, we're not given traditional retirement plans, and this is our investment in our own future. And working alongside Youssef for so many years, we converse back and forth about the rules that you guys set forth in operating these, and we always try to maintain those and explain those to him as well. And I've seen him operate, and he is a very diligent operator. He is very respectful of the community, and as you've seen by the photos, he, much like ours, we want to maintain that property because street appeal is important to us. And when other neighbors that have been there for 20, 30, 40 years who don't always maintain their property see a property starting to clean up, it usually stimulates them to clean up their own property as well. So I just wanted to speak in support of Youssef and how great of an operator he is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please. Your name, please.
My name is Ann Cropper. I live at 413 Horn Street. I've lived at that property since 1965. We have a wonderful neighborhood. We have a lot of great neighbors. We have a 4th of July party on our street for our neighbors that we have had for 40 years. We have a wonderful place. It's a wonderful place to call home in Las Vegas. We are opposed to having a rental like is being proposed here in our neighborhood. And we plead with you, we don't ask you, we plead with you to let us be able to preserve our neighborhood. It's an older neighborhood, and we work hard to preserve it, and we need the right to do so. And I ask for your permission, please, to grant us that wish. Thank you.
Thank you very
Can
much.
I add one more thing?
Yes, please.
You know, our concern is the
Repeat
type
your
of
name,
people.
please. Would you repeat your name?
Again?
Yes, please.
Frank Bingham, 412 Estella Avenue. We're concerned about the type of people that might occupy this property and the type of activities that they would be involved in. And a temporary operation like this, where people move in one day and move out another, like I mentioned a minute ago, like a motel operation, is completely incompatible with our neighborhood and the things that we do in our neighborhood, and we're greatly opposed to it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? I'm going to close public hearing and turn this over to Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I have a short-term rental right across the street from me in my neighborhood and directly across the street, and there's pros and cons to it, and I can understand. And this council has voted in the past to not only look at what Title 19 might apply, but what is harmonious for the neighborhood. And I know I've heard from a number of people outside of today that this would not be harmonious in this area, and they really don't want a short-term rental in their neighborhood. The previous one before already had a license, and they had been in place, and it was hadn't had any issues, so there was no reason to deny them. But I'm going to go along with Planning Commission's recommendation for denial. I don't know if there's any other comments.
Coffin,
Real quick
please.
here, I just wanted to say that I have to oppose too, because it's not owner-occupied, as I understand. And it's very hard for us to approve anything on a cul-de-sac, because if a crowd comes, it is taking over the whole place. It's not a through street. It's really, there's no escape from those things. So, you know, as much as I like you, I got to tell you, by the way, that your neighbor has a fire hazard tree, that one of those palms has a huge beard, unless that's yours, the pictures you showed, so they're in violation, unless that you are.
That was my neighbor.
Okay. Thank you. There's a motion to deny.
Yes.
Please vote, and please post. And unfortunately, Councilman Greer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to Agenda 94 has been obeyed to the 16th of January. And now we have a request from Scott Adams, and if you'll hold on one second. Ugh, I'm here. I have a memo here. My staff has made a misrepresentation on the switch co-location item. I'd like to reopen that item for reconsideration to correct the record. So if you would, Mr. Adams, or whomever you have representing.
Madam Mayor, Scott Adams, City Manager, that is correct. There were some...
Before we do that, Councilman, I'm sorry, Scott, Mayor, could we have a motion for reconsideration of that item, please?
Okay, I'll move to reconsider agenda item what? 47. Okay, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Please welcome back.
So I'll just lead this off. There were a couple answers to questions that were asked when this item was first taken up that were incorrect, and I think they were material to the discussion, and I think in some ways the final decision. So we thought the better part of valor is bring this back on the agenda for reconsideration. Our team is here to discuss those things those answers that we provided and correct those answers, and then you can proceed accordingly.
Good afternoon, Gary Ameling for the record, Chief Financial Officer. As the city manager just stated, when we had the discussion earlier, we misrepresented the answer to a couple of your questions about the term of the contract and its flexibility with respect to being able to cancel the contracts. We wanted to come back and make sure that we had the correct information on the record. This contract is in, unfortunately, switches format. As with most software and hardware providers these days, they don't allow us to use the standard city contract, so we're not as familiar with the formatting of this contract. But with respect to the termination clause, this contract is a 36-month contract, as it's stated correctly on the agenda. The termination clause, however, does not kick in until after the 36 months expires. What happens after 36 months is the contract automatically reverts to a month-to-month contract, and at that point, as correctly stated by Purchasing Manager Ed, it goes to a 45-day notice to be able to terminate the contract. So it is effectively a 36-month lease that we're entering into with a month-to-month following the 36-month period. So we wanted to make sure that that was correctly stated for the record. We do, however, believe that we have a need for the space that we're asking you to consider leasing for the entirety of the 36-month period. As IT Director Michael Sherwood indicated earlier, we are moving towards the cloud for our applications, and we believe that we will eventually get there, but we don't know at this point when that is going to occur. We don't believe that it's going to occur in the first 3 years. We think it's probably a 3 to 7 year transition period before we can get there. So we're asking for your consideration to accept staff recommendation and enter into a 36-month lease with Switch. But we'd happy to answer any questions about that.
So, Gary?
Yeah, if we could, there are several
Manager
things, but...
Scott Adams, I would...
if you would, just if I could, yeah, I'm wondering, only because we have been discussing this so long, and it's 5:45 at night, can't we obey this into January or February? I mean, do we have to do it right now? I thought we had come to something that was very exciting. I was thrilled because it was a compromise, and it answered so many questions that I had. And I don't really feel I have enough information at this point. Now, everybody on council may go ahead and vote their own, but just from me, because I've been the one that's been sending out and asking the questions, and I was very excited because I thought that satisfies. And if it was working, and you were recommending it was working to us, of course we'd renew it, and of course we'd keep it going. But that flexibility was extremely important to me. And only because it's 5:45 and we've been here since 8:30 this morning. And, but, I mean, I would go ahead and let anybody speak, but I personally would ask to obey this into the 2019 year. My window is a little smoky at this point, but I thank you for coming back and clarifying for us.
And Mayor, we certainly could do that if that's your direction. I will say, however, that there's 3 benefits to this contract from my standpoint. Number one is the reduction in the risk. Right now, we have a lot of risk with our West Yard facility being old and antiquated. The second is that we know that we need to have a safe place to put our city equipment and our city data, and this has been ranked by our evaluation team as the safest place based on the bidders that we received. And then third, we believe that we will save money each year during the 3-year period as compared to the operations and maintenance costs that we have on the current facility, and avoid the one-time costs associated with having to upgrade that facility. So we have a choice of either entering into the contract based on your direction today, or we could bring it back for your January meeting, if that's your prerogative.
Well, I just thought we'll hear from everybody. They might be fine, but let me do, everybody's got a question, so if I could, because first to speak out was Councilwoman, and then I wrote over that, and everybody else can talk. So please, go ahead, and everybody will.
So, well, I'm very disappointed. I'm just going to be straight up with you folks. I really depend upon you to go through that contract and read everything. And you literally stood up here as the #1 cheerleaders for Switch, and you know, they're so great, and they're so this, and they're so that, but yet you literally told this council that we could cancel the contract at anything, but we cannot. It's a 3-year contract, and now you're going to stand up here and say, you think that we're not going to be in the cloud for 3 to 7 years? I disagree with that. As fast as we are moving with IT, and minimally with what the mayor said, minimally, we really need to hear from the other mayors. We really need to get more information on this. This is not okay that you misrepresented to this council that this was not a 3-year hard contract. I was against the bill, voting against it. When you gave me the information that we could cancel, I said, I'm in. Okay? That tells me you did not do your due diligence, which I'm very disappointed at, and it's not okay to come back up here and ask us to support this when it's we have a co-location right now in the East Yard. $600,000. Oh, and then after 3 years, if we don't cancel in 45 days, that adds another 3 years? Is it a 36 hard contract?
No, it goes month to month after the 3 years.
Well, I think that the council actually has to read the contract. I think this council literally needs to go over it with a Sharpie, with a highlighter, to make sure you 3 understand what you're reading before you represent it to this council. Because it is not okay that you literally just represented us something false, that I voted on trusting you. So minimally, I would please ask this to be obeyed to February, the end of February, and that's going to be a motion I'm going to make.
I'm not sure who's chairing the meeting. I would go through the chair.
Scott, I can tell you you're not, because you're the city manager and he's the mayor pro tem right now. So let me tell you, Scott, he's chairing the meeting.
No, with all due respect.
With all due respect, city manager, we are the council and you are the manager.
Let her finish.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. So Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony is chairing the meeting and you are not.
So, all right, so, okay, very good. So I have a question, and then I'll see who else has a question. So if this were approved today, when would you be moving into Switch?
We would start the process, if it was approved today, we'd start the process in January, probably complete the process, probably at least take us 3 to 4 months to complete and move all the equipment and set everything up. So you're looking at April timeframe?
Okay, so, if for some reason we delayed this till the first meeting in January, that's our only meeting in January, you wouldn't even be starting till, you wouldn't even be moving anything till then, right?
Mayor Pro Tem, the mayor's going to the mayor's conference at the end of January, so it should be February.
Well, I appreciate that, but to tell you the truth, I'm not really that interested in what other mayors around the country have to say. I'm more interested in our IT folks, what they have to say. So I'm very concerned about delaying this too long, because we are at we're just in a bad position right now when we have all our stuff located at the West Yard. It needs to be in a secure facility, and that needs to be in Switch, because they're the best ones. So if there's a motion to delay this until January, just to give everybody one more shot at looking at the contract, I'm okay with that, but I don't really want to delay it much longer than that, because we got to do stuff here. So I'll wait and see what the date is on the vote.
So I'm okay with the motion to delay it to January 16th meeting.
Okay, I would, okay, so that was my question, that helps me. So let me go with the people up here first. They have questions, and then you can make a statement.
No, I just wanted to make a statement.
Okay, hold on. Councilman Coughlin, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Powder kept dry out there, please. It's not a deal breaker for me. Out of courtesy, though, to the mayor and Councilwoman Fiore, I will support a month delay. It's obvious we've waited a long time for this, and maybe 1 month more won't hurt. It's an honest mistake. Somebody didn't come up here and say, you guys are, we're going to pull the wool over your eyes and we're going to give you a number because we think it'll pass better. Well, it would have passed anyway. So I think the idea would be that out of courtesy and collegiality here, we go ahead and wait a little while. I don't think I'm going to read every word. I don't think I'm going to take a highlighter to it. It's one of those things where we have to trust you, and you made an honest mistake. That's that happens. And so I frankly, if somebody made a motion to approve it as it is now, I'd go ahead and support it. But I really believe that the motion should be made by Councilwoman from Ward 6, because she was initially opposed. So therefore, she switched and she made it happen easier. So for that reason, I think that mistakes happen. And, we can't have everybody held to a perfect standard. We would never be serving here. Thank you.
Any other comments up here? Yeah, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to say that I'm in support of the agreement to switch. So whether it happened now, I was in support of a 3-year deal with the out or not. I'm not happy with the fact that it was misrepresented. I don't think it was intentionally, obviously. I do believe that we should have known that the terms of the contract obviously should have been known before you come up to council. But mistakes do happen. Out of respect for my peers, if it was abated, then I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I'm going to support it today, and I'll support it on January the 16th or February 2nd or what have you. Thank you.
Am I allowed to speak? Okay. Mayor, is it okay if I speak over here to your right?
I did not go back and take any gin or anything like that. Although I really should have brought a bottle out and shared it. Yeah. Okay, please.
I just want to clarify up front, I heard the term misrepresentation. I don't think we intentionally misrepresented the information. I think it was just an error of, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So it was just an error.
Scott Adams, city manager. That's all I really wanted to say earlier, was really to defend my team. There was no attempt to deceive here. The term misrepresentation connotates that there was an attempt to deceive. They just made an honest mistake.
Yeah.
I did review the contract since Gary made me aware of it. It is a very complicated contract. It would be very easy to make the mistake that was made, because it's a service level agreement with a lot of technical language in it, and the actual term is on the very last page of the contract. So I just wanted to make that point, that it was an honest mistake. We brought it back to you voluntarily to correct that honest mistake. We certainly didn't mean to deceive you.
Thank you, and thanks for clarifying that. And this change in term doesn't change my opinion on the contract or your recommendation at all. I fully support today. If we delay, it's not going to change my vote. And I don't know that we're going to read with any real comprehension the terms of the contract and understand them any differently in the future than we do today. We rely on you on a regular basis. Further, based on, I would say, literally decades of experience with large organizations and their technology, this is right in line with the thinking over years of experience that this is actually an opportunity to allow technology to catch up and us capture that in the future at a relatively minor cost. And I'm with Councilman Anthony. What other mayors have to say is less of importance to me than what our impressive staff has to say. So I support immediately today if we go that way.
And Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Okay, so I just want to clarify one other thing. When the council is up here talking, please, Mr. City Manager, do not interrupt our process. You are the city manager, and you work for the council and the mayor. Thank you.
So where are we with, before I had to leave, I think I was asking for a delay into
We were
a month.
discussing obeying this to the first meeting in January, so.
There will only be one meeting in January.
Yeah, whatever the one meeting, what's the meeting in January? 16th,
Okay,
so I
okay.
think Councilwoman Fiore was going to make that motion.
Yeah, so I made a motion. I would have liked it to February, but there was a little bit hesitance because I wanted to wait to the mayor's conference.
Okay.
So we've got agreement to the meeting on January 16th, so we can actually go through. So a motion to obey this item till January 16th to give the council a better full briefing.
Okay, thank you. This motion, please vote, and please post. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for finding it before.
Thank you.
Down the road there, and thank you. And so I do agree with all the information that we still are so excited about technology and everything, and just want to make sure we're doing it perfectly. So, on to agenda item 95, is that where we are? That is setting the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you. Now, this is our last public citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. Anyone wishing to address the council? I will close this public comment, and we'll move on to 97, which is council member recognition. So I could take a lottery here and call on you in order, but the fact that Councilman Coffin's packing up, it seems to me he has nothing.
Goodbye, thank you very much.
Goodbye, happy holidays to you. And Councilman Anthony has nothing, he's already gone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Go ahead, Councilman Soroka.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Ward 1 and Ward 2's comments today, so thank you very much. And as Councilman Anthony said, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays to everybody. I have Ward 1. Okay, we'll start with Ward 2. I see that's what we have called up. Thank you, Councilman Steve Soroka, Ward 2. We've done a good job with our Nevada Child Seekers. Great opportunity again.
Wonderful.
Great job, Las Vegas. Right, Mayor?
Wonderful.
We love
Just
that. What a
so
great
excited.
community. Absolutely. And what a special time of year to have found a missing child. We found Richard. Thank you so much for your diligence in the community. Really amazing. On our next slide, unfortunately, we have one more. Maybe we can find this child before the holidays are out. So we have Nathalie Ramirez, age 14. She's female, at 5'4", about 120 pounds. Hair and eyes are black. She's Hispanic. She was last seen in the area of Sahara Avenue and Walnut, and she was last seen wearing a dark gray sweatpant with green letters on the sides and a light gray sweater with blue checkered Vans. Those are shoes for those of you who don't know. Checkered Vans are shoes for our kids know that. She has braces and a mole on each cheek, right side of her neck, and under her right eyebrow she has moles as well. So let's find Nathalie. Please call Nevada Child Seekers, and please call our Metro Police. And next slide, if you ever have anything, please reach out to our office. I'd like to hear from all of you on issues. That's how we make our decisions while representing you. So that's Councilman Steve Soroka. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year. Can I roll into Ward 1?
Yes, you go ahead, because you can't leave, otherwise there were only 3 of us.
Great. Well, Mayor Pro Tem is out ill today, so she asked me to shoulder her load, which has been a lot of fun today. And she has a few announcements here. So what we have are Springs Preserves tickets coming up for their Holiday Express. Please go to springspreserve.org to get your train ride tickets. Next slide, please. Wow, the Magical Forest, over 1 million new lights with new music and dancing lights. Again, your tickets are online at opportunityvillage.org. Please support our Opportunity Village, our old VIPs. Next slide, please. Christmas tree safety, always a challenge. We know when those trees dry out, they become highly flammable. So please, after Christmas is over, take your dry tree anytime from December 26th through for the next couple weeks to one of 30 locations where they will recycle your tree for you. And please check with your Ward 1 office for those locations. Next slide, please. There you go. We have 30 convenient drop sites of recycled free of charge. And, it's at springspreserve.org. You don't have to call Mayor Pro Tem's office. You can go to online again to springspreserve.org to find those locations. And I think that may be our last slide for this. So, Mayor, on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem, please have a safe, wonderful, and happy holiday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman?
Thank you so much. So, before I mention these things, I just want to be really crystal clear on what we do up here on the City Council with the mayor and the council. The mayor and the council is in charge of the city. We have a city manager, strong-run city, but the bottom line is when we're up here on this council, it's the mayor pro tem, and the council who directs this council, not our city manager, not anyone that works for us. So, with that being said, I'm going to tell you how exciting we are in Ward 6 for this weekend. We're going to have Santa again with our Christmas Fantasy Forest, and that's going to be Friday. So you guys have to bring your kids, your dogs, yourselves to the park to get a picture with Santa Claus, and we have the real Santa Claus in Ward 6 over on Friday at Chuli Springs from 5 to 7, Saturday from 2 to 7, and Sundays from 2 to 6. Come and see all of our trees. We have 30 trees. It's beautiful. Our Ward 6 adoptive pets. We have, by the way, our bunny rabbit Tommy got adopted last couple weeks ago, and today we have a cat named Koa, who's a 3-year-old male. You can adopt the cat over at our Animal Foundation, and Koa is ready to be your next best friend. Give him a couple of chin scratches and he'll be purring in no time. And now we have another rabbit named Simon. Simon's 7 years old, so he's quite calm, and he's a lot of fun to watch. So please go to our Animal Foundation and adopt our, it's Harry Hopper. We changed. Our other guy got adopted already. Simon's gone. And now we have Harry Hopper. So I have some exciting news. In January, we are starting our Coffee with the Councilwoman Up, and we have our very own mayor kicking it off with me. It's going to be January 29th from 8 to 9:30 at Lulu's Bread and Breakfast at 6220 Sky Point Drive. So please join our mayor and myself over at Lulu's Bread and Breakfast, Bread and Breakfast, January 29th from 8 to 9:30. I want to wish you guys a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I'll see you next year.
Thank you very much. Councilman Greer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We have a new Ward 5 business, many might know, has had a lot of publicity, is our new Chick-fil-A is opened at 1991 North Rainbow Road, Rainbow Boulevard, right near Lake Mead, and it's now open. So I had the opportunity to walk on into Ward 5 during the ribbon cutting ceremony on November the 29th and also sample some chicken, and I have to say that it was very, 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 very good. They also have an app where you can pre-order your meal and have it delivered for curbside service, which is important because the line in the drive-through is packed. So you might want to take a look at that. Visit Chick-fil-A, chick-fil-a.com. The Smith Center for Performing Arts at the Nevada Ballet Theater presents The Nutcracker. Bring the family to enjoy Nevada Ballet's The Nutcracker. This production is a magical journey with waltzing flowers, fairies, and moonlit snow to a land of toy soldiers in a faraway exotic land. This is a fun-filled Christmas event for families to enjoy during the holidays. For tickets, visit thesmithcenter.com. And also, Drumline is coming for 2 performances on December the 29th at 2 p.m. or 7 p.m., also at the Smith Center. This show will feature dazzling vocalists, high-octane musicians, and energetic choreography, all based on the marching band tradition of historically black colleges and universities. Festive sounds of holiday cheer combine gospel, jazz, soul, Motown rhythms, and the Nutcracker Suite, mixed with a hip-hop of driving force of a HBCU marching band. For tickets, once again, visit thesmithcenter.com. And Careers Community Conversation returns on January the 24th, a Thursday. Don't forget, we meet on the 4th Thursday of every month. We're taking this month off for Christmas at Tenaya Creek Brewery, located 831 West Bonanza Road. So during this time, I'll be available and my staff will be available to meet the community, residents, businesses regarding issues important to you. For more information, please call our office at 702-229-5443. And Doolittle's annual basketball league for 4th and 5th graders is underway. Volunteer coaches are needed. League play begins January the 23rd, and games are played at the Doolittle Community Center on Wednesdays and Thursdays from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. For more information, call 702-229-6374 or 702-229-1736. You can always catch us on social media, and you can find us on Twitter at Cedric Career, Instagram Councilman Career, Facebook Councilman Cedric Career. And I just want to wish you and yours a very beautiful holiday season filled with the gifts and happiness to carry into the new year. We will see you in January.
Wow. 2019 anyway. Thank you, our technical staff, all of our staff always for getting things in line and keeping us moving forward. We appreciate it. I appreciate the council, our marshal detail. Thank you very much. We appreciate your taking care of us, and certainly everybody that's behind this great city. We wish you the happiest of holidays, safety, good health, Happy Kwanzaa, Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas, whatever is your flavor, that's what we wish you, and certainly a wonderful New Year's. Don't forget to come down New Year's Eve at midnight. It's a great party at the Fremont Street Experience. And Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem, we hope you're getting better. We spent the extra 3 hours just on your behalf. So hopefully you're watching us. But anyway, thank you, staff. Thank you, City Clerk. All of your staff did a great job. Thank you, our planning and our building and safety and everything that you orchestrate. So God bless you all and have a wonderful, safe holiday season. Thank you. Santa Claus, thank you.